Hello, Acer. You are the first one here. Oh, we have 4 people already. Okay. Yep. I'm back. Another late night edition of American Truck Simulator. I was going to go live like an hour ago. However, the reason why I didn't go live earlier was because I was checking something out in this game that I didn't want to show in my live stream. So after I was done doing some stuff in the game, I decided, okay, well, I'm gonna go live now. Alright. And I decided what I'll be doing in this stream tonight. Okay? I'm gonna do 2 things. I'm gonna buy 2 things in this game. And that is a 3rd truck. Yep, I'm gonna buy a 3rd truck. Because there's this paint job that I want to use. But you have to buy that truck in order to use that paint job. Alright? And for the first time ever, I'm gonna buy my first trailer. Because I've never done that before. Okay? And then we'll see what happens after that. We'll go from there. Hello, Michael. I remember you. How are you doing? Good to see you. So yeah, guys, I know I've been live streaming this game a lot. Sorry if you guys are kind of tired of me playing this game or live streaming it. But I'm thinking... Alright. Oh, that's good. That's good to know, Michael. Yep. So, yeah, we're on episode 77 already. That's crazy, I know, because the past couple of weeks I've been live streaming this game a lot, mainly because I've been listening to these football podcasts talking, which I will do again for the last time tonight. Will I stream the Easter Bunny tracker this year? Most likely no. But did you know that I live streamed that last year for the first time ever? I don't think you were there when I was live streaming that. Okay. Well, guess what? Acer is going to live stream that, so we can watch some of his stream instead, because he's gonna do that on his other channel. Yep. Oh, you were the one that asked me to do that. Okay. Yeah, it was actually both of you guys. And a 3rd person. So yeah, 3 people asked me to do that last year. Excuse me. But yeah, Easter is early this year. Yep. Just about a month and a half away already. Acer says, speaking of which, aren't you going to do your Sonic Frontiers Let's Play next week? Can't wait for that. Yeah, I'm sure you can't wait for that. I can probably do it sometime next week. If not, then the week after that. I still don't know I still haven't decided what date I'll be doing that, but I'll let you know as soon as possible. Because next weekend is my 12th anniversary on YouTube, so I also gotta think on I gotta think on what I'll be doing for that. Michael says, did I like the Easter Bunny tracker? To be honest, I did not really like it. It's not really good. To me, it's kind of boring. But I'll keep doing the Santa tracker stream. Tracking Santa, NORAD and Google, they're both a lot better, in my opinion. I don't even know why the Easter Bunny tracker exists. It's just weird. Hey, what's up, William? It's going good. Hope your drawings are going good as well. Oh, you sent me the pictures of your drawings? Oh, sorry. I haven't seen them yet. Sometimes I'm not on Instagram every day. But I will check them out later after I end the stream. I'll go check out your pictures. Acer says, I did my Let's Play 1 year ago. Yes, yep, I remember. You did that a year ago. And I was there. We did that video call. And we can probably do that when I start my series of that game. Yeah, I wish it did had a 3D map as well, Michael. That would have been a lot better, but it just doesn't make sense to me why it's a thing. Well, guys, hope you guys are doing well on this Saturday night. Yep, late Saturday night edition. When did he go to Baton Rouge? I don't know. You're gonna have to check that stream and see what time he went there. Maybe it was the exact same time Santa stopped by. So anyway, guys, I'm gonna start up the game right now. If you hear that noise in the background, and that's my mini fan blowing. So yeah, guys, for the first time ever, I'm gonna buy my first trailer, and I'm also gonna buy a third truck. Okay. Yes. Yep, you remember that. The Easter Bunny froze in Pittsburgh. Well, it was really my computer that did that. Alright. Also... Oh, wait, before we do that... Let's see... Yeah, still got my female driver, right? For Valentine's Day. Perfect. Oh yeah, forgot to mention. I finished the last stream last night. I finished the Holland Hearts event, also known as the Valentine's event. Yep, I've already finished that. I did 14 completed deliveries. You know why it's 14? Because Valentine's Day is always on the 14th. So that makes sense. So yeah, I got that done pretty quickly. I just did the shortest delivery each time, so it's not bad. It's very simple and easy. And for those of you that play this game, that event ends next Sunday on the 18th, which is my YouTube anniversary date. Yep. Oh, I did say that? Yeah, because he got stuck in Pittsburgh for a while. William says, not the picture. I said something typed from Instagram, but I will show you some pictures you've done. Oh, okay. Sounds good. Yeah, I don't have Instagram on my phone. I just use computer for now. But yeah. I'll get on after the stream. Michael says, and it worked again in Knoxville. Oh, what do you mean? You mean the Easter Bunny was traveling again? At first, when the Easter Bunny got stuck, I thought it was like the website, but it wasn't. Yep. That's funny, you remember all that in the stream. Alright, William, I'm looking forward to see those pictures whenever you're done with them. Let's see here. What states have I unlocked in this game? I have all the DLCs states unlocked. So I don't know how I don't know how many. I'll have to look on the map. It's about 10 states. What we got? California, Arizona, Nevada, Oregon, Washington, New Mexico, Texas, Colorado, Wyoming, Utah, Idaho, Montana, Oklahoma, Kansas. Wow, that's like 14 states, I think. Yeah. I have all those DLCs unlocked. The next 3 states are Nebraska, Arkansas, and Missouri. We don't know when those will be released, but probably this year, later this year, I assume. Hopefully after Missouri, I hope it's my state, Louisiana. Yes. Yep, Nebraska's the next state to be unlocked. William says, I'm not even finished yet, but I already got done of Donkey Kong. You colored Bowser in just the head part. Oh, okay. Yep, you're doing the 2 big guys now. Yep, the heavyweights. Oh, your grandma lives in South Dakota? No, they have not announced that state yet. That's the state above, Missouri, right? Or Nebraska. Yeah. Because you also got North Dakota. The upper Midwest. A lot of plains there, the Great Plains. I don't know, yeah, maybe South Dakota might be next after Arkansas. It might be. I don't know. Yeah, but basically this game just hit its 8th anniversary. And this is a game where it just keeps getting bigger and bigger and better every year. Because they add more stuff, you know? How do I know what states will be unlocked? Oh, because the game announced the states. There's like a news of it on the Steam page. I can show you. See, look, latest news. See, Nebraska, Arkansas, and Missouri. See? Yeah, it tells you about it. So those are the 3 states that the game's working on. This game's created by the SCS Software, and that's from the Czech Republic. That's in Europe. That's probably why they made Euro Truck Simulator first, before American Truck Simulator. Because the company's from Europe. I don't know when they'll be unlocked. They haven't released the date yet. But I assume it'll be later this year. Hopefully. Alright, let's see. What was the last state unlocked? That was Kansas. The state of Kansas. And I think that was back in August. Yeah, about 6 months ago. Look at all these women. There's so many of them. Whoa! Alright. Alright, where's where's Taylor Swift? Yeah, because she's going to be at the Super Bowl tomorrow night, right? So yeah, I might live stream this game tomorrow night while I listen to the Super Bowl radio broadcast. And I also, before I started this stream, I got some mods. Some paint job mods for the next truck that I'll be purchasing. It requires, for that paint job, I need to buy that certain truck, which I will buy that tonight. And along with my trailer, my own trailer. And you'll see if I do live stream this tomorrow night, which I think I will. I don't, you know, we always stay home for the big game. You know, in commercials, you can't say Super Bowl, you have to say the big game. I mean, that's so dumb. We all know it's the big game, right? Michael says, I remember you did 3 parts of the Santa Tracker and you didn't talk much until the end of part 2, like the last hour of it. Yeah, I know I didn't talk much because I was doing stuff. That's why when I wasn't talking, I was playing music. And it's unfortunate that some of the NORAD track Santa songs are... you get copyright claims, which doesn't make sense to me. Oh well. It is what it is. Better than nothing, right? Alright. Maybe I should change it back to a male. Should I change it back to a male? Yeah, question mark. We have an unknown driver. Select your picture! Damn! I gotta select one of these weirdos. Okay. I said that part 1 crashed at the end. I guess it did. I don't know if it was the website or the computer. So, my profile picture was, and it still will be, this guy. Who knows, I might look like this guy in 20 years. In my 40s, yeah. This guy means business right here. Bum 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 bum. Hey, hello kitty, how are you doing? How are you doing tonight? Hope you are doing well and feeling good. I wish I could put like my own picture, like a picture of myself. That'd be kind of cool. Yay, that's good to know. That's good. I'm glad to hear that. Bum 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 bum. Choose the nicest guy? I don't know. Who knows? How about, let's choose the dirtiest guy. This is like the messiest guy right here. Look at this guy's face. Who knows? Any of these guys could be the nicest guy. You just don't know. Until you talk to that person, right? Look at this guy. He doesn't look too happy. And this guy. Why are they making that face? You know? Oh, look at this big smile. This guy's got a big smile. He's showing his teeth. Most of these guys don't show their teeth. That's like the only guy that shows his teeth. Oh, this guy does too. Okay, interesting. Yeah, I'm gonna play the game pretty soon after I buy my truck and trailer. Alright, well, I guess we'll just stick with a female since Valentine's Day is coming up. Why not? Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. I never hum this song. I just feel like it. I'm in the mood tonight. Yeah. I should like I should sing a song one day of this music playing. The trucker song. Okay, I'm choosing you. You got some wild looking colored hair right there with those lipsticks on. Alright. Let's go. Oh. Marita from Brave. Oh, wait, Brave from the movie? I don't know if I ever saw that movie. But that movie's like 10 years old, right? Isn't it like a Disney movie? I don't remember. Alright. So, let's buy our first trailer. Oh, wait, yeah. So yeah, I'm finished with the Hall & Hearts event. 14 out of 14 deliveries completed. And we are over $900,000. It's good to know. Oh, you're tired, kitty? Alright, if you want to go to sleep or go to bed, go ahead. But I'm glad you are doing good. Alright. Trailer purchase. So, yeah, I was looking at all these before I started the stream just to, you know, save time. Even though I started this stream late. So, I'm gonna buy this one. But let me see, you can change it up. You can change it up here, so. You took a shower? Oh, I did too. You feel good after you shower, you really do. Oh wait, that's not that one. I gotta pick one of these. Let's see. This is a pretty long trailer right here. Bum 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 bum. What is this? Michael says it's going to be a while for New England to be unlocked. Yeah. Speaking of New England, it might be a while until they win the Super Bowl again. Or Massachusetts, to be exact. Alright. This one, currently selected. Oh, I can't buy this one? Oh, yeah, it is Lunar New Year, or Chinese New Year. That's today. Yeah. I ate some shrimp fried rice and egg rolls that my mom made. It was delicious. And tomorrow night, American food. Yep. So I can't get this one? I can't get this one. This is... what? Cannot be purchased without an owned garage in Arizona. Why can't you... wow. That's weird. Yep. The big game. Kitty says you got some noodles for Lunar New Year. Nice. Noodles. And the other night I had noodles. Spaghetti noodles. That's weird, I can't buy this one because my garage is not in any of these states. My garage is in California. Really? Out of all the states, I can't buy this one? Michael's going for the 49ers. Interesting. Because a lot of people aren't picking that team, even though they're the favorite to win, according to Vegas, because the game's in Vegas. What happens in Vegas stays in Vegas. Maybe I should... Let's buy a garage in Vegas. Yeah. The Money City. Uh-huh. Alright. Is it all the states except for California? Let's see. Oh! I forgot! You do live in Las Vegas. Well, thank you for telling me that. Because I completely forgot. Man, can you imagine if you go to that game tomorrow? I mean, it's like... Yeah, it's only for rich people. You have to be rich to go to that game. Like, the cheapest seat is expensive. Yep. Just call it the money game. Yeah. Alright. Hey, next year's Super Bowl's in New Orleans. Yeah, it's only like an hour and a half away from my city. You know, the Super Bowl was supposed to be in New Orleans this year, but they pushed it to next year. The reason why they did that is because of Mardi Gras weekend. Mardi Gras is a Louisiana holiday where there's like a bunch of parades and stuff this weekend and Monday night, Tuesday. Yeah, it's too much. So they pushed it to next year. So it's for the best, I guess. Okay. Did I go to bed when NORAD is in your area or Google? It was after Google. Because NORAD came first. It was like an hour separately. Yeah. I think. Kitty says, I'm gonna get some ice cream tomorrow. Nice. You know what? The weather has been pretty warm in my city lately. It's probably a good day to get some ice cream. Just walk around while eating your ice cream. Yep. Yep. You're right. Oh, so okay, yeah. Google takes off an hour before NORAD does. Okay. Wow, we got 8 people watching this late? Why, thank you, people, for tuning in. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I remember now, because I recorded the beginning of both Santas taking off. Okay. NORAD gets back to the North Pole before Google. Yeah, that's true as well. So that means because the NORAD Santa travels faster than Google Santa. Because Google Santa makes those stops for a minute, but NORAD never stops traveling. Yeah, apparently there's 8 people here. Alright. It looks like, is it every state except for California? I can't buy this trailer because my headquarters is in California. That's stupid. The Easter Bunny tracker used to go non-stop, but now he stops. Oh, I didn't know that. Because last year was my first year tracking him. Yeah, that's interesting. Okay. Arizona, Oregon, Washington. Let's see. Oregon, Washington. Arizona, New Mexico, Texas, Nevada, Utah, Idaho, Montana, Oklahoma. Wyoming. Okay, it seems like it's all the states except for California and Kansas. There's no Kansas on here. Huh, that's weird. Why can't you get this? I can get that one. If I buy the trailer, can I change it up? I need a garage. Hang on a second, folks. I'll be right back in just a little bit. Alright guys, I'm back. Sorry about that. Okay, I'll buy this one. The only difference is that the wheels are not at the back of the trailer. But it's, other than that, that's the difference, so I'm just gonna buy it. Yeah, because for some reason I can't get this one. Because it's not in my garage. My garage is in California, unless if I buy another garage, but I'll just do this one. Alright, okay. It's the same price. Wait. Let's see if I want to change anything else. We got insulated. This is the insulated version. Dry van. This is like for, freezing stuff. Cooler stuff. Let's do this one. Alright. Confirm. Wait, let me check something one more time before I buy this. Alright, I'm back again. It's official. This is $20,000 cheaper. See this? Yeah. Michael says, I may be going to bed soon, but I'll catch you tomorrow if you go live. Oh, alright, man. It's nice to see you stop by and say hello. But yeah, I think I will go live tomorrow night during the big game. Unless if something pops up, which I don't think it will, because I always stay home during that. Alright, confirm. Wait, no. Don't confirm yet. So it's just like buying a truck, except you're buying a trailer. I don't need any of that. Tires, I don't care about the tires that much. Ooh, what does that say? Ooh, interesting. Yeah, I'll go regular. The back. Standard door. Whoa! Oh, that looks weird. What the heck? Roll-up door. Roll-up door lift gate. Chromed door. I'll do standard. Alright, that's it. I think we're done. Aha! This is what it'll look like with my truck. This is my current truck. See, look, it's got the Valentine's paint job on it, the crazy looking one. This looks pretty cool. This looks good. Yeah. Oh yeah, you like my truck? It's a Mac Anthem. This is my second truck that I bought. All right, confirm. Purchase. Oh, I have to drive. I forgot. I gotta drive to Los Angeles to get it. There we go. Do you really want to buy the drive van for $77,800 and store it in your garage in Los Angeles? Yes. Congratulations! The trailer has been purchased and will be stored in the selected garage. You can now access it from Trailer Manager. Oh, okay, so I can still, like, change it up if I want to? Trailer Manager, where's that at? Oh, here it is. Ah, here it is. I bought it. Yep, it's official. Here's some of the stats. This is my personal trailer. Huh, oh, I can sell it. Oh, okay. I still can't do this one. That's unfortunate. Oh well. Maybe I'll buy another garage in the future. What? Oops. Make private. What is that? A private trailer? Okay. Michael says, it's funny how Santa goes up and down in the US. You're right. You're talking about both NORAD and Google? Now that I'm thinking about it, yeah, it does go up and down. The trailer is in perfect condition. Yes, you can damage it. You don't want to do that. Percentage of daily trailer utilization at current economy state. It is based on number of hours per day trailer is utilized by your drivers. Graph updates at the beginning of each day. Higher percentage values indicate a greater demand for a certain trailer type within its garage. All right. I'll have to use it. I will use it. Oh. Yeah, only the Easter Bunny comes to my city. Interesting. Yep. Okay, there it is. Okay. So, my trucks. So I got 2 trucks here. Oh, you remember the old me from 2015? Did you watch that old stream I did? It's still there, and it's still the most popular one, which is crazy to me, because that stream was terrible, in a way. That was, yep, that's what happens when you're at, when you're your early teens, you don't know what you're doing. It wasn't Siri, it was actually the Google microphone, I think. Yeah, Siri is only for iPhones, right? I don't have an iPhone. It's the Google microphone. But I know what you're talking about. Yep. Okay. This is my first truck, a Kenworth T680 2014 high-rise sleeper. This is it right here. But I can't use it because it's damaged too much, so I need to, like, restore it. Meaning, return the vehicle to pristine condition by requesting a complete disassembly and restoration of all worn components. It possesses a greater challenge than constructing an entirely new vehicle. But look at the price of that. Yes, I can afford doing that, but I won't do that for a while. But I've driven over 39,600 miles. And my current truck's a Mack Anthem, which I like this one more. I've already driven over 13,300 miles. Michael says, and from 2015 to 2018, I streamed both NORAD and Google, but from 2019 to 2021, I streamed just NORAD, and then last year to 2022, I streamed both again. Wow, you remember all that. I'm surprised you remember all that. Yes, that is true, because from 2019 and 2020, Google Santa Tracker would not load for me. And that was back before I had my computer. I was using a laptop. But since I got this computer in 2021, they were both working. Yeah. And I was using OBS again. Alright. And you can buy a used truck. So the next truck I want to buy is actually the truck that I picked. My dream truck. You know how when you first play this game, you choose a your preferred truck design? Well, that truck is a Kenworth. It was actually StreamYard, not Streamlab. But yeah, I had my face cam on during, on my laptop. You can buy a used truck, but you got to be careful on which one you pick. You got to look at the mileage. This one's got over 520,000 freaking miles. There's no need to buy this one. I mean, look at that. The condition's only 2 stars. You want to buy something like this one where it's not as much miles and 5 stars condition, right? How long was Santa wearing a mask? 2020 and 2021. Yep. Both those years. Okay, Kenworth. So, I need to... The next truck I'm going to buy is a Kenworth W900. And I got... There's 2 used trucks for those. No, Santa wasn't wearing a mask in 2019, I don't think. Because that was before COVID got really bad. So this one's got over 55,700 miles. The conditions, 5 stars. This one's only 2,000 plus miles with 5 stars as well. So it's better if I get this one. This is like a brand new truck, really. Let's see. What am I doing? I'm about to buy another truck. My 3rd truck. If I go to the Kenworth dealer... This is if you want to buy a brand new truck that's never, you know, used before. Let's see. This one. This is the one that I chose when I first played this game as my dream truck. I just never bought it yet, but I will buy this now. This looks sick. This truck looks sick. The full price is $195,700. Crimson red, the paint. W900. So that's the full price, $195,700. Used trucks. And this one's like over $30,000 less. Yeah, that's nuts. I've never bought a used truck, but let's buy this one, because this is still pretty much a brand new truck. Michael says, yeah, that sucked when Google wasn't working from 2019, 2020. Yeah, it wasn't like that for everyone. It was like that just for me because of I guess it was the browser that I was using on my laptop at the time, which I don't know which one I was using. I guess it was Google Chrome. Yeah. Alright, here we go. Okay, so my garage has 3 slots. So my garage is now full of trucks. Oh, I just bought it. I just bought a used truck, even though it's not used very much. Thank you for your purchase. We will deliver your newly bought truck to your garage in Los Angeles immediately. Please note that all trucks bought here have regular insurance paid already. That's good to know. Alright. My 3rd truck is this one. Kenworth W900. And Michael says, and in 2019 you streamed from the outside of the computer, and 2020 you streamed the inside of the computer. Wow. You must have watched all of the streams that I've done for the Tracking Santa. You're like the biggest fan, dude, of that. So thank you very much. Okay, I just spent like over $240,000. Yep. Yeah, you need a lot of money in this game, but That's okay. Alright, I am... Oops. I am currently in Yuma, Arizona, so I need to travel to Los Angeles. That's not that far. Here it is. My garage is right here. Right here. So the trip time will take 5 hours and 16 minutes. However, since we don't have to do that, we can pretty much just teleport there just to save time. So let's do that. Teleport. And okay, we are officially back in Los Angeles. Monday morning. So let's see. Let's see. Okay, I'm not in my garage. I'm at the service, but I will drive to the garage, which is right there. Oh, nope, I'm not going back there. I'm going here. Yep, it's not that far. There we go. See? So much faster. Plus, it's getting late anyways, so... Yeah, you're right. It's just like real life. This game is like real life. A virtual trucker. It's funny, like, I love this game so much, but this is not something I want to do in real life, you know? Like, when I was growing up, I'm like, I didn't say, oh, I want to be a truck driver when I grow up. No, I never thought of that. Oh my gosh. Alright. I just grew up playing games like these, you know, and that's why I like them so much. Don't hit the light. He said don't lit the light. Don't light up the light. Oh gosh. Uh-oh, the stream's buffering. That is not good. Is the stream buffering for you guys? Let me know if it's not going good. Oop. And the stream's buffering again for me. Oh, it's good for you? Okay, I don't know why it's buffering for me. Because I have the chat on my phone and it's playing the stream, so but yeah, my headquarters has always been in Los Angeles. I picked Los Angeles because it's like, it's such a gorgeous city, you know? Where's the garage? It's here. I'm going to it. We'll be there shortly. Oh, yeah, this is such a big city. I don't know, maybe later this year I'll buy another garage. Or, no, I can move my garage, actually. Yeah. I can do that. Or relocate my headquarters, I should say. Yeah. I forgot that's a thing in this game, too. No. This is the left turn lane right here. It's weird because, like, the light that I'm in, the light that's facing me is also a left turn signal. See? But I'm going straight, so I don't know why that's there. It's kind of confusing, but it is what it is. Alright, Kitty, thank you for stopping by, and you have a good night. So yeah, I'm probably going to, most likely I will live stream this tomorrow night while I listen to the big game on the radio, since I'm not going to watch the game. because I really don't care who wins. For those of you that don't know, I used to be a big fan of the NFL, the National Football League. Pretty much until 5 years ago, when the Saints got screwed out of the Super Bowl. Yeah, you probably know what I'm talking about. The no call pass interference. Yep. That pretty much killed me, man. That pretty much killed me. I'm like, how can I be a fan of this league after that? So, yeah, I started to not like it. Sometimes it's like that, man. That's the thing. Every sport, you know, you got like different eras, different generations. It can't be the same forever, you know. So, I didn't like the league from the past couple of years until last year. I don't dislike it as much. Because, you know, it's a different era now. You know, like all of the great quarterbacks are retired. So a lot of the great stars are young guys, you know. They weren't really around 5 years ago. Well, maybe they were, but they were like rookies. Now they're the big stars, you know. We're in a different era now. But I don't call myself a fan of it. The only thing I really watch is Monday Night Football with Peyton and Eli on ESPN2. Because that's entertaining to me. I like their special guests that they have. Basically, they're watching the game with you. That's what it is. It's like a watch party type broadcast. And sometimes I'll watch highlights on SportsCenter. The Canadian version, not the American version, the Canadian version on TSN. Yes, I have the Canadian sports channels, and I like those guys more than the American version. It's funny because I live nowhere near Canada, and I love the CFL, the Canadian Football League. I really like watching that. That's my favorite thing to watch in the summer, and a little bit of the fall. So, yeah, that's that. We also got the Spring Football League coming up, called the United Football League, or the UFL. Used to be called the XFL last year, but they changed the name after the XFL and the USFL merged together, thanks to Dwayne Johnson. Yep, also known as The Rock. And if you're a wrestling fan, The Rock is back in the WWE. How crazy is that? How crazy is that? Alright, I'm in my garage. This is my garage. See, it's got 3 slots for 3 trucks. And I can upgrade it to 5 slots, but that'll cost like over, well, like $180,000, I think, if I want to buy 2 more trucks. Look, that's a female driver, by the way. Yep. Michael says, I like those dogs. Oh, these dogs on the dashboard? It's funny, they move their heads whenever you start moving. And that thing up there. I forgot what that thing's called. Or the air freshener. Yeah. Yeah, if you don't, for those of you that forgot or don't know what the interior looks like, look, I got some cheeseburgers, some water, my coffee, that pirate thing, whatever that thing's called, my American Truck Simulator mug, and the back. Got some shoes over there, some stickers, my laptop, my American Truck Simulator pillow, my hat, that guitar up there. That's the sleeper cab, where I sleep, and a microwave. Yeah, heat up some popcorn. Enjoy the show. Yep, so that's what that looks like. William, says, hey man, I just left a few minutes ago. I'm here. I sent you sent me that picture already. Oh, okay, I'll take a look at it after I end the stream. Oh yeah, there is a blimp in this game. It's very cool. Press the following key to manage this garage. Alright. There we go. So, my garage is doing really good. Current productivity, 91%. Economy summary. It's pretty good. So yeah, if I upgrade my garage, it'll add 2 extra slots. Oh, it's $100,000. Okay, that's not bad. I cannot sell a garage that has drivers, trucks, and trailers stored. Travel. I cannot quick travel to the garage you're currently in. Oh, never mind. Oh, I can just teleport to the garage. I didn't know that. Okay. Michael says, you should go to Las Vegas for the Super Bowl on this game. You know what? I was actually thinking about that earlier. before I went live, I was sort of thinking of maybe tomorrow night I'll do deliveries in Las Vegas. Yeah, while the big game's going on. Oh boy. Did you know that over 6 years ago, Las Vegas had that crazy shooting? That mass shooting, yeah. That was the worst ever in American history. And the hotel, what was the hotel called? The Mandalay Bay? They have the Mandalay Bay in this game. Yeah, in Las Vegas, that hotel. Yeah. Okay. What am I doing? Wait, what about my trailer? Can I get my trailer? Dry van. Oh yeah, I can use it. I can use it. Alright, let's, I'll use the trailer first. Do you really want to take the dry van trailer? Yes. The selected trailer has been attached. Oh, it's attached to my truck? Nice. Let's take a look. Are there planes in this game? Yes. There actually is. There actually are some planes. I wonder, is there an airplane simulator game? I'm sure there is. Use your brand new trailer to access cargo market to deliver a wide assortment of cargo to their destinations. Okay. Let me just see. Is it attached? It's attached. Wow, it's a long one. Look at that. What about helicopters? I think there are helicopters too. You just don't see them very much. I don't know. If I pay attention to the skyline, yeah, I might see some. Oh boy, here's my trailer. We are currently hauling nothing. Plain white. Acer says, I have to go. Midnight is your limit. Oh, you have to go to bed now? Alright, man, I understand. We'll talk later. You have a good night. Alright, so we can do, job market with our cargo. Use your own trailer to deliver a wide assortment of cargoes to their destinations. Okay. Ooh. Whoa! This is with my own trailer. Awesome. Office supplies. Wait, what? Beaumont, Texas. Wait, I need to Oh, let's pick one in Los Angeles. That's where I'm at. Michael says, I'm gonna go to bed now. I'm getting sleepy. I'll see you tomorrow if you go live. Alright, man. I want to thank you for tuning in, stopping by. It's good that you got the notification. Now I'm gonna do the shortest one. Brandy. Alright. Oh, we're gonna be in the same city. Let's just do the shortest one. Oh, so it's let's just see what happens. I've never done this here. This is my personal trailer. Uh-oh, I gotta start turning. This is a big trailer, by the way. You gotta be careful. But yeah, I'm gonna be using this trailer and my third truck that I bought for tomorrow night's stream during the big game. Yep. Oh boy. This is not a big area with this trailer. I gotta be careful. Gotta go slow with this thing. No one coming? Alright, that's good. No one's coming. Oh boy, there we go. Oh, we gotta go straight. Oh, the light's green. Let's hurry up before it changes. There we go. We did it. We're going to UPS. Is this where we get the goods? I think so. We have to go get the goods. They have to, like, put it in my trailer. That's what it is. Here we go. Wait, hold on. Let me check. Wait, what's external market? External market. Complete World of Trucks delivery contracts using your own trailer. A record of these deliveries is stored to your World of Trucks profile. Ah. Okay. Okay, let's do this one. Your cargo is ready to be loaded. Proceed to the loading area. Head towards the green flag on your map. Oh, we have to, like, park it there first. Just so they can, like, put the stuff in my trailer? I assume that's what that is. Oh, boy. We're on a new adventure, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, we are. Okay, how am I gonna back into that? I'll do my best. This is not really a big area. Actually, oh, I think I know what to do. I'm gonna go all the way around. Oh gosh. This is my first time doing this. I think I know what to do. Oh, maybe not. I need to be on this side so I have more room to back up. Alright, let's go all the way right here. There we go. Let's hope this works. I think it will. You just gotta go slow and steady. Slow and steady. Oh no. That's too much. That's too much turning. It's too much turning. Oh boy. This might work. This might work, actually. This might work. I hope. That's okay. I can just... Let's straighten it out and then back into it. Oh boy. Okay. Here we go. Yes. Use the following key to stop the engine. E. Engine is turning off. Press the following key to load your cargo into the trailer. Alright. It's... Ah, nice. That's awesome. I wish there was like a cutscene of people putting the stuff into my cargo. Cargo has been loaded. Now we have to travel to our destination. So that took... Wow. It gave you like a time stamp on how long it took for it to deliver. Alright. Okay, I'm gonna do some commentary for this delivery, and then after this I'm gonna listen to more of that football playlist. I really wish I went live earlier, but it's okay. It is what it is. Oh, there's an airplane. So I'm going to use this trailer and my new... Well, I guess it's not new because it's technically a used truck, but it's only got, what, over 2,000 miles, which is nothing. That's still a brand new truck, so I'm lucky to get that one. Hello, people. How you doing? So this is my trailer. I know it's a plain white. I know I can do a paint job on it. I'll do that in the next stream, and you'll see why I bought this trailer and my third truck. It's a Kenworth, and that truck was the one that I really wanted from the beginning. The reason why I didn't buy it in the first place is, I don't know, I just like those other trucks that I was looking at. I like this truck, really. This is such a nice truck. Oh, look at that truck. That truck has no sleeper cab. What is he hauling? Nothing. Look at all those wheels. Alright, we gotta turn left here. We gotta make sure not to damage it. Oh boy, going downhill, Oh boy, I don't remember being on this road. Oh, be careful, be careful. Oh, this is like a little highway. Oh. Speed limit's 55. Oh, now it's going down to 45. Okay then. Yeah, we're gonna be in the same city, Los Angeles. Dollar General. Okay. Yep, our first delivery with our own trailer. How awesome is that? Yes. William says, bye Eric, I gotta go. It's already midnight for you. I'll see you around. Alright, man, I'll check out your pictures. And I'll let you know. So you have a good night. Coca-Cola. Yeah, but Pepsi is the official drink for the Super Bowl, right? Yeah. And Doritos. Yep, I got those. Just because. I have to rest pretty soon in 4.5 hours. Well, that's the latest I can go without sleeping. Another Coca-Cola van, truck, whatever you call those. I'm speeding. Speeding. A nice motel right there. See? This is Los Angeles. See how nice this city is? It's just there too many people live here. That's the problem. That's really why I picked this city as my headquarters. If I want to relocate my garage, maybe I'll pick Houston, Texas, because I've been to that city in real life a few times for a vacation. And it's got the baseball stadium there where the Houston Astros play. It's called Minute Maid Park. Yeah, they have that in this game. How awesome is that? Alright, we're almost there. So do we have to back into the store, or can we do it the let's play it safe? We'll have to see once we get there. This is my first time doing a delivery with my own trailer. You know what? It's about time I bought my own trailer, too. I don't know why it took me this long to buy a trailer. Oh, I hit that truck. Damn. Did I hit my trailer or the truck? Okay, I didn't damage the trailer. Okay. Oh, I think I've been here. Yeah, I've been to this Dollar General. Yeah, it was last night's stream. I was delivering something. Alright, here we go, here we go. Okay, I think we have the option to do let's play it safe. Aha! We do. But let's do this one. And you'll see why. And I have done it like that in the last stream last night. Oh, can I make it? Can I fit in here? I think I can. Actually, let me back up first. I want to see, is there more room on that side? Oh no, don't back up like that. Okay, well maybe you can't back up like that. Okay. Oh my gosh. Oh look, is that tennis courts? Huh. We got tennis courts right there. Let me try and back up from this side. I'm gonna do it the long way. It's not a big area. Look, there's some people right there. How you doing? About to play some ball? Ah, look at that Doritos Frito-Lay van truck. It's funny, it still has that old Doritos logo. Yep. Okay, I think I could probably do it. I think it's easier if I do it like this. It'll just take longer. That's okay, I'm not in a hurry. Look at this guy, he's cleaning the glass doors of the store. This guy's watching me. Let's see if I can do it. Just nice and easy. Slow and steady. Uh-oh, that's probably too much. Well, maybe not. Maybe not. Ooh, this is not going bad. It's not too bad. Oh, I gotta... Wow, this is a tough parking job. That dang trailer's right there in the way. Oh, are you serious? Okay. I didn't see that. I did not see that. Uh-oh. This is a tough parking job. Because there's not much room. Okay, which way am I going? I'm going this way. Okay. This is gonna take a while. It seems like. No, maybe not. Maybe not. I don't know. Maybe this might work. Gotta straighten it out. Jeez, you see how close that is? Ugh. Oh, this might be the one. This could be the one. It doesn't have to be perfect. Oh boy, I gotta straighten it out again. Straighten it out. No, other way. Okay. There we go, like that. Okay. Doesn't have to be perfect, but as long as it's good enough. Oh, this is this is perfect. I said it doesn't have to be perfect, but it looks like it is. There we go. Let's see how we do. Press the following key to attach the trailer. Oh, I gotta stop the engine. Oops. And then unload it. There we go. See, look, parking challenge, 19 out of 20. I need to do one more of those. Then I'll get a Steam achievement. Hey, that was our first delivery with our trailer. Awesome. Yes. Now, let's go back to the garage and... Oh, wait, I can teleport, right? I can just teleport there. Can I? Can I just teleport there? Let's see. Yes, I can. Just to save time, you know? If I streamed this a lot earlier, I probably would have done it the old-fashioned way. The real way. Okay, is my trailer there too? I hope my trailer's not still at the Dollar General. We shall see if it is. Let's see. Oh. Do I still have it? What does this mean? Do you really want to store this trailer in the garage? Yes. And then I can use it. Okay. Now, let's take a look at our recent truck purchase. This right here. Let's drive it. Are you sure you want to... Yes. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Ah, we got it. Ooh, it's the Kenworth 100th anniversary. Yeah, last year was the Kenworth's 100th anniversary. That's why the paint job is like that. So that's great. Ooh, listen to that horn. Oh boy. There we go. I'm gonna go back to the service shop just to see something with this thing. Okay. So let's back up with this thing. Whoa! Look at that. This is a nice truck. Oh my gosh, look at those wheels. If I don't like it, then I can just resell it. Oh, yeah. Ooh, this is a very nice one. Let's see. Am I going the right way? Let me just make sure. Yeah. Let me see something here. Alright. Ah, the windshield wipers. Look at that. These are like a classy style windshield wipers. Up and down, left and right. I think school buses do that too, or any bus has that. I need a rest in 3.5 hours. We might as well once we get there, because there's also a rest stop right there. Yeah, I bought this used truck instead of a brand new truck. I pretty much, I saved like over $30,000. This truck only has like over 2,000 miles driven on it. It's still like a brand new truck. I know, crazy. Yep. It's going good. Ah, Doritos. My favorite snack of all time. Yeah, if I have to pick one snack to eat, it would be that one. Nacho cheese Doritos. Is that delicious? Yep. Oh, there's a bus right there. You can play Bus Simulator. Hello, bus. How you doing? Hey, look, the bus got some... Yeah, the bus windshield wipers are just like that as well. So this is also a Kenworth. I got mixed up between Kenworth and the Peterbilt. Which one is which? Because Peterbilt has a truck like this. I think they're like sister brands, sister companies, so it's pretty much the same in a way. They're very similar. Oh, that car looks like a Tesla. The shape of it? Yeah, I think it is. I wish the speed limit should be higher than 30. It should be like, it could be 45. In my opinion, I think we're going too slow on this road. Oh my god, you have to stop right there? Oh, okay. Whatever. The one thing I don't really like is that... What is this thing called? I'll have to check the service. It'll say what it's called. The horn sounds kind of weird. I don't know. I'm pretty sure I can do some upgrades with this thing, I hope. Okay, green light. It's working good. It drives pretty good. So I'll... Uh-oh, gotta merge. I'll be using this truck tomorrow night for the big game. You'll see why I have to purchase this truck. But anyways, I was also talking about this earlier, well, in the past streams, that, hey, I think the next truck I might want to buy is a Peterbilt, which is the preferred truck design, but it's actually a Kenworth. That's where I got mixed up. Oh, the turning is not that good. The turning is very slow. Oh wait, this is the Kenworth shop. Here's the service. Do I need to upgrade anything? Only $1. Okay. Yeah, only 2,129 miles. Okay, let's see here. It's got the long 6x4 100th anniversary. Oh, that's why that's red. Okay. Oh, wait, yeah. What's the name of, this part? The handrail. Wait, no, not that. Not the handrail. This thing. Exhaust. Okay, yeah, the exhaust is like... It's like in the way, you know? I kind of like it like that. Okay, so we can change that. That's good to know. What else can we do here? There's all types you can do. Quarterback. Just like a football quarterback. Fender guards. I can still have that oversized load. Warning flag. What's this? Oh, that's a front flag. Front turn light. Tire. Rim. Front mud flaps. Ooh. Yeah, do basic. What is this? The air filter. You can have one with lights on it. Okay. This stock. Huh. That looks kind of weird. Standard chrome or standard? Standard plate. Standard sun shield, exclusive sun shield, blind mount visor. Ooh, but what does the interior look like? Oh yeah, it's got that in the way. I don't want that. Okay, we'll do the standard sun shield. There's so much you can change. None. Window. Oh. What is the window? Let's see. Oh, that's cool. Got a window up there. We'll do that one. Window. Light adapter. Air horn adapter. Roar. Super roar. I'll just do the regular ones. Oh wait, no, it doesn't matter. Okay. Roof sleeper lights. Oh my gosh. Okay, I don't need all that. Double radiant. Okay. Alright, what about over here? The mirror, duty or standard? The main mirrors. So I can remove the mirror if I want to. Duty. Okay. I kind of like it like that. What's this? Okay, that's that. That's that. That's that. Window trim. Basic chrome. Basic paint. Wow. Yeah, there's so much you can do. There really is so much you can do. What is this? Oh, doorsteps. Oh my gosh. Oh wow. Back of it. What is this? Side deflectors. Oh. Oh boy. Hold on, let me check something real quick. I'll be back in just a little bit. Alright, I am back, guys. Alright, let's see. So much you can add here. What is that thing? Headache racks? Nah, we're good on that one. Stock. Mud guards. Kenworth. Yep. Reef. Okay, that's good. Tires. That's good. What's this? I like that one actually more. These you can do. Oh wow. Heh, SCS software. Alright. This side. Okay. What about this part? That's good. It's the same thing on each side. That's good. Alright. Inside. Ah, you can add a window up there. If I want to. Ah, football. Let's do that one, because it's Super Bowl time. Yep. Oh, that thing? Nah, I'm good. Ooh, this looks nice. Okay. What can I put on here? The dashboard. Huh, that's funny. I can put that. I will put nothing there. Dashboard storage items here. Sure, cell phone. Cup holders. Cola, I guess. Oops. Let's see, what if I do it like that? Nah. There we go. What about up there? Nope, nothing. This. Ooh. I really like this one. This looks nice. floor. Oh, you can add... you can add that. Floor items. More cola. Yeah, why not? Seat items. Fuel consumption log. Delivery report. Expense report. That's funny. Stack of burgers. Well, that's what I got in my other truck. Map. Paper towels. Oh, truck simulator bag. Book. Festive chocolates. Tablet. Sure, let's put the laptop right there. The seat. Cloth gray, leather black, gray, 100th anniversary. Let's do that one. What's that? Oh, nice. Oh, you can remove it. You can remove that. Okay. Let me check the back of the truck then, or the outside. Anything I want to remove? Dun, 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 dun. Wait, is there any... Oh, so I can remove that if I want to. But we'll add it just because. It was, last year, the 100th anniversary of that game. Or, Kenworth Trucks. Alright, go back in here. Let's see. Okay. And the sleeper. Anything we can put? Laundry basket. I guess some water. Alright, we'll put some water back there. And yeah, you see, look, this is like a back seat. That's cool. Hey. Magazines. Why would you put stuff like this on your seat? That's kind of weird. And we'll put nothing on the seat. Window. I like that one. We'll do it like that. This. You can put stuff like that. Huh. That's cool. But I like that Kenworth 100 on the back. I think that's good enough. I really think that's good enough. Wait, what? It says Happy Valentine's Day on that wheel. Wow. Okay, confirm order. Let me check and see if I want to change anything else. 18 speed. Oh wow, what the heck? Let's go back. That's weird. Okay. Alright, that's good enough. I'm not going to be using this truck too much anyways, so... Ah, look at that football. The air horn sounds weird. Let's see. I can, like, it says I can change the air horn if I want to. Oop, right here. Horn adapter. Super roar. Big roar, what's the difference? Roar WS, I don't know what the... Ah, okay. Big roar. Is it a different sound effect? Let's see. Let's see if it is. Oh, it is. Yeah, I like that one more. Let's try the last one. I have to, like, back up and back into that thing again. That's weird. So it is a different sound effect. Okay, I did not know that. Oops. Oh. I can't change the air horn? What? That's weird. Oh, now I can. That's weird. Okay. Super roar. Let's see if it's a different sound effect. Nice. I like the one. I like the previous one. And that is the big roar. That's good enough. There we go. Yeah, I like that one. I like that one the best. Okay. Now the vehicle adjustments. Let's see. Gotta do this again here. can, like, zoom out if I want to. That's good. Okay. Do it like that, so I can use that mirror, or if I want... Oh, I can... Oh, wait, I can adjust mirrors. How do I not... Yeah. Ah. Forgot about that. Adjust seats, or I can do very close up. I could do it like that. Mirrors like that. Alright, I'm gonna drive back to my garage and see if I like the adjusted seats like that. Well, I have to rest. I forgot I have to rest, so we might as well rest right now. Watch out. There we go. There we go. Oh, wait, I can just rest. Can I just rest at my garage? There's a... Oh, yeah, I completely forgot about that. Oh, well. Okay, it's late at night. Let's see how the lights work. Alright. I'm gonna try it like this for a little bit. Go. After this, I'm gonna start resuming the playlist of the football talk of the big game. Yep. I'm also getting kind of hungry, so I might take a little break while I do that. So yeah, guys, most likely I'll be live again tomorrow night. Yep. Look at all those stars in the sky. Oh, man. speeding. I keep forgetting the speed limit's only 30. It should be higher than that. Maybe it's because it's like kind of like a downtown area ish. I don't know. See, look, I'm going like 5 miles over the speed limit. It doesn't seem like I'm going that fast. Alright, let's try something else here with the seats adjustment. Oops. See how it's like that. It's much farther away. Much farther back, this one. But this is a very classy looking truck, you know? Oh yeah, full tank of gas, that's good. I'm almost back at my garage. Probably gotta do some deliveries with this truck so I can kind of get used to it. Oh, there's an airplane going for a landing. I guess I have to go to... Yeah, I gotta go to this one. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Yep, there we go. Alright, I think this is good enough, so... yeah, so that's the big thing going on right now. So, I'm probably gonna take a little break and start playing the football news. So, and I'm gonna do some deliveries until I get tired. So, right now I'm gonna take a break. How long have I been live? Been live for over 2 hours. So yeah, again, the main reason why I started the stream late was because I was looking at a bunch of stuff before I started on the game. Yeah, I was looking at a bunch of stuff in the game first before I went live. Yeah. I forgot to show you guys that I took some other screenshots. Look at this, a nice, beautiful morning. And look at this weird-looking driver. This guy handling some business. This construction worker right here, he's sitting on some fruit. Some crates, looks like. Hey, would you like to be my Valentine? What about you, sir? Can you be my Valentine? I know. We're both lonely. And this guy, he's like ready to go home. He's ignoring me. See? Yep. Alright, that's it for that. So, I'll be back, guys. I'm gonna start listening to the playlist. And then I'll see what I'll be doing next. So I'm gonna mute my mic right now.
Which for me are low on the list of the issues I have with the way he coached the second half of that game yesterday. But we all know what he did. He eschewed 2 field goal attempts to go for it on 4th and shorts, and both times didn't get it. Did he make the right or wrong decisions, Jeff?
I think they were the wrong decisions. And I will say this. And listen, that the analytics, whatever it is, it's 50-50. It's all these things. I agree with Booger on the situation that you're in at the moment. Momentum is real. Listen, I'm a player who was down 21-3 in AFC Championship game that I won. I coached a team that we were up 30 or whatever it was, and we lost. Momentum is real. And at some point, you want to stop the bleeding, for lack of a better term. Find a way to put some points up, flip the pressure back to San Francisco and make them make plays. Is it statistical, whatever, all the arguments, all that. But to Booger's point, there are moments in games where you know. And let me just say this, just because this infuriates me. When everybody's like, oh, it's execution. Every football play is execution. Every coach can show you every play how this play should have been successful. So if you tell me that the play wasn't set because they didn't execute, that's every play. And the chance of you executing perfectly every time is non-existent. So every play is execution. So if they'd have done it right, they would have, of course, that's every play.
You and Booger and Greeny don't get to use analytics as a buzzword. It was like 50-50. You try to
say analytics.
Yeah, well, it started with Booger saying that. The fact of the matter is, what I don't understand is how could a bunch of football players and football people and football fans ask for less football? We're in a situation where the choice is we can play football here, 50% chance, or 50% chance, let's go play soccer. I choose to play football. Why are we kicking field goals when there's a 50? If it's
because that's how we win, because we go up 3 scores.
No, you also win by executing at a football play.
Ask Tom Brady about Adam Vinatieri kicking field goal playing soccer. You win championships.
Okay, when you have to, you do it. But you said all plays are about execution, as if field goals are not also about execution. You can miss that too. So let's assume that you missed the field goal and assume that you missed the 4th down. I'd rather go out trying to win the game by playing football.
Because the benefit of hitting that 4th down is more significant than the benefit of getting 3 points. Because you get to run.
Turn it over the next
you get to run more time. Well, of course not.
Yeah,
you turn it over the next play.
Well, if your field goal gets blocked, what are we doing?
But there's still a probability that you have a higher likelihood of hitting the field goal than you do hitting the 4th down. If it is 50-50, on top of that, it leaves the points. And there's also the element of your actual players. I'm okay with the first gamble on the 4th down because that is the way the Lions are played. That's why the players react to Dan Campbell that way. But the second one for me, I felt like they should have kicked because as a head coach, you have to understand the situation and the scenario. And I have been on sidelines where you go in those drives and now you have 2 drives and you walk away with no points. There is an effect that happens to your belief and your mindset.
With
for
2 minutes left, you had the
though.
same position if you 7 minutes left in the game. You could have done the same thing.
It's funny you say that because I actually liked the second one better than the first one. I thought the first time he went for it on 4th down, they were in a position, right, where they were up by 2 touchdowns, and it was only the second possession of the second half, and they were already halfway through the 3rd quarter.
Right.
So at that point, if you're feeling the game, you're thinking there aren't a lot of possessions left.
And it was a
if we
shorter
go
kick.
Up 3,
And it was
right,
a shorter kick, and it would have made it a
It's
17-point game.
45 yards. It's not nothing. By the way, that
No, but it was
kicker
shorter than
for
the
his
other one would
career
have been.
is 62.5% on 40-plus field goals outdoors.
Okay.
A field goal's not a sure thing.
But I need to bring something else up.
Take the points.
Because everyone has made this about the 4th down decisions. There were 2 other things that need to be said. The first of them is obvious. The decision to run the ball on 3rd down with 1:05 left is inexcusable, literally
Yes.
inexcusable. If Mike McCarthy did this, we would have had him arrested. Forget about fired. We would have literally sent the police to the stadium to arrest him. This is coaching malpractice. It's as bad a decision as you can make in a football game. But I don't even want to focus on that. Okay? Because this is too obvious.
It seems like you see it.
No one who has ever watched a football game understands what he was doing.
Because it cost him a timeout.
It cost him a timeout, and thus meant
which he ended up needing.
They had the most valuable thing you have when you're down 2 possessions is 3 timeouts.
That's right.
Once you call one of them, you might as well have none of them left.
right.
But let's even put that to the side. In the first half of this game, which the Lions dominated, they ran the ball 21 times for 148 yards.
Yeah.
They have a 17-point lead. In the second half, they ran the ball 7 times.
Yep.
What the actual
Let it go. Let it fly.
doing? You've got the game. You're dumb. Jameer Gibbs and Montgomery are destroying them in this game. We're showing the one play where he fumbles. They ran the ball ridiculously effective. In the first half, they ran the ball 21 times and threw it 20. In the second half, they threw the ball 21 times and ran it 7 with the lead practically the whole time.
So this is why being a coach sucks. Because if he comes out there and runs the ball a bunch and they don't have success, they come back and lose, you're going to say that you got this way by being aggressive. They miss on the 4th downs, you got this way by being aggressive. Don't shrivel up in the big moment.
What do you mean shrivel up, Dominic? They were dominating the game on the ground.
So listen to me. That's a great point you made. So this is what I would say. So Dan Campbell's aggressiveness here this season won them games. So how does it not cost you games when you aren't successful at it? And so when people say, is it his fault? Yeah, it's his fault. Because if you're going to give him the credit for doing it in the season, give him the blame in the postseason. Because to his point, by the way, you went freaking gun, no backs on one of the 4th down where it's all about execution. What BS is that, bro? If you're a dominant football team, that is not when you do those things. Both passes, one drive, it's a joke.
All we talk about is how great their offensive line is. Penei Sewell. They're lining him up at tight end. He's running in motion in the first half. Where was that in the second half?
There are absolutely ebbs and flows of a game, and there is being unnecessarily risky. And it does play into the 4th down scenario. It does play in the 2-point conversion versus the Cowboys. You are taking risks all the time, and that is a game-changing quality, but there's points in the game you have to manage it.
That's right.
And that is the same conversation we have about quarterbacks for head coaches, and that was the issue for the Detroit Lions.
In the Cowboy game, it was all upside, no downside, right? They weren't going to have a worse seed in the playoffs if they lost that game, but it could have been better if they won it. So that made sense in terms of that particular game. Obviously not the case here. The downside is your season ends, and so these decisions get scrutinized a lot more. But look, I mean, you coached. Like, is there not someone in your ear telling you, like, we've worked all this out? In this situation, on this yard line, at this time of game, with this many yards to go, we go for it. We don't care. We did, actually.
So either way,
we
what
came in
guy in the ear does tell you that, and you got to do what you got to do.
That's the 4th down decisions. Those are different to me. This isn't about that. Why did they go away from what was working?
Hold on. We're talking about managing the game. In managing the game, you have to take into account all the variables.
Yes.
And I think one of the variables that Dan Campbell had in his mind before he showed up was our defense is not very good. We're good at the run, but we give up a lot of points. We are up by 14 points right now going into the second half. That's not going to be enough. And it wasn't. And I think he played the second half in a way where he's thinking, we got to score more points. we got to score more touchdowns. And that is a way to manage the game. Because it didn't work, we're looking back at it and saying that it is.
Dominique, what are you talking about?
Slow the game down.
They ran for 3 touchdowns in the first half.
Agreed. I understand.
Why would you
I'm
stop?
not arguing that he should have stopped running the ball. I'm saying that his mindset in the second half was be aggressive. I didn't like them throwing flea flickers after they ran for 8 yards. I didn't like them doing that thing. I didn't like them taking it out of their hands, but they handed Jahmyr Gibbs and he fumbles. I'm saying that this game was decided by a pass off the face mask and a Jahmyr Gibbs fumble. And we're talking about all of Dan Campbell's decisions as if those were the real impacts. The real impacts was that fluke play off of the face mask and Jahmyr Gibbs fumbling.
Which happened. There's all kinds of plays that happen like that.
And if Gibbs doesn't fumble, maybe they run the ball 20 times in the second half. I mean, they were just getting going in the second half. It was only the second time they had the ball.
The issue is if you give them credit for it, you got to give them blame for it as well. You have to blame. If it doesn't work out, then own the blame.
If we're blaming the Ravens' game plan for their loss, how can we not blame them?
He's aggressive. There's an upside and a downside.
That's the definition of results over process.
Yes.
If you are saying that the process that you prefer is an aggressive one, then when the process that you prefer fails, you have to accept that sometimes it fails.
I don't understand what you're saying. Were the Lions as good a running team all year long as any in the NFL?
Absolutely.
So why would you stop doing it in the most important part of the game?
We're talking about general, we're trying to group the fourth down decisions along with.
No, I'm separating those two things as best I can.
Okay, separate them. Run the ball more. I'm not going to disagree with you there. There's no argument
coaching.
there. We don't have a discussion.
That was the unnecessary aggression, was throwing the football that much in the second half when you have a 14-point
So let me ask you this. From a player's perspective, are you telling me that a 3-possession game doesn't feel different to you than a 2-possession? So if you take an easy field goal or a makeable field goal and you're up 3, you're telling me in your head as a player, you don't feel completely different? Because you and I both know that's not facts.
I'm 100% with you. They missed it. I wish they would have kicked it.
Yeah.
If they get the first down, then we're all saying this is a much better decision.
I'm still saying
it's
they
a
should.
much better. So okay, you're telling me that you'd rather be
up in the second quarter against them. I thought it was a dumb play.
Would you rather be up 17 or 21? That's like you're asking me obvious questions, and I'm asking you obvious questions. But somehow my obvious question, you're like, no, that doesn't make sense.
When you lose late in a playoff season, a Super Bowl, or yes, a conference championship game, and I guess this goes for any team that loses a playoff game, but certainly when you lose it late, and certainly when you lose it when you think you're not going to lose, it leaves a mark. It's what we call a hangover. The Super Bowl hangover. Look at the Philadelphia Eagles, who lost 2 coordinators. Look how far away from the championship they were than the closest they came to it last year. I mean, they were really far away for a team that actually made the playoffs. And anytime you lose, and you maybe lose a coordinator, you lose this player, you lose that player, you lose a little bit of hope, you also may lose some confidence in your own game, or maybe your coach. It's tough to overcome. That's why it's difficult to lose, and why it's difficult to push that rock up that same hill again. Because right now, there are 30 teams in the NFL that are in Mobile, Alabama today with their scouts looking at top prospects, already with the page turned to next year. And there are 2 franchises that haven't completely changed the page yet because they haven't gotten head coaches yet, Seattle and Washington. And some haven't turned the page yet, I guess, completely because they still have some general managers. But the 2 that haven't turned the page yet that you want to be like when you're at a Senior Bowl are the ones getting ready for the Super Bowl as well. So the 2 teams, though, that are there, hoping that they would be there with 1 more game left, Detroit and Baltimore, those are the ones that are really going to have to sit down and go through the mourning process and go through the what could we have done differently. And Baltimore is going to have that, I think, for their offensive scheme. Again, Brian Baldinger will join later on when Gus Edwards has a 15-yard run in the first half and then doesn't have another run until the second half. 3 runs for 20 yards, Gus Edwards, against a team in the Chiefs that got gashed on the ground by Buffalo. And you kept on throwing it and throwing it and throwing it despite the many times you're banging your head against the wall. That's one thing. When you're the Detroit Lions, though, and you haven't been to the Super Bowl ever, I mean, Baltimore's got 2 in the case when they stroll into their home building. When you haven't been to the Super Bowl ever, and you're up 17 at halftime, and you have an opportunity to go up 17 again in the middle of the third quarter, and you don't, because you go for it on 4th down, and then you have a chance to go tie the game despite blowing the lead with 7 minutes to go, and you don't, you go for it on 4th down again. These are the things that linger. These are the things that absolutely linger. And again, what you're seeing from a lot of folks over the last 24 hours is a rallying to Dan Campbell from his own locker room, and also from a bunch of people who say you got to stay true to yourself. Now, my 2 cents again on Dan Campbell is he's going to be Coach of the Year, I believe. As you know, from this seat, I said I would have voted for Kevin Stefanski had I had a vote.
You don't have votes, Rick.
I
right, Rich?
don't have votes.
You don't have official votes.
Correct. I don't have
Got
official votes. It's just me from here from this seat. But thank you for
I just want that on the record.
clarifying
Yeah,
that.
of course.
Thank you.
We need to
And
change
so,
that.
no, I know. And, you know, I'm sure the Campbell family wouldn't be happy with me for that decision. But he is 100% worthy of winning it. And I think he's going to win it when it's all said and done. And there's a reason why the Lions got there. Everybody's saying because these are the types of decisions he would do over and over and over again, yet he didn't do it at the end of the first half. He took the points, which was the wise decision to make, which shows that there is within him the understanding that there are some moments to take the foot off the gas pedal and play for the next down, play for the next quarter, play for the next game, if you can, by just taking the points and not revving the motor, not going to, as I said, Spinal Tap 11 all the time. But he is the guy that it did cost them the 2 seed in Dallas until the Packers, of all teams, put them back into the second best seeded position in the NFC by bouncing the Cowboys. So not every decision that's made costs in the end, in the long run. That is, however, if you've got 3 weeks of runway in front of you. Now, 2 more quarters of runway in front of you. Or in the case of going for a field goal, only a quarter and a half of runway in front of you if you could get back to the 17-point lead. And then you hear today again, hey, Dan Campbell has a kicker that misses 55% of his kicks from that range. My question is, then why the hell is that kicker on the team? Right?
I mean, I'm not for someone losing their job, but yeah.
But these are all the postmortems that people are going to be thinking about. Like, hey, why did we do that? What would have happened had we not done that? Unless you can just put it in a box and say, this is the way we got there. This is the way we always do our things. This is the way things go. And the end of that occurs. And you put it away. And then you have to have a head coach who puts it away for you by putting in perspective to let everyone know that there is a rock, there is a hill. You're going to have to push it up that same hill every single time. That we don't make our ultimate goal. And that guy's Dan Campbell. And this is what he had to say on Monday in his day after press conference.
You know, the whole point was to create a core that had certain standards. You know, obviously they got to be good players, and we have that. But they got to be a certain way, and there's got to be a certain mindset and a certain identity, and we have that with our core. And we got to add pieces that are like-minded. We got to add more talent, more competition that thinks the same way that group of guys in that locker room does. And it's non-negotiable if it's not. There's no level of talent that is worth bringing something that doesn't fit what we're about in there. And so that's very important. But as far as, look, we'll talk about that when it gets, we got to start all over. Yeah, we have the foundation. There's things that we won't have to start all the way from scratch, but man, there's got to be that hunger. There's got to be that work. There's got to be that attention to detail. There's got to be that urgency. And in that regard, you're starting all over again. And if you don't, you think you're just going to walk out there because you went to the NFC Championship game, you got another thing coming. That's how you become average in a hurry. And they'll know that, they understand that, and as we get to next year, that'll be the message. But you know, that's really it.
That's really it.
Yeah, I said it yesterday, and all year we've been saying it. You can see why guys love playing for this dude. He leaves everything out there. You don't have to guess how he's feeling or what he's thinking. He will tell you. And I thought it was kind of refreshing, I guess is one word, but when he said, look, we don't know if we're going to get back here. It's going to be twice as hard next year, but we got to keep working.
I understand, but there's ways to be true to yourself by not always being the same. That's
I agree with you there too.
And that may be part of Dan Campbell's journey as well. Because, you know, if going for it on fourth down twice when he did is an example of the grit, then what happened at the end of the first half? You know, you take the 3. Sometimes taking the 3 and putting the pressure back on the other team rather than putting the pressure on your own team to make must-have plays. Just dialing it back a little bit. And then when it's time to push the pedal to the metal, know when to do that.
Yeah, it's a golf phrase, but sometimes par is good enough to win.
Right. You know, you don't go broke taking a profit.
Yeah,
I mean,
you know,
I mean, when I was a broadcaster to first start out, less is more.
Yep.
You know, when I first came on, I thought, like, I got to be true to myself. I'm a former stand-up comic who's always wanted to get on SportsCenter. I want to sit there. I want to entertain. Right. And I realized, you know what? Sometimes informing is more important than entertaining. And then every now and then, if I keep informing, then I can be more entertaining when I have the shot.
Rich, I think what you're trying to say is sometimes you take the middle key.
Sometimes you take the middle key.
You know what I mean?
When you're on The Price is Right.
Because even when I lose, I win.
Sometimes you take the middle key.
Well, I would have to have been looking at the board.
But you didn't because you were trying to entertain a crowd of what, like 15 people because it was in the middle of COVID?
Yeah, and they all were laughing. So, I mean, look, if any one of you had the opportunity to make Drew Carey laugh, and he did, you would have kept on doing
Understood.
it.
That's what I'm saying.
Good one, Chris.
It's Drew Carey's fault.
It's in all walks of life.
That's what friends do,
It's in all walks of life.
is they remind good friends of their shortcomings.
Was it really?
To make a point. To make a point.
Trying to further the conversation.
If only the Lions got a ping pong table as a parting gift for losing in San Francisco, that they won't bring in to work.
Haters gonna hate.
Even when you lose, I win.
There you go, LeVar.
So, but I'm just assuming that the Lions players are going to buy what he's selling right there.
I think so too.
Which is, let's do it again.
Yeah.
And the
it's
only
going to be that much harder. It's going to be that much harder.
Well, because the Packers are going to be better, and the Bears are going to have a quarterback that I believe is got the skill set, if properly watered and fertilized, to use the Sirianni phrase, to have a Mahomes type game in him. And you have to assume the Vikings quarterback won't have his Achilles explode in the middle of the season. So. But I'm sending out verbal hugs to all Lions fans out there as well.
Absolutely.
Catch the Rich Eisen Show every single day on the Roku channel, 12 to 3 Eastern, for free.
Michael Jordan now is the GOAT. Well, is LeBron James better than Michael Jordan? This is every day for some sports media. Every single day, this is some of it. So that's going to come with people tearing down Michael Jordan to either put up LeBron James or tear down LeBron James to put over Michael Jordan. It's starting to happen with Patrick Mahomes right now, where there's people saying, he's already greatest of all time, better than Tom Brady. Tom Brady wasn't able to blah, 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 blah. Do you appreciate that? Do you respect that? Do you hate that? How do you feel about the bullshit that kind of comes alongside of being the greatest of all time for the biggest league on earth, Tom?
Yeah, I think that there's nothing that Patrick can do, in my opinion, that takes away from what I tried to accomplish in my career. And there's nothing that I did can take away from what he's trying to accomplish. I feel like all I tried to be was the best I could be. And I didn't, even though I had sporting idols, like I said, I could never be Steve Young. I could never be Joe Montana. Those are the guys I could never be. Dan Marino or John Elway. These were my childhood idols. And they had incredible careers, and they put as much as they could into their career, and I really respect them for that. And I just tried to do the same thing. And believe me, if anybody can go out there and win 7 Super Bowls, I have so much respect for them. I understand how difficult it is. I will congratulate them, and I'm going to, give whatever it is a big hug. I texted my friend who plays with Pat after the game, and I just said, tell him congrats. I mean, just awesome to watch him play. And I love watching him lead his team. And of all the things I love leadership, and I love people that are selfless. I hate selfish teammates. I don't like being around people that are self-serving and always trying to create their own self-serving narrative about who they are. I love teams. I love team sports. I love celebrating success with other people and the businesses I'm a part of, whether that's being a part of the Fox broadcast team. I know that I'm just playing one role. Whether it's being a part of Noble, I know I'm playing one role. I need a lot of other teammates to help me come in and be successful, and I embrace that. There's so many things I'm not good at, and there's so many things I don't know. I get to be around people that are the best in the world at what they do, and I get to learn from them. So I see that as just continuing to add to my own learnings and my growth, and I still have hopefully a long life ahead. We'll see how it goes, but I've enjoyed it to this point, and hopefully there's a great second chapter ahead.
And Seton will do the honors with the poll question. Do you want to start out with, I'm still in a Detroit Lions mode.
Right?
I can't shake it.
Yeah.
And now content-wise, I was rooting for the Lions because the Lions going to the Super Bowl. I mean, this Super Bowl matchup is strange that you have two teams who should be there. They've been there before, and it doesn't have as much buzz yet. So I'm still feeling that Lions fallout the day after, or the day after the day after. It's still painful just because they had it. And now Dan Campbell, he's going to be answering this question or these questions probably the rest of his career. If he doesn't get back to an NFC title game or doesn't get to a Super Bowl, he'll be answering these questions probably the rest of his career. In fact, he was still answering those questions yesterday.
Look, it's hard to lose that way, but I'm proud of those guys in there, proud of the staff, and we did some really good things this year, and ultimately we improved, which was the name of the game. I think unfortunately you got to live that to really understand why you're in this business, and that's what it's for. Playoffs, NFC Championship game, Super Bowl, and now your eyes are open, and our guys' eyes are open, and this should be the ultimate motivation to push forward, and it will be for us. It will be. So we'll learn and move on.
It's weird to hear Dan Campbell and not hear that passion, that excitement, ready to bite your kneecaps, that this is hit hard. And he's going to answer these questions about going forward on fourth down, not going forward on fourth down. And I certainly understand it. And yesterday I was thinking about this most of the afternoon. And that is, what do I want my coach to do? We have an identity. And I said yesterday, it felt like Dan Campbell was coaching against Dan Campbell in these situations. Like, this is who we are. This is who I am. Was it the smart decision? Well, we can look at the end result and say, no, it wasn't. But in the moment, I understood it. I also think, and talking to a former defensive coordinator yesterday afternoon, and he said, nobody's really talking about the Lions felt like we can't hold the Niners back anymore, that the Niners were getting the ball and scoring. And I think Dan Campbell may have felt a little bit of that, you're up 24-7. Everything's good until, And that's what, this former coach told me. It was the moment where There's no turning back. Now you have to score every single time. And maybe that's why he went for it on those 2 fourth downs in the second half. The one at the end of the half, if that's your identity, then go for it. I understand it. You want to take the points, but if that's your identity, that's your knockout blow, then you're up 28-7. I get that. The second half, I think you got to factor in Detroit's defense was not slowing down the Niners. Not at all. Yeah, Paulie.
I think I have a poll off this. If I feel bad for the Lions for a couple reasons, but I actually think it's worse their loss on Sunday than if they made the Super Bowl and lost. Because you get to the Super Bowl, you're in it, you get 2 weeks, you're the belle of the ball. All of America's talking about Goff and Amon-Ra for 2 weeks. Yeah. Your town is alive. You get 2 weeks, like it's like a pre-parade, and you missed on that opportunity. Like, remember the Vikings a couple years ago? They were going to host the Super Bowl and play in the Super Bowl. And even if they would have lost it, that 2 weeks would have been magical in the town of Minneapolis. And in Detroit, they missed out on that part of it. And I think it's actually worse not making it than making it losing.
Yeah, because then everybody talks about you for 2 weeks, and then they do features on your city, and then they talk about revitalizing downtown Detroit, and then they have features on Barry Sanders and Calvin Johnson and Wayne Fonts, or, well, maybe not Wayne Fonts, but, you know, they look at the flavor of your city, and we won't get that. I mean, selfishly, I wanted Buffalo to play Detroit in the Super Bowl. I thought that would have been a clash of the two best storylines there. Yes, Todd.
On the flip side, if you're a Lions fan, do you walk around with your NFC Champions hat and sweatshirt if you were to lose the Super Bowl?
Up to the individual. I mean, I would be proud that we got there. Of course, as soon as you wear it, then people are going to say the same thing. Do you think that Coach Campbell should have gone for it on fourth down? That's going to be the question. It's like the Falcons in the Super Bowl against the Patriots. We kept wondering, why are you trying to move the ball closer, kick the field goal, you're going to win the Super Bowl. And then they dropped back to pass. And that was Dan Quinn, by the way, who was the head coach. I know Kyle Shanahan gets criticized. Dan Quinn was how many times does the offensive coordinator get held more responsible than a head coach in a big game like that? But that happened in Atlanta. Yes, Eaton.
There's just something so tough about the season's not over for everybody, but it is for you.
Yeah.
And especially when you're on sort of like a magical ride like that, if you want to call it. It's as close to a Cinderella story as you can kind of get in the NFL. But it's not over for everybody because they're still going to play next week, but you guys are out. Man, is that tough.
And you're going to watch, or you're going to try to watch, and it's going to be tough because let's say the Niners win the Super Bowl. I mean, that makes it even worse because you're going to go, God, we had those guys on the ropes. We could have won that easily. And you're still going to be asking questions in the offseason. Also, one other thing that Dan Campbell said that really stood out is he said, I don't know if we'll ever get back here. And I think it was a moment of honesty of, you know, if you would have said to the Eagles, hey, you guys are going to get back here next year, well, they didn't. Here's Dan Campbell.
It's a lesson learned. And look, I told those guys, this may have been our only shot. Do I think that? No. Do I believe that? No. However, I know how hard it is to get here. I'm well aware. And it's going to be twice as hard to get back to this point next year than it was this year.
It is. Because we just assume. And, you know, the poster child for this was Dan Marino, Miami Dolphins, second year in the league, playing the Niners in the Super Bowl. They get blown out. We're like, Dan Marino and the Dolphins, they're going to get back. Yes, Marv.
Even Aaron Rodgers, when he won young, he's winning 3-4 more of these.
Yeah. It's so tricky in the NFL because of your scheduling. If you know where you finish, your schedule's harder. What divisions are you playing the following season? A lot has to go your way. What if you lose your coordinators like the Eagles did? They lost both their coordinators last year, and they paid the price this year. What if Ben Johnson, the offensive coordinator of the Lions, gets the Commanders' job? So there's a lot of things that can happen in the offseason or going into next season. You're not surprising anybody. Everybody's going to expect you to be great. Not, wow, that's a cute story. Oh, look at the Lions. Man, okay. I like the Lions. They're fun to watch. I don't know how good they are, but they're fun to watch. And then all of a sudden, here they are on the doorstep of the Super Bowl. And when I first started this at ESPN, when I became a full-time sportscaster, I put my fandom to the side. Now, I root for stories because I didn't think it was fair that I grew up in Cincinnati and I might say something about the Pirates or the Steelers or the Browns and then have somebody read into that. I didn't want that to happen. I wanted to be unbiased. But the one thing that you give up in a situation like that is these situations here, the highest of highs and the lowest of lows. I don't experience that. You know, the pain, because it means so much. You care so much. That's why it hurts so much. And having that highest of highs, when, you know, Paulie's Cubs won the World Series, when the Red Sox won the World Series, when you see these moments and you go, that's why we're sports fans. And I do miss that. I do miss the pain, as strange as that's going to sound. And this is as close as I felt that yesterday and today with the Lions, because this is secondhand pain. It's not even firsthand pain. But it's understanding what it means to a city, to a state, to a franchise. And that's what you root for. You're rooting for that kind of story. Because you can tell that story for a long time. Yeah, Paul.
I bet people in Detroit are really glad we're talking about their team today. We haven't moved on to the Super Bowl. We're still focused on the teams that are in it.
Oh, I know. They were mad at me yesterday because I was saying, hey, was it a successful season? Which it is.
We were really empathetic with them yesterday. You know, we shared a moment.
I had a caller who said he wanted to strangle me.
Understandable. He didn't do it, though, right?
No, he did not.
All right.
No, he said he wanted to reach into his laptop and strangle me, which would be good TV, but no, I understand it. It's like Buffalo. You know, wide right. Like, you just keep going. You know, then you go back to winter. Like Detroit, Michigan's going back to winter. Lions are done. It's winter. Buffalo done. It's winter. That's when the literally cold, harsh reality sets in. Like, damn, does it feel colder? Yeah. All right, Seton, what's poll question we have today?
You know what? I'm actually going to throw it over to, well, wait a minute. Before we do that, I'm going to get to one from Paulie.
Okay.
And then I'm going to throw it over to my back row wonder twin.
Okay.
If for Lions fans, which is tougher, losing the NFC title game or the Super Bowl?
Okay.
Or which would be tougher, since we only know the outcome of one of those.
Yeah, ouch. I think losing the Super Bowl is not as painful as losing.
Because at least you got there.
Yeah.
At least you
now,
got there.
if I said you were up 24-7 in the Super Bowl,
Atlanta, hello.
Oh, man. Well, that's unfortunate. Sorry, Lions fans.
Todd, did you have...
The T.O. Dubs got a couple.
Okay, here we go.
Okay, one of them would be, if your current age is double digits, will the Lions reach the Super Bowl in your lifetime? I think so. They will not. Talking about the 10-year-olds and above.
Okay, that's a long time. I'm going to say yes.
I'm curious about 1 through 9, though, why they have, like... But it's not going to happen in this one. But the following 9 years, it probably will.
A 7 or 8-year-old may see a Super Bowl when they...
Much more likely that they will.
Remember when Boston had that run where every one of their teams was winning, and they may have gone like 1 year without a championship? Imagine if you're like 12 years of age, and just about every year of your life, some team in your city is winning a championship there. And then that's when they're like, we haven't won one in 3 years. Yeah. Poor kid. Hardship.
Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? It's the end of the world.
Overreaction Mondays. Monday. On a Tuesday.
Very good, everybody. Okay, I like it. It's worthy of a round of applause. Christopher, you have the floor.
Hey, guys, what's happening? Everybody good?
Go.
What up?
Go.
TJ, I apologize for this one off the bat.
Boy.
Lamar Jackson is the NFL version of Joel Embiid.
Joel Embiid. What is it? What's the analogy?
Great player in the regular season. MVP, if you will. Might win a second this year, both players. Playoff time, what are we doing?
Oh, my God. I'll call this, by the way, Joel Embiid is one of the best players in the world.
So is Lamar Jackson.
Correct. And Lamar plays every game this past year. You know what I'm saying?
Last year when he was hurt.
No, I know. Last year he didn't. I thought you were going Lamar Jackson is the Dak of the AFC.
You would have loved that, wouldn't you?
Now that.
Well, Lamar has trophies in the case.
No, I mean, but Dak, but Lamar's, when it's all comes down to it, I mean, he's now what? He's now 2-4 in the playoffs.
2-4 in the playoffs.
Dak's 2-5. Although Lamar has gone further in the playoffs than Dak has.
Embiid hasn't played in the conference finals.
TJ's in the room, right? He can hear what we're saying,
I
right?
I understand.
I'll push back and
Great
say
regular season player, not so great in the playoffs.
I'll give this an overreaction.
Dak had nothing to do with this.
I know.
I just want the record to show I did not bring up Dak.
You know what I mean? But he doesn't do
but
that stuff that the other
But I'm
people
giving
do.
him more of an understandable, I think, analogy since it's the same sport.
Well, a guy who's going to be a two-time MVP could be Embiid, who doesn't play well in the playoffs.
But Embiid's not going to be the MVP this year because he's going to miss at least 5 more games.
You don't know that.
Yeah, we don't know that.
Okay.
Why not Kirk Cousins? Why can't why is it Dak all the time?
Okay, what else, Chris?
I can already see this happening, and I'm already sick of this. Brady versus Mahomes is the new Jordan versus LeBron. Sports talk go-to debate.
I think I think you're a little ahead of the curve at this point in time. I think you're a little ahead of the curve.
I'm already sick of it.
No, you're a little ahead of the curve.
How so?
Because the people who remember Brady are not as old as the people who remember Jordan right now.
I guess that's true. That's
what I'm saying is that, there's still enough youngins out there. The current, let's just say Coop, who's 12, can remember seeing Brady win a Super Bowl with the Bucks. Can't really remember winning a Super Bowl with the Rams. I mean, against the Rams with the Patriots. So, folks like me who are taking the Jordan side, Jordan's been gone how long?
Long time.
Okay. So, it's going to happen. We're not there yet, but we are already seeing people who have anointed Mahomes the greatest ever, and it happened within 15 minutes of him making a Super Bowl. Hey, listen, to approach Brady, he's past Brady already. We have that graphic. I knew we'd have that. It would be good to have in our back pocket, But there it is. He's already beaten Brady to age 28's greatness, right? His current age. Brady did not have all of the accolades like MVPs yet.
Right.
He already had 2 Super Bowl MVPs. Mahomes already has one and has a chance to surpass him with one in a couple Sundays. He could match him in terms of Super Bowl wins by this age in a couple of Sundays. He's already got more Super Bowl appearances, 4 more playoff wins, and 16 more regular season wins. He's got to avoid the lull that Brady had, if you will, in a 10-year stretch where he made conference championship games but not Super Bowls, and he made Super Bowls but not the winner's podium. He's got to avoid that and then play till age 40 and be better at age 40 than he was to this point in time.
Brady won an MVP at 40.
And so when Mahomes reaches his late 30s is when this conversation will match the LeBron versus Jordan stuff.
Yeah.
So.
But it'll actually
It's
never
coming.
It'll never be a conversation because in the playoffs, Brady 2, Mahomes 0.
Well, sure. Sure.
All right, next.
And also, Brady didn't go 10 years without going to the Super Bowl. He just went 10 years.
No, that's what I'm saying. That's what I said. There was a 10-year period where he made conference championship games but not Super Bowls. And he made Super Bowls. And he went to set. Yes, he did.
That's what I'm saying.
I said that. And then he went to Super Bowls but not the winner's podium there.
Missed that part.
It's okay.
Gotcha.
All right, Rich, I wanted to bring this to the flagship show. I mentioned this on the podcast yesterday as one. I thought this was a fun debate we were having. If the Chiefs win the Super Bowl in 2 weeks, Andy Reid, Patrick Mahomes, Travis Kelce is the best coach, QB, receiver triumvirate in NFL history.
And I wanted you to bring it to this platform as well because this one made me stop and think. And TJ, I'd love to hear you chime in here because I think this is real. I don't think this is an overreaction because Reed would have 3 rings, and Mahomes would have 3 rings, and Kelsey would have 3 rings. Kelsey has already passed Jerry Rice for most catches in playoff history. Mahomes is, as we just established earlier in this segment, doing things we've never seen a 28-year-old quarterback, even Tom Brady, didn't do. And Reed would be up there, you know, above coaches like, you know, he'd match Gibbs in terms of Super Bowl wins, above coaches that have won it twice like Parcells and Shanahan, right?
And people were pointing out, we were throwing out Bill Walsh yesterday, but they only won 1.
Right.
Bill Walsh, Jerry Rice, Joe Montana only together for one Super Bowl win.
Correct, because Rice predated one of the Walsh-Montana ones.
Right, and then
George Seifert got the one after Walsh's final game as coach.
Exactly.
So
I'm looking, and
I mean, Jimmy
Johnson only won 2,
and Troy and Mike were only for 2.
For 2, yeah.
And Barry Switzer won the 3rd one. So, and then you know, Gronk, Tom, and Bill. Gronk didn't play in one of the Super Bowls.
This is tough to push back on.
Neither did Edelman.
No Bradshaw, Stallworth.
That's the other one that we threw out there.
We threw that out there too.
Right.
But it's worth thinking about.
They're up.
You might be on that one, Chris.
That's what I'm saying. This is not an overreaction. This is definitely an argument, a conversation. All right, what else, Chris?
All right, a couple more guys. Of the 12 teams who didn't make the Super Bowl this year, the other 12 playoff teams, I'm going to say half won't even make the playoffs in 2024.
Well, isn't that the usual thing? Isn't that the usual? Isn't that the mean?
Not always.
So, I'll say that's not an overreaction because it usually happens that way. It usually happens. I mean, I'm not going to sit here and identify who they are right now.
Oh, why not?
Because I don't care to. I will take the out here and say that's not an overreaction.
That's not fun.
You know,
not fun. Name some teams. Dolphins, they're not making it.
Okay, that's a good one.
Steelers, like, come on.
Okay. You want the hottest one that's possible?
Yeah.
Eagles.
Yeah.
That's the hottest one possible.
I feel you there. Bucks.
Or Dallas. He's laughing. That's the way Belichick winds up being your coach, pal.
I mean, we're making the playoffs next year.
I think so, too.
All right, how about this one?
I absolutely think so, too.
We're not winning the Super Bowl.
Multiple teams with a new head coach next year will make the playoffs.
Multiple teams with a new head coach next
more
year
than one, huh?
will make the playoffs. Yeah, I'll take that, too.
Does Antonio Pierce count for this, though?
Yeah, technically he was the interim last year.
I think the 2 guys on the left will be the ones that do it. Raheem Morris with the Falcons.
Radio Raheem.
And Jim Harbaugh with the Chargers. I think for sure. I think that's a good one, Chris. I'll buy it. Look at you going out the door. Look at you going out the door with some reasonableness.
All right, last one, an NBA one, guys, because we saw the scoring last week. Someone's going to score 80 in a game this year.
That's an overreaction.
Ooh, I don't know.
That's an overreaction.
Someone's going to score 80.
That's an overreaction.
We got 2 70s in a week.
I got it. I understand it.
There have only been 7 ever, and then we got 2 in a week.
I got it. I understand.
No?
I'll push back and say that's an overreaction. You would agree with this, TJ?
I'm going to say this. I believe that sometime in the next 6 years, the 100-point thing is the 100-point mark.
Oh my goodness!
Wow,
Look at him.
Even hotter.
What's up? What's going on
is
over
that
there?
coat making you hot over there?
I just think. Well, first of all, this
the hat and the coat.
This coat.
How are you not
great.
sweating like crazy?
Because it's cold
Impressive.
in here.
Okay.
That cold.
Yeah, I don't know, man. Just the way Luka and Joel made scoring 70 look very easy, and we know it's not easy. I don't think it's out of the realm of possibility to say 100.
Well, here's another reason why it's not going to happen, because I don't think Smitch plays me in fantasy the rest of this year.
Wow.
He got all those points against me last week.
Yeah, and so did Don Bowie.
Okay, very good. Catch the Rich Eisen Show every single day on the Roku channel, 12 to 3 Eastern, for free. So today is what anniversary, Chris? You mentioned this.
Today's the anniversary of the Rams, Titans, Kevin Dyson tackled at the 1.
Super Bowl.
Super Bowl, yeah.
That was back in the day. Super Bowl 34.
Wow.
Super Bowl 58 is coming up. Almost a quarter century ago. Wow. That's nutty.
I was a sophomore in college.
So, that brings all of us to convene for another Top 5. Top 5 greatest Super Bowl finishes of all time. Hit it.
High five. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Rich's Top 5.
All right, here we go. Give me some music and a top 5 list. Going down memory lane today. Unfortunately for Buffalo Bills, what was old was new again. Number 5 is Wide Right.
Oh, Rich.
I'm sorry, Super Bowl 25 in the old sombrero. And this was unbelievable. 20-19 New York Football Giants. The Bills drove 8 plays in 61 yards. Thurman Thomas got most of them. He had 190 all-purpose yards on that night. He was spectacular to set up Scott Norwood from 47 yards away, his longest ever attempt on grass. And Frank Reich was holding, and Scott Norwood, as we all know, with 8 seconds left, shoves it right. First ever Super Bowl in which the winner and loser was going to be decided by a field goal. That one. And it turned out to be a Giants victory and Bill Parcells' final game as head coach of the New York Giants. Number 5 on that list. Number 4 on the list, Super Bowl 23. Joe Montana's classic final drive. An 11-play, 92-yard, 2-minute and 46-second drive.
Wow.
The game's most valuable player, Jerry Rice, caught 3 of his 11 catches on this final drive that began with Montana huddling up and noticing that John Candy was in the crowd. And Harris Barton couldn't believe it. And he's like, what are you talking about? And Montana was Joe Cool. And Jerry Rice, the game's MVP, was a decoy on the 10-yarder to John Taylor to win the game. Charles Haley, with a sack of Boomer Esiason in the few seconds left, nailed the door shut. That finish, Super Bowl 23, was Bill Walsh's final game as head coach of the San Francisco 49ers. Number 3 on this list, Super Bowl 43. I was on the field, coming down the elevator from the press box area where we were convened. The we being me, Marshall Falk, Mariucci, Dion. We were all coming out of the elevator and then through the tunnel out on the field to do NFL Game Day Final, the post-game show on the field. We were walking out on the field to get ready for that, and Larry Fitzgerald was coming untouched up the middle of the field into the end zone that we were standing in. And we were like, what the hell just happened? Larry Fitzgerald scored his second touchdown of the fourth quarter, a 64-yarder with 2:37 to go to put the Cardinals up in a game in which, as we all know, a pick six ended the first half to put the Steelers up by 10 in this game with James Harrison. And that's when Big Ben went to work with Santonio Holmes. He caught a pass on 3rd down to start the drive that was stalled 1st and 20 on the Steelers' own 12. And then a couple plays later, a 13-yarder to Holmes, set up a new fresh set of downs, from which a 40-yarder to Holmes set them up inside the red zone. And 2 plays later, Big Ben, buying a ton of time as only he can, throws a dart to the back right pylon. And there's still an argument in Arizona whether both feet were down. After further review, touchdown. Santonio Holmes wound up being the MVP. And Kurt Warner made a little bit of a go of it by trying to come back and win the game. And instead, it wound up being a Steelers Super Bowl 43 win. That's number 3 on the list. Number 2 on the list, Super Bowl 34. It is the anniversary of that moment where Kevin Dyson was tackled on the 1-yard line by Mike Jones, just 3 feet short of a Lombardi. I guess one would say it's possible they could have gone for 2. I've got a story on that in a moment. But this was a wild finish as well. The Titans had just tied the game with 3:08 to go on an Al Del Greco field goal.
Al Del Greco.
Tying the game at 16. Ensuing kickoff. First snap, Kurt Warner found Isaac Bruce for 73 yards. Touchdown. Boom. The Rams went back up on top by 7. And then Steve McNair, may he rest in peace, had a 14-play drive. The 14th and final play of the drive was Dyson winding up 1 yard shy of the end zone. No one had ever scored a touchdown on the last play of regulation and still did not. That's number 2 on the list. Number 1 on the list is the Malcolm Butler interception. I've never seen a moment ever like the one towards the end of Super Bowl 49 where the entire crowd, one fan base was elated and another one was expecting defeat and crying, expecting defeat. The Seahawks fans were elated because Marshawn Lynch 1,000,000% was going to get the football and run beast mode into the end zone to beat Tom Brady and keep him winless in the Super Bowl, still since his 3rd ever Super Bowl championship way back in his day, and keep their decade-long in New England Super Bowl drought continuing. And they were excited, ready to repeat as champions for the first time since the 03-04 Patriots, and the Patriots fans were expecting bitter defeat despite being up. And I've never seen one snap of the football make people switch emotions in my entire life. When Malcolm Butler snagged an interception, the fact that the Seahawks were throwing it, the fact that somebody nobody had ever heard of caught it and ended the game, and the Patriots did win the Super Bowl. I've never seen a moment like it. The only one that's come close to it was in the World Series in Game 7 when it looked like the Yankees were about to win the World Series in Arizona, because in came, in the 8th inning of Game 7 with a lead, Mariano Rivera struck out the side, and then in the 9th inning, everyone in Arizona was expecting this thing was over, and Yankee fans were elated, and everybody switched places in the end. But that 9th inning took more than just one snap of the football. Took longer than that. That's number 1 on this list. I've never seen anything like it in my entire life, and that's my time.
One more?
Okay.
All right, we'll get one more.
One more is the David Tyree catch. And I know it didn't end the game because Eli still had to find Plexico Burress in the end zone wide open, and he did. And there was still a little bit of time for Tom Brady and the Patriots to come back. But I've never seen anything like this either in my entire life. And it was a remarkable finish and a wild way for New England to lose its first game of the year and ruin the first ever perfect season. And Rodney Harrison, who may hear his name for the Hall in just a couple of Thursdays right now, on this play, and Tyree, who no one again had ever heard of, pretty much. How does he keep that ball pinned to his helmet? I will never, ever know. And that led to one of the most fantastic finishes in Super Bowl history right there. And just if you can take the music down, just a couple of nuggets before we get to Brian Balding, and we'll go to break here. You can take the music down. So of these plays, 4 of the 5 called by Al Michaels. The only one that wasn't was the Joe Montana Classic final drive called by the great Dick Enberg. Al called the other 4.
Wow.
Joe Buck called the David Tyree catch, as we all know as well. And then, just on this anniversary of the Titans almost scoring with no time left and having an opportunity to go for 2 and win, I was at the old ESPN Boardwalk restaurant zone, whatever they want to call it, in Orlando, Florida, at Disney World the year before, watching Green Bay play Denver. And what ended up happening was, as you remember, Green Bay let Denver score to go up so they had a chance to go and try and win the game or tie the game at the end. If you remember that Super Bowl, that Terrell Davis in San Diego, he strolls in because they didn't want to just let Shanahan burn the time and kick a bunny field goal and end it. They let TD score. And so they wound up getting the ball back. They didn't go down the field and have a scoring opportunity. But I was sitting there with Leonard Marshall, former Giant, who was out there to meet and greet people, and a coach who is from the NFL, who was sitting there, and we were asking the coach, hey, is it possible if Green Bay goes down the field and scores a touchdown that Mike Holmgren would go for 2 and win it rather than force overtime? And he looked at us like we had 15 heads. Are you dumb? Of course he's going to kick the extra point. Of course you play for overtime. This is the Super Bowl. You're not just going for a 2-point conversion to win it with no time left. And so, his name was Jeff Fisher of the Tennessee Titans. 1 year later, he's driving down the field on this day, all those years ago. And I'm at a Super Bowl party in New York City, and somebody's like, if the Titans score, would they go for 2? And I'm like, I know for a fact they will kick the extra point. And they're like, how do you know? Told the story. And sure enough, we still, just like on that day in San Diego between Green Bay and Denver, we didn't find out. God, I love the Super Bowl.
They only had 7 running plays in the second half, and one of them was that one at the very end on the goal line. So while the game is a game in the second half, they ran the ball 6 times. I understand they didn't have a lot of time of possession because they had 1 turnover on their first snap, but that doesn't excuse any of this. They were running the ball so well, and there is, from the time Paul Brown was coaching to when Vince Lombardi was coaching, to when Bill Walsh was coaching, to when Chuck Noll was coaching, to when whoever the best coaches of this day are, Dan Campbell or Andy Reid or Sean McVay or whoever you like, there's nothing better you can do than run the ball down the throat of your opponent. If you can do that, then you can't lose. Nothing is better than that. Almost no one can do it, but if you can do that, that's the most effective thing you can ever do. Run it until they stop it. They never made them prove they could stop it. And that's where Dan Campbell got this game wrong. I don't care about kicking the field goals or not on those 4th downs. Personally, I disagree with the decisions, but or at least the second one. But I get it. The analytics say they're 50-50 anyway. That's not about data freaks. The way the philosophy they took into the second half of that game was all wrong, and it reeked of I'm smarter than you ism. Wait till you see what I do now. I'm going to fool the hell out. You don't have to fool them. You're beating them senseless. And the best way to win a football game is to beat someone senseless. And Dan Campbell, of all people, should know that. It's not about analytics. It's about being a knee biter. It's about being tough and strong and physical. It's about drafting Penei Sewell instead of Jamar Chase. It's about all the things they do well. And they just went away from it for no reason. That's why he blew the game. Lamar Jackson looks like someone said to him, whatever you do, don't run. Yes, I know you're the best at it that there's ever lived, that no one, that Josh Allen watches you run and says, boy, I wish I could run like that. But whatever you do, don't do it. Hitch once, hitch twice, hitch 3 times, hitch 4 times. And if there's nothing open, get tackled. Because the last thing we want you to do is take off and run, even though you do that so well. I have no idea why that was the plan, but Tony Romo is watching the game, and he said it, I thought, so concisely. Like, it's become very fashionable to dump on Romo. I enjoy watching him do games, especially big games like this where he's mostly focused on the game and is giving you the insight. And he gave you something to look for. He said Lamar Jackson needs to hitch once, hitch twice, go. Take off and run. After the second hitch, if it's not there, go. We saw Brock Purdy do that yesterday, convert the biggest 3rd down of the game. He ran for like 20 yards. You let Lamar Jackson do that, he would have run for 100. He'd still be running. But he just wouldn't do it. He just wouldn't do it. And it isn't because he couldn't. So it obviously wasn't doing it because someone told him not to. So I don't understand their game plan. I don't understand it. The Buffalo Bills ran the football for 182 yards against Kansas City last week. Baltimore had 6 carries by their running backs yesterday. 6 in the whole game. It's unimaginable to me. I have no understanding of why. Someday when the dissection of that game is done, it's going to make no sense. They also committed such stupid penalties. My God. How about the one where they're purposely taking the offsides? And was it Patrick Queen? Who was it that ran up there? It was Roquan, who ran up there and just smashes the guard. A blatant and obvious 15-yard penalty. They looked like they wanted to win a fight. If you had to pick the most valuable person in the 4 teams that played yesterday, I would put Spagnuolo first. I think I would put him number 1. I thought what they did defensively to an offense that was legitimately better this year. Lamar was legitimately better and more multidimensional than he's ever been. He's a runaway to win the MVP and richly deserves to be. what that defense did to them yesterday, holding them to 10 points, 10 points it was unbelievable. I thought he pitched the perfect game.
He really did. Now, it's not just the 10 points. It's not just how hard it was and how tough it looked. When I say that you sort of dictated how the game would be played, here's what I mean by that. So the Ravens dropped back to pass on 82% of their plays yesterday. All right, in the entire game, their backs carried the ball 6 times. That is the highest drop back percentage and the fewest running back carries that any Ravens team has had in any of Lamar Jackson's 83 starts. So it's not just that the Ravens played badly on offense and that the Chiefs played well on defense. It is that the Chiefs told you this is how you're going to play. The Ravens capitulated, and at the end of the day, they went up with 10 points to show for it.
That's right. But I think just sometimes the obvious thing is the obvious thing. Let's just make the thing. You're right. They dictated to them, and the Ravens allowed themselves to be dictated to. I can't wait till Jeff Saturday is here tomorrow, because I promise you, and part of this is because I was texting with him when the game was going on, you don't let the defense tell you you're not running it. You run it even when they're doing that. You can run the ball even against a loaded box. You can run the ball when you don't let them tell you what you're going to do. But so we can have that conversation. But if we want to just make it's as simple as it can be. In their last games, taking out the last game of the season where they didn't play anybody, this is the number of points the Ravens scored. 34, 56, 33, 23, 37, 34, 33, 37, 31. Oh, that's how many points. 38. That's how many points they've scored. I'm back in October now. They scored 10 points yesterday.
Let's go back to Clarence Hill Jr. and his reporting on Jerry Jones today. He posted, quote, Jerry Jones said the Cowboys are going all in 2024. We will be going all in, quote. I would say that you will see us in the coming year not build it for the future. So let's get our Jerry translator back in here. So what does that mean? What do we got?
Did Jerry just say what I've been asking for the last 3 years on all of these damn shows on this network? Is that if you're really serious about doing it, do it. Now, here's the deal. Jerry likes to talk. This is the most beautiful time to talk because it keeps the Cowboys in the headlines, and we are going to talk about it. But here's the deal. Show me. I need him to be from Missouri this offseason. If you all in on the Super Bowl, get Dak locked up so you can free up cap money. Get CeeDee Lamb locked up so you can free up cap money. And we just put a list of all of those available defensive linemen that's going to be available potentially this offseason. If you want to prove to me and this fan base that you're all in to try to win a Super Bowl, some of them names need to come off that damn list and be down here in Frisco getting ready to practice at the Star.
Hey, you may not have noticed that, Swag, because you were waxing poetic, but just right under your beard there, it said Jerry Jones translator. So we ask and we receive. The best staff in the entire land here on NFL Live.
I'll take it.
What do you do with the person that led the NFL in touchdown passes? What do you do with the person that your owner called the best leader at the quarterback position in franchise history? You start to make a budget because he's going to have the Brinks truck backed up for him.
Yeah, extending Dak Prescott would seem to be the logical thing to do. But we know in Dallas, logic doesn't always play a factor. You talk about all the leverage that Dak Prescott has. They can't tag him. He's got a no-trade clause. His cap number for next year is almost $60 million. So he has all the leverage in the world. Despite all of that, I need you to hear what Jerry Jones said yesterday at the Combine.
Dak has done nothing to change my mind of any promise for the future. I think I said in the deal that we'd go as far as Dak takes us in the playoffs. Remember that? Right. We'll go as far as Dak takes us. Right. How you feel playing? And that's how far we went.
Oh, right. So
okay. So my point is that doesn't change a thing. Okay. We'll go as far as Dak takes us.
Okay. Okay.
Was it
So
shot or compliment?
I misspoke. They're at the
was a
Senior
bar.
Bowl, not the Combine, but that's obviously not the lead here.
Stop acting like those ain't bars, Dom.
What?
They are bars.
What did he just say? What did he just say?
What he just did was open negotiations, right? Like they are going to talk about an extension this offseason. It remains to be seen if they get there, because we remember the last time it wasn't easy. But here's Jerry kind of putting it out there, like, all right, well, you want an extension, but we haven't really gone as far as we want to go with you. Maybe, so I think that's what this is. I think it's a first salvo in negotiation.
Okay, let me say this. Look, pan right here. There is no negotiation.
Yeah.
This dude has all the very rarely in your life are you going to get this much leverage. And Dak Prescott's got a $60 million number against their cap. No trade, no franchise, he going to do what he wants. What he needs to do is write a really big number on a piece of paper and hand it to Jerry and say, Jerry, let's get it done and then move on. Let's go sign other players, whatever else we got to do. That should be the negotiation if you're Dak Prescott.
If he's trying, I mean, it appears that Dan is right. The only thing that makes sense is that he's trying to create some sort of leverage. This is an awful way to create leverage, because essentially what he's doing is like perpetuating this conversation that's kind of absurd, that Dak is not good enough, and that is not going to do anything but feed the fools within their fan base that are going to say this and put more and more pressure on Dak and make it more and more uncomfortable for your quarterback. You got a good quarterback. Pay that man.
Can I stop you for a moment there? The fools within their fan base are one thing. How about the fools within the family? Nick, lest we forget, this is coming from inside the house. We had Micah Parsons' brother. We had C.D. Lamb's mother as recently as a week ago suggesting that he's
Parents,
not worth...
dad, mom, everybody's in.
He's not worth all the money that Jeff says he's going to get.
And so this Jerry Jones' behavior right now and in previous contract negotiations are the reason why these people feel emboldened to say stuff like this. And whether Jerry Jones wants to win a championship or create a reality show, I'm not quite so sure. But this does not seem to be the most productive thing to do if you are trying to create a galvanized team that can win a championship around Dak Prescott. Just pay the man and tell everybody else, shut up, this is our guy. We came up short, but that doesn't mean that he's not our guy.
But he did the absolute opposite of that.
It's dumb. Yeah. I don't know how else to say it.
Well, but the point is, we always talk about things that make sense that don't make sense. But you guys know better than anyone because you sat there and negotiated with these owners individually.
With Jerry.
With him in particular. These decisions get made by one person at a time. So it doesn't matter what you think, I think, or anyone else thinks makes sense. There has never been a moment, ever, where it has seemed like Jerry Jones thought, Dak Prescott is my guy forever. He's going to be a Cowboy for life. He's going to be Staubach. He's going to be Aikman. It has never felt that way, and that sounded like the opposite. If you get knocked out in the first round and I say we went as far as my quarterback took us, there's only one way to take that.
As someone who is sitting on this desk because I came from a literal Jerry Jones reality show, I can promise you, like, Jerry Jones is speaking every week to the media. He is saying something about Dak Prescott. He is saying something about Mike McCarthy, so on and so forth. But in the game of football, the game within the game is the owner's job to try to get you to take as little money as humanly possible. I don't care how great you are. You could be their son playing football on their team. Their job is to underpay you, and as a player, it is your job to try to get that ownership in that franchise to overpay for your services. And Dak Prescott has done everything he's needed to do exactly that. He has led the league in touchdown passes. He has that $60 million cap hit. He has every piece of the leverage. So all that Jerry Jones could do now is try to sway the court of public opinion on why this is going to be probably a little harder than they
That's where I
anticipate.
disagree with you. The job is not to try to get you to pay as little as possible. Your job is to create a culture and a team and a roster that can win a championship. And I think that there are some pennies that are not worth fighting over because the cost of fighting Dak Prescott over a couple $1 million here or there, which you're not going to get, is detrimental to your team.
Absolutely. And when I leave my tooth under my pillow, there should be $10 when I wake up. And Santa Claus is real. And like all those things absolutely should be the case. But we're in reality, especially with Jerry Jones, because we know how he operates.
An owner and a general manager. And when you're wearing two hats, you got to do two different jobs. That's the problem. If you're trying to galvanize a team, that's where you do it from. When you're a general manager, you're trying to negotiate contracts. That is not where you're galvanizing the team. It's a private conversation. You can't have it in public, the court of public opinion like you're talking about.
Dan.
Yes.
Great point.
Tad Prescott, friend of the show, we know he's watching, and Tad, you know we're on your side. He said, if I could get Dak out of there, I would. Is there a world in which Dak Prescott, with all of this nonsense and 25 other teams that would love to have him, is there a world in which he uses that leverage to wind up somewhere else?
When?
You tell me.
Yeah, in 2025, yes, I do believe there is such a world where he ends up on a different team in 2025. Look, the fact that if Jerry Jones was a tooth fairy, he'd offer 6 and you were looking for 10, right? And he'd hope to settle at 8, right? So, like, he is negotiating. You say there's no, you guys know as well as anybody, everything's a negotiation to Jerry. So, the fact that Dak Prescott's salary is what it is, the fact that his cap number is what it is, the fact that he has a no trade, a no franchise, that tells you that the last time they did this, that Dak Prescott and his agent Todd France kicked their butts.
So, like, a challenge for a lot of NFL teams is it's a business that has 2 objectives. One is to make money, and the other is to win championships. Most of the time, those things are not in conflict. When those things are in conflict, you show your true colors by the decisions you make. And right now, those things are in conflict. And Jerry Jones seems to care more about, like, arguing Dak down than getting the team galvanized.
Why are teammates' families saying the things they're saying about Dak? No. But there are plenty of other quarterbacks out there that get paid a lot of money, whose teammates mumble and grumble about them all the time behind closed doors, and it does not come out this way. Right. The bottom line of it is there's something else going on.
So I think that there is an us and a them. And normally the us includes all the people, and we're like, hey, we can talk bad about our family in here, but nobody else outside. But Jerry, the way that he talks in the media, he divides up this team. And they feel like
Dak is them?
It feels like it sometimes, does it not? Like, it feels like they treat Dak like he is somehow different from everyone else. And Dallas is a different place. I hate it, but it works for him, I guess.
I think when you have the star on your helmet, this does come along with the territory. Tony Romo went through the same thing. And yes, we're going to zero in on the players, their families. We've been on teams where your family has talked about players like he's not good, he's not this. This is a part of NFL culture. But with the Cowboys, we are looking for Micah Parsons' family members and CeeDee Lamb's family members and so because it creates the headline.
It's also a unique time where everyone has the ability to make their words heard by
But it's
everybody.
not happening on other teams, though.
No, that's it. All right, we're going to come back to this. Jerry Jones is the gift that keeps on giving. Let me talk to you about Mike McCarthy, right? We know he's staying on as coach. He's a Super Bowl winner. He's had great regular season success in Dallas, 12 wins each of the last 3 years. They have the second best regular season record in the league in that time. Before that, he did great things with Aaron Rodgers in Green Bay. He's been great with Dak Prescott, 3rd in completion percentage the last 3 years, led the league in touchdown passes last year. The postseason, though, is where the good times have stopped. McCarthy 1-3 with Dallas, the only win against a team that was under 500. So that's been a disappointment, but Jerry Jones still likes what he sees. Listen to this.
I thought we made a pretty good move 4 years ago when we hired Mike McCarthy. And he's had some great in-season success. Now, he's come up short 3 times. 3 times and advanced us in the playoff. Okay? But I like the fact that he's hanging around the rim. And I like what the team has done to hang around the rim.
All right, so while he's got McCarthy in the low post, the thing that he actually, the part that he said to Yahoo Sports is not on camera, but he was asked about Bill Belichick, and he said, I know him personally and I like him. There's no doubt in my mind we could work together. None. Now, I know this isn't a good analogy, but we are all married men. And if at any point we were to say of any woman in the world, there's no doubt in my mind I could be married to her. None. Like, yeah, my wife and I.
Day of my marriage.
I like how
ass kicked.
Yeah, Stacey and we're hanging around the rim. You know, it's kind of nice. But
I hate when we do this.
But why do you hate when we do this? He just said there's no doubt in his mind he can work with Bill Belichick.
You don't have your wife's not on a contract with a year left on it. Like Mike McCarthy is.
That's my point.
Marriages are contracts legally, but whatever. You're right.
But Dan, I mean, the bottom line of it is that Mike McCarthy, he has a no compete clause perhaps, but he doesn't have like any of that other stuff.
Oh no, look, again, Jerry, show me what you think by what you do, not what you say. But what he's saying is interesting. He's had a lot of in-season success, right? He's come up short a few times. Mike McCarthy has 1 year left on his contract, and it does not sound like they're going to extend it. So what does that tell you? Mike, we like what you're doing. We think you're doing a good job. We do need more, though. If you show us more, then I think a new contract probably follows. If you don't, I can't make any promises. And I think that Jerry's being very honest about this in his comments.
Well, just because it's the truth doesn't mean you have to say it.
Well, but
and
it's
this
Jerry,
goes
though.
back to the original point that I made in the first segment.
Yeah.
Is Jerry Jones seems to be having a difficulty balancing raising his franchise value, which he seems to believe is, which he's right about, is making your franchise interesting. Saying things that are interesting raises his franchise value. It does not improve his chances of winning. So saying to Yahoo on the side, oh yeah, I like Bill Belichick. How do you think that goes over in a locker room that you want to come together? So you want everyone to come around your coach. Normally you don't let a coach go into the final year of his contract because he looks like a lame duck. He's not only letting him go to the final year of his contract, he's also winking at Bill Belichick. Like, this is not the recipe for winning a championship. And then when they come up short, he's gonna push Dak out there like he does every time and say, we only win as far as Dak could take us. It's foolishness.
Never mind your defense gave up 6 yards of carry. They shoved it down your throat. Like, enjoy it. We'll take it. It's all Dak's fault. Like, I'm not saying Dak played great or played well, but come on. Like in totality, as a general manager, you haven't hit the mark either. You just can't fire yourself because you're the owner. But if we were looking at general managers, we would say, the middle of the defense was really weak. No run game. There's some things that we should have fixed that we didn't fix, but we're not going to blame ourselves. We're going to blame McCarthy and Dak. That's the two easiest places to stop.
You know, you make an interesting point there. The first thing you said sort of made me think about it. I don't know what the really popular reality shows on TV are anymore. Like, I know there was a time I knew what they were. There are a million of them, obviously. I don't know which one. The best reality show on television is the Dallas Cowboys. The Dallas Cowboys are and Michael Strahan kind of alluded to this on the postgame show on Fox, the day they lost, the day they lost to Green Bay. He said, Jerry Jones, let these guys be football players. They're treated differently, and you sort of were touching on this. They're treated differently than the players on the other 32 teams. They're treated like contestants on a reality. Are you going to marry him? Are you going to marry her? All that, that's what happens in that town.
And are we supposed to believe that Bill Belichick would sign up for that? The person who won't give us information that we already know is fact. We can see it, and he does. But meanwhile,
if I'm Bill, that's the job I want.
Yeah. Of course.
It is. Because they're so close. Of all the teams you might get, they're the closest.
But it doesn't matter because, to your point, the issue with the Cowboys is not on the field. The issue is the culture of the team. And when your owner is weekly radio shows talking about your quarterback and head coach, giving information, volunteering topics that weren't topics the week before, Bill Belichick's culture does not operate that way.
I disagree. I'm going to disagree with what you said. I don't think that's the reason they got blown out by Green Bay. I think the reason they got blown out by Green Bay is they have no running game and they got the ball run down their throat. I think that their culture, for however dysfunctional it is, and it is, actually that would show itself up, I would think, in the regular season. When they faced adversity this year, they came through it great. I don't think that is actually their problem.
Because when you work for or play for the Dallas Cowboys, there's no surprises about like how it works. Like, that's just Jerry. And Dak Prescott's been there, what, 8 years? I mean, he knows. He knows what he's supposed to pay attention to and what he can ignore that comes out of the owner's mouth as well as anybody does. I think Mike McCarthy knows it too. He signed up with his eyes open, and this is what he gets. It comes with a lot of money. It comes with a lot of fame. It comes with a perpetual annual chance to compete in the playoffs. But it comes with other stuff too.
I think to the culture point, it's not as simple as them getting the ball run on them. I think when you have the person who's in charge saying that the issue or intimating that the issue is the quarterback or the coach, the people who are the actual issues, you don't address it, they do not feel responsible to address that because no one is having that pressure on them. And so you want to have the conversation about the stars because you want to raise your franchise value and you want to create Vanderpump Rules down in Dallas Cowboy land, but you're not concerned about actually addressing the things that are important to the team.
And you take each situation, each game, each year, each wild card playoff in isolation. Yes, you need to stop the run. You need to be better in the pass game. When you take it in totality, those are symptoms of a greater problem over 8 years. It's the same in and over. I mean, the last 8 years of Dak's career.
And I say it this way. Howie Roseman takes all kinds of grief, right, for whatever it is, right? So, you know, we're talking about hiring coaches, and good for him. But one thing he does do is make adjustments to help his team. Whether it's go get A.J. Brown, whether it's go get Linval Joseph and Ndamukong Suh middle of the season, that they make a Super Bowl run. He is willing to make some take chances when all Jerry does is say, we draft good, we got the talent, we got this. No, you don't. Like, we can look at a roster and say, you you are lacking in areas, you are flawed. And the problem is, when you're the owner, you don't want to see that because it reflects on you.
So they tried to get a defensive tackle to address the run in the draft this year. They went out and got Cooper. It's not that he is incapable of doing it, doesn't try to. He hasn't done it effectively. My issue with it is about accountability. We talk about cultures and how they win, and the most successful cultures are the ones that are accountable. And it does not feel like they are holding everyone accountable to the same degree. They want to talk about the people that are at the top. They're not holding themselves accountable. They're not holding all the other coaches accountable. They're not holding all the other players accountable to the degree that they hold Dak Prescott accountable. And that undermines Dak's position as a leader on the team. And we can continue to go year to year and talk about this is the problem, that's the problem. No, the problem is Jerry Jones is the producer on the most popular reality show in all of America and not necessarily as important as his job of running a championship organization.
And if you think about Bill Belichick, my point is, do you think he would want to sign up for that week in and week out, going in the media and having to answer questions about his owner and what his owner's thoughts are on his job as a head coach?
Yeah, because you know what he's going to say? Ask Jerry.
I feel like you can tolerate anything for a short enough period of time. Like if Bill Belichick only wants a couple of years to get 15 more wins, a chance to maybe win a Super Bowl.
And listen, Bill is as good as there is about saying when someone asks him a question about what someone else is saying, don't ask me, go ask
That's true.
him.
He's very good at that.
Very good
He's
at that.
elite at pretending the question wasn't asked.
That's right.
Yeah, look, he's got an entire year to sit there and think about.
Well, maybe he's the only person.
Could I live with this?
That's right.
Because I do think that Jerry's personality is so big that it doesn't matter how Dak tries to lead the team or how Mike McCarthy tries to lead the team because they're led by Jerry. But if you bring in someone like Bill Belichick, when Jerry is saying these ridiculous things in the media, Bill Belichick might have the cachet and power to walk into that locker room and say, y'all don't listen to that buffoon. We are one team. This is what we're going to do. I don't care what he said. The problem is you can't get off the block. The problem is you're going behind guards when you need to attack the point of attack. The problem is when we only have the same answers for every blitz that Savage can predict it because this is what we do every time someone blitzes us. The problem is not Dak Prescott's performance.
So you're saying, like Mike McCarthy has the ability to go in that locker room and coach it well enough to get 11, 12 wins every year. But you're saying ultimately, when it comes down to it, they don't take him seriously because they know he's not the one with the power in the organization.
Yeah, you rephrased it like it was a question.
And Bill Belichick, no, because that's an interesting way to, because Bill Belichick, you think, would overcome that by the force of his own.
He has cachet and credibility that no one else in football has right now.
If nothing else, he also can X and O it.
Yeah.
No one questions that, and that might be what they need as much as anything. All right, off-season burning questions for the group. Graziano, let's start with a big one. Which team is Saquon Barkley going to play for in 2024?
New York Giants.
Boo.
They can franchise him again, guys, for $12 million.
Do we expect that?
I do. I do expect that. They franchised him last year. He wanted a new contract. Their answer was basically no, and I think they'll do it again. And maybe there's a solution they can come to, but they didn't find it last year, and he didn't exactly hold out and make their lives difficult, so I don't know why they would think they couldn't get away with it again.
The fact that he went such good soldier for them a year ago, the fact that the locker room is already starting to come out, you're hearing comments, Kayvon Thibodeau and others, you should have paid him.
That's the one thing. That's the one thing, right? Because if the locker room, and they are very much behind him, and if ownership says, hey, look, this is too important, we got to pay this guy, because I don't think the front office, which comes from Buffalo where they never paid a running back, is eager to pay a running back a big salary. I just don't think they are.
But is it the alternative then to just let him go try and find the bigger contract somewhere else?
Sure, but why? You don't have to.
No,
that's why they invented the franchise tag. What do you think?
Room issue.
Actually, that's not why.
Well,
how they use it.
It sort of is, yeah. Oh, yeah, you're right. That's what they do with it.
The locker room issue is a smaller problem. It's rare that becomes a big problem in football. It's not like basketball. All the players recognize they have a short opportunity. That's right. So even if they're annoyed, Thibodeau's still going to ball out to the best of his ability. I don't think they care about it. It's unfair, and it sucks for running backs in particular, but especially Saquon, because he's one of the best we've seen.
I guess my point is, if ownership starts to care what the locker room thinks and makes a ruling, right, then all of a sudden that could change.
If there's a team we could put him on, but taking the Giants out of it, if there was a team we could put him on that he would immediately make them a Super Bowl contender, which team would that be?
Houston Texans.
Houston Texans.
Now, see, that's fantastic. I love that.
Thank you.
I'm
here all day.
I'm going Dallas Cowboys.
Oh, I like that one better.
Yeah, well, of course, but they needed it last year. They need it this year. He's a dual threat. He's impactful. He knows the division extremely well. Like all the things that you want to happen, this guy's been playing it, and he produces.
He's exactly what they need, right? He's literally exactly what they don't have.
Exactly.
I mean, the best version of their offense was when they had a real running back that they felt like they could rely on all the time. No disrespect to Pollard coming off an injury, but he was at his best when he had another counterpart. So it'd be nice to see him there. But I think what Hawk mentioned, a team that's less fun to talk about, would be nice too, to see a young quarterback paired with that type of running back. But honestly, any team, there's not a team that is on, like I think the Baltimore was thought of as a team that he could go to at some point. If they hand it to the running back, he'd be a great addition there also. And I think if you got Saquon, you won't forget to do that.
All right, off-season burning questions. Let's go to Buffalo. That's a team that finally got a running game together last year, and it made a difference. Do they need to get Josh Allen more help in Buffalo? Hawk.
More help than what? James Cook, who can do it in the pass game and the running game. Stephon Diggs, who has been a top 3 receiver over the last 5 seasons.
Excuse me. Top 5 receiver over when?
5 seasons.
5 seasons. The last time he had 100 yards in a game this year was week 6.
I mean, I think there's personal things at play. Stephon Diggs is still a number 1 receiver.
I think part of his decline was the change in the style of the offense. I think Stephon Diggs is still a number 1 receiver.
He kept the coordinator.
Yeah, I understand. Maybe in his value out there is still attracting attention. So I don't know that Josh Allen needs more help, but I do think that you can never have too much help when you got to get past Patrick Mahomes. But their defense is so depleted. If you have an option between helping Josh Allen or improving that defense, you got to get numbers for the defense.
And you can't get too much help when you're paying the quarterback what you're paying him. So, I mean, the reality is when you are a top-paid quarterback, you have to do more with less. And Stephon Diggs is more than what you get less. He's an incredible receiver. Yes, he had a down season, but skill for skill, bar for bar, Stephon Diggs is still Stephon Diggs. Please do not get that misunderstood.
Even if he is, I think they'll add. You saw they drafted Kincaid last year. Like I know Brandon Beane is always after wide receiver upgrades. It's been a big thing for him since he's been the GM there. Gabe Davis doesn't seem to have really worked out as a consistent threat, so I do think they'll add.
He's up 100. I agree. Yeah. I agree with Garage. You got to go get another one. You got to get a complimentary receiver on the other side of the field, especially as you get to the playoff time and you want Allen to use his legs. You have to be able to push people off of you. And Brady does a great job with Cook and all that, but at some point, defenses are going to climb down. You're going to have it.
Help isn't just running backs and receivers. Right. Help is also defense. And I think back to the first round of that Ravens game against Houston. The Ravens were bad kind of offensively, but the help that they received was the defense holding it together until they could get to halftime, and we saw it again in the Chiefs game. The help that Lamar received, although he couldn't capitalize on it, was that defense keeping them in the game the whole time. I think the help that Josh Allen needs is less pressure on him, which can come from better.
I do agree with that, but you got guys coming back from injury on that side of the ball, too.
Yeah, but the Von Miller thing hasn't worked out. I'm not going to be surprised to see them in that market either.
Yeah, I think that's a greater need than anything else, but we can talk more about Stephon Diggs. Look, I think he gets the credit. I think no one besides Josh Allen gets more credit for Josh Allen becoming Josh Allen than Stephon Diggs does.
Sure. Yep.
But the time comes for everyone. I mean, depending on how we're defining a number 1 receiver, you know, is he a top 10 receiver in the league, a top 15 receiver in the league anymore? I mean, that would be the question I would ask.
I still think he's a top 10 receiver, but to your point, the production they got with Joe Brady as a unit was far and beyond what they were getting previously in this season because the offense is being called differently. So you can have the conversation of, well, now that this is our new identity offensively, do we need a Stephon Diggs the way that we've needed him in the past? That's a legit thing. But as far as ability and what Stephon Diggs can bring to the table, he is still a top 10 receiver, but maybe he needs to be in a different scenario so that they can get the most out of his ability.
And I think about Philly, you know, AJ and Devontae Smith. Like there has to be a Batman and Robin. Like there's got to be some help. I'm just telling you because you can take one guy out.
That is near and dear to my heart. Are the Jets a playoff team with Aaron Rodgers back and healthy next year?
Nah, homie.
Homie.
Dang. Homie. I hate to break your heart, but Aaron Rodgers is not going to be better than he was last year or than he was his final year in Green Bay. Like, Father Time.
He wasn't anything last year.
Right, but Father Time catches up to all of us, and Achilles, while he may have the best rehab in the history, it's still going to be a diminished version of it, and they still have holes that they need to address and they need to answer. Defense is defense is statistically less consistent to return as offense, and they managed to put together 2 back-to-back seasons of really great defense. The defense being as good as it's been is a lot to ask, even though they're still going to be good. You're expecting this team that still has issues with at probably the second most important thing to have if you want to have a productive offense is offensive line. They still got those problems there. So I think we're getting ahead of ourselves if we believe that just adding this version of Aaron Rodgers puts them in the playoffs.
Well, yeah, we don't know what version of Aaron Rodgers this is, right? There's no way to know. There's no history of a 40-year-old coming back from this injury. But let me just.
I'm going to disagree. I think they are. I think they will become. And I think they do need help on offensive line-wise. But if there's one thing that Aaron can do and figure out, it's the timing of his routes to get the ball out of his hands and not take unnecessary shots. He will find a way to do that. And he's got a long time. I mean, from a rehab perspective, he'll have a long time. I know he was trying to rush it back, but they will be, with the defense they have, the running backs they have, they just got to get their line to go play.
We're talking about Kirk Cousins playing next year. Aaron Rodgers had the same injury months earlier.
Right.
So, in theory, he should be as ready to go as can be.
Absolutely.
I'm asking an offensive lineman. Can you build an offensive line in one offseason?
Yes.
Right now, they basically need 4 parts.
Yeah, I mean, you look at what Kansas City did after what they faced. Now, you're going to have to draft right, but the other part of that is the quarterback can help your offensive line look much better than they are by timing of routes, right? The way you call plays can benefit your offensive line. It doesn't have to be back there where you're holding the ball, patting the ball, and doing those things. Timing helps all offensive lines. You just got to figure that part out.
That's not how Aaron Rodgers plays, and that's not how he played in the 4 plays that he played last year.
The 4 plays. Let's not dive into the 4 plays.
But he does hold the ball. But what I'm saying is he doesn't take unnecessary shots. He does a decent job.
I had a conversation with Jeff earlier about offensive line play and how difficult it is to find good offensive linemen. Now all of a sudden you can find 4 in one offseason.
You get them on Craigslist. But I think that when you look at the Jets, being in the playoffs is not the barometer. Like, that's easy. I think they're a playoff team. They were 7-10 this year with the worst quarterback play we've seen in years. So I think Aaron Rodgers, since the year before, I think Aaron Rodgers can flip 4 games.
Absolutely.
But as it pertains to the playoffs, that's not the goal with Aaron Rodgers. It's being a Super Bowl team.
I took my 15-year-old Zan to school today.
What up, Zan?
And and he came up with he asked me a question that kind of took me back because, first of all, I didn't know how deep he was into the Super Bowl this year, but he asked me a question that kind of gave me pause. He said, "Dad, is Brock Purdy the Tom Brady of the Super Bowl? Could he be the next Tom Brady?" And I'm like, that's interesting because we're all focused on Patrick Mahomes becoming Tom Brady. Like, he's already the next Tom Brady in terms of being the dominant guy in the league, the guy who takes the field with an air of invincibility, the guy who has a connection with one of his weapons, a la Edelman, a la Welker, a la Gronk, a la Randy Moss for that one year, where he's got that connection that is unstoppable, and he's unstoppable, and it doesn't matter how many championships he has in the case. All of them don't mean anything, and the only thing that means something is the next one.
Don't forget Deion Branch, no.
Deion Branch was a Super Bowl MVP, that's right. As a matter of fact, he was a Super Bowl MVP in the last Super Bowl that crowned a repeat champion, which Mahomes is attempting to do. Again, another Brady-like thing that Brady did before he turned 28. And Mahomes has already accomplished more than what Brady has by age 28, if you count the metric of regular season wins and playoff wins and Super Bowl appearances and MVPs. They have the same Super Bowl MVPs, and Mahomes is trying to match Brady for Super Bowl wins through age 28. And in terms of the focus, it's like, can he catch Tom Brady? He's already the Tom Brady of his era. Can he catch Tom Brady of the entire Super Bowl era? Like, that's what I'm focused on. So when he's like, Dad, can Brock Purdy become the next Tom Brady? I'm like, huh. Because winning a Super Bowl in year 2 of your playing career, you know, Mahomes tried it. You know who prevented him from doing it?
Tom Brady.
That's the one. And Purdy can do it. Now, Brady did it in his first season as a starting quarterback. We all know he sat year 1, and then year 2, he was going to sit until Mo Lewis blew up the innards of Drew Bledsoe. And so Purdy, this is his first full year as a starter, kind of like Brady back in the day. And Brady won it in his first full year as a starter. But Brady didn't start the year as the starter. Purdy did this year, even though
they were going to bring in
Tom Brady, who is looming over all of this. And as if he doesn't figuratively loomed, he appeared yesterday to announce that his TB12 brand is merging with Noble, and how he's starting a whole new line of business and apparel and stuff like that.
And he's getting ready to be on Fox next year.
Correct. He's going to be in the booth.
Yeah.
He's going to call a Super Bowl in a couple of years. So, I mean, that's an interesting aspect of it. That the winner of this Super Bowl is either going to match Tom Brady for a career start by winning in his first full year as starter in year 2 of his career for a franchise that Brady grew up loving and always envisioned he would be putting his name on the list of Montana, Young, and Tom Brady for Super Bowl winners for the San Francisco 49ers. Now it can be Montana, Young, and Brock Purdy doing what Tom Brady did by shocking the world against a team that was the greatest show on turf. And Warner and Falk, right, were kind of and Isaac Bruce and Torrey Holt.
Big game.
Now, these Chiefs don't have the same number of weapons as the, other team from Missouri in the Super Bowl. And interestingly enough, Purdy, as I'm looking at the research packet I got from NFL Network Research, Brock Purdy led the NFL in passing yards per attempt this year at 9.6 and passer rating, $113, which is why he's an MVP finalist. The last quarterback to lead the NFL in both of those categories in the regular season, then play in the Super Bowl that season, was Matt Ryan, whose offensive coordinator was Kyle Shanahan. The last 3 quarterbacks to do it and then play in the Super Bowl are Ryan, Tom Brady, and Kurt Warner. See how there's kind of all these same names that are all out there right now? It's almost as if the football gods are trying to get our attention about something. You already got my oldest son's attention. Where there's a magic carpet ride, although not many people associate the 49ers with a magic carpet ride. The Patriots at the time hadn't won a damn thing yet. And then there's Mahomes, who, with a win, gets that much closer to Tom Brady and separates himself even further from everybody else, and then puts himself in some insane company. With a win this Super Bowl, Patrick Mahomes becomes the 5th quarterback in NFL history to win 3 or more Super Bowls, joining Aikman, Bradshaw, Montana, and Tom Brady. The only quarterbacks in NFL history with more Super Bowl appearances than Mahomes right now are John Elway with 5 and Tom Brady. Mahomes is the first quarterback to start 4 Super Bowls prior to turning 30 years old. He beat, by 2 years, Tom Brady in terms of the youngest to ever do it, with a win prior to age 30. For most Super Bowl wins Mahomes can tie Aikman and Tom Brady. The only players in NFL history to win multiple NFL MVPs and Super Bowl MVP awards. Joe Montana, Tom Brady, Patrick Mahomes. If Mahomes wins Super Bowl MVP in a couple Sundays, guys, that would give him 2 MVPs and 3 Super Bowl MVPs, matching the career numbers of Joe Montana in 16 years. He would do it in 7. These are stupid numbers. By the way, there's 3 pages of these notes from NFL Network research. That's how what Mahomes is doing is so insane.
Yeah, it's silly.
You want me to keep going?
Yeah, absolutely.
All righty.
Kind of.
He's reached his 4th Super Bowl in 6 seasons as the Chiefs starter. Starting quarterback to reach the Super Bowl highest percentage of career seasons. So he's made 3 Super Bowls in 6 seasons now. This is 4th, right? In 6 seasons. 66.7% of the time. He's made the Super Bowl in his career.
We're not counting the year he didn't play, I guess.
That's correct. As a starter. Starting quarterback.
Got it.
Starting. And so, how about this one? The next best percentage is 10 Super Bowls in 21 seasons. Tom Brady. Tom Brady made the Super Bowl in 48% of his football seasons. He played 21 years.
Tom Brady's played in like 15% of all Super
I know.
Bowls.
It's crazy. You want to know who's next at 36.4%? 4 Super Bowls in 11 seasons, both for Staubach and Jim Kelly. With a win in Super Bowl 58, Mahomes would join these 2 quarterbacks as the only quarterbacks with 15 or more playoff wins in their careers, Joe Montana and Tom Brady. He already has 5 straight seasons of multiple playoff wins. That's 2 better than Bart Starr, Brett Favre, and Tom Brady. So he's already Tom Brady, Mahomes, in terms of what he's done through age 28. Can he get to Tom Brady by the time it's all said and done? A win this year moves him that much closer, and he joins a list of quarterbacks who have repeated as Super Bowl champions. The last being, wait for it, Tom Brady.
Hey.
So which one is it? Purdy or Mahomes?
I don't know. I just threw it up on Twitter. So
well, how'd you do it? Because again, it's a nuanced thing. Like Purdy can do what Brady did to start a career that Mahomes didn't, although Mahomes has started his career over 6 seasons as a starter better than Tom Brady. And so Purdy could become the next Mahomes. But he could do something that he's starting as the next Tom Brady as a young second-year quarterback.
Yeah, like
but Mahomes can become what Tom Brady's full career is. Catch the Rich Eisen Show every single day on the Roku channel, 12 to 3 Eastern, for free.
11 days until the Super Bowl. It's interesting that it's going to be a great matchup, but it's a Super Bowl that I don't think anybody was hoping for. Outside of San Francisco and Kansas City. You know, we were looking for the Lions or the Buffalo Bills getting there. There were storylines with other teams that were more interesting. Kansas City, man, they got Mahomes. Never bet against Mahomes. Niners, yeah, we expected them to be here, number 1 seed in the NFC. But they've met before, and I think because of that, we're like, yeah, how many times do these 2 teams play each other? It doesn't have that angle yet. It might, but the game itself, I think, will be great. It'd probably be the matchup of the 2 best teams in the NFL. And that's what you want on Super Bowl Sunday. But I think leading up to it, you know, you like those storylines. You know, who's the underdog here? Is Kansas City, like, truly an underdog? It's hard for me to go, man, Mahomes, he's going to play up the underdog role here. I can't wait until he talks to the media. Yeah, nobody thought we would be here, which is true to a certain degree. They were underdog against Buffalo, underdog against the Ravens, and here they are an underdog in the Super Bowl.
Well, Dak was named to the Pro Bowl, but the Cowboys had another excruciating early playoff exit, and they have some work to do this offseason. They are projected to be nearly $23 million over the cap, with Prescott set to have a cap figure of nearly $60 million. And they have big-name free agents, including left tackle Tyron Smith and running back Tony Pollard. Now, Jerry Jones had a lot to say yesterday, as usual, including his thoughts on Dak Prescott's future.
Dak has done nothing to change my mind of any promise for the future. I think I said in the deal that we'd go as far as Dak takes us in the playoffs. Remember that?
Right.
We'll go as far as Dak takes us.
Right. How do you feel you're playing?
And that's how far we went.
Right. So.
Okay, so my point is that doesn't change a thing. We'll go as far as Dak takes us. We'll be going all in. We've seen some things out of some of the players that we want to be all in on. And yes, I would say that you will see us this coming year not building for the future. Is the best way I don't say it. And that ought to answer a lot of questions.
Okay, fellas, Adam, obviously we have to start with you. I would never ask you to translate Jerry speak. However, I would ask you, what is the contract situation as we know it?
Well, with Dak Prescott, Hannah, Dak Prescott has got the leverage. He's got a no-trade clause in his contract. They can't tag him. He's scheduled to count for $59 million against their cap this offseason or next season. And so if Dallas wants to have the kind of all-in year that Jerry's talking about, you're going to want to lower Dak's cap number this year and need his help and cooperation to do it before he is scheduled to become a true unrestricted free agent a year from now. So really, it gives, in my mind, Dak a lot of leverage, and it leaves the Cowboys in a situation where they need Dak to work with them. And Dak's coming off a game where obviously he struggled in the playoffs, didn't go as well as he wanted. And there Jerry Jones is talking about Dak taking us as far as he will. This team will go as far as Dak takes us. Well, he took them this year into that round where they lost to the Green Bay Packers in the divisional playoff round at home. So I don't know exactly what Jerry meant by that. I'm not going to try to figure it out. Right. I do know that when you look at it, Dak is in a position of power, whether the Cowboys like it or not.
Yeah, that line really caught my attention as well, given that they've never been past the divisional round with Dak, and he's 2-5 in the playoffs. But apparently, Jerry, once again, looking ahead, Hawk, how should Dak play this?
I mean, I'm more worried about how Jerry Jones is playing it because, to Adam's point, Dak has every piece of the leverage. If I needed my mom to give me permission to go out with my friends, I was taking out the trash can. I was having the best manners you could imagine. I'm doing anything to get in her good graces. And here is Jerry Jones speaking about Dak like he doesn't have all the cards playing in his favor. And if you're going to take that sentiment and take that tone about what Dak Prescott means to this team and this organization, why should he do anything to help the team? Right? If I'm him, I'm making sure that whatever we come to an agreement on is 110% pointed in my direction and in my favor.
Man, if I'm Dak, I'm sitting across from that table, I'm writing a number on the check and I'm sliding it over. Like, here's my offer. Here it is. That's my number right there, because Shefty laid it out. He has everything. The Dallas Cowboys can't do anything moving forward. Like, he has all the leverage right here. So, like I said, it's great to be Dak Prescott right now. I know he's coming off of that loss against the Green Bay Packers in the divisional round, but that doesn't change the leverage that he has over this whole organization.
Wait, D. Woody, if you're hearing all in, right, from Jerry, and you're Mike McCarthy, who apparently could have a short runway here, what are you thinking?
Listen, I'm a lame duck coach, and I'm hearing my owner say, we're all in. I'm like, thank you. Like, that's exactly what I want to hear. Because if we go ahead and get Dak taken care of, get his cap number lowered, and some other things happen contractually with some other players, we can continue to stack this thing up and really go for it. We haven't heard Jerry Jones talk like this. He didn't talk like this last year. He had more of a longer-term view. This year, I think because of, obviously, the disappointing season and the fan sentiment, this is what you're hearing. We're going for the gusto right here, right now in 2024.
Shefty?
If Dak says, I want to become a free agent after this year, Cowboys ain't going for nothing this year, okay? They ain't going for nothing this year if Dak says, I want to be a free agent after this season, because they'll have his $59+ million cap figure sitting on their books, and they're going to be all jammed up. So really, Dak determines how active this team will and won't be this offseason by how willing he is or isn't to redo a deal with Dallas. This is some of the powers and some of the leverage that Dallas has granted to him over the years of doing contract extensions with Dak.
And that's exactly the point that needs to be made, Adam, is that they need to be laying out scenarios to convince Dak of what the future looks like. And not only that, you're not going to get a better quarterback from Dak in the free agent market. It's impossible. I am telling you that now. Dak Prescott led the league in touchdown passes. Say what you want about his playoff performances. He is the best. Quarterbacks like that don't hit the free market. You will send the entire league into a frenzy because double-digit teams will be backing up the Brinks truck and smoozing him to try to get him for his services. So I don't know the angle Jerry Jones is playing. You don't have the ability to go all in, and Dak Prescott is the one who should be fielding the offers from you about how you should be making him feel a lot more fuzzier inside than you currently are.
And one more time, if Dak says, I want to become a free agent next offseason, and he decides that he doesn't want to re-sign with Dallas and he wants to, I'm just wondering out loud with everybody on the set, what is Dallas's idea for a replacement quarterback in 2025? Cooper Rush? Gardner Minshew? Who are they bringing in? They drafting somebody this year? Like, what are they doing? Trey Lance? Trey Lance is taking over in 2025?
It's not trolling to say that, you know, Dak knows about being in a hole in playoff games, but he hasn't been able to come back from it. We haven't seen it. We've seen off days more often than not, similar to the one that we saw from the Ravens, right? Like that was a type of performance we've seen from the Cowboys. Off day on play calling, off day on execution, off day on composure. Those are the more of the playoff games that we've seen from the Dallas Cowboys, right?
Yep.
And so you can't sit here and just, obviously it's a quarterback-driven league. You can lay it at the feet of Dak, but
you can't put everything.
You can't, because the defense had its hand in Love just slicing him up.
Yeah,
you know,
I mean, like Dak wasn't arm tackling Aaron Jones. Dak wasn't
correct.
Wide receivers, Rich, who no one outside of Green Bay knew, wide open 30, 40 yards down the field. Wide open. Like, that's not Dak Prescott.
So, you know, what now, though? Because what can be fixed? What is fixable? Jerry Jones was at the Senior Bowl speaking yesterday. And this is what we've been kind of, teasing all show long about how the Cowboys are all in for this year. And here's what Jerry Jones had to say on the postmortem now that he is a couple of weeks removed from announcing he's keeping Mike McCarthy. And I know that.
It's not a usual statement that gets
because
made.
Again, Jeffrey Lurie didn't say, I'm keeping Nick Sirianni. He just put him out there as in a press conference as the coach of the Eagles without a press release saying he's staying.
Right.
He just is staying.
Right.
So this was Jones on Tuesday.
I would anticipate, with looking ahead at our key contracts that we'd like to address, we'll be all in. I would anticipate we'll be all in at the end of this year. So when you say, is there any thought, I think we'll strain our, we'll push the hell out of it.
Okay. Is that doing something differently than you had in the past in that respect?
Well, it will be, it will be going all in on different people than you've done in the past.
Okay.
We'll be going all in. We've seen some things out of some of the players that we want to be all in on. And yes, I would say that you will see us this coming year not building for the future.
Okay.
Is the best way I don't say it.
Okay. So a couple things. They have to extend Dak Prescott. They must. He's got 1 year left on his deal, and you can't franchise tag him. So the only way you can keep him is to extend him. And you might be like, okay, he should be like McCarthy. You got 1 year to prove it, and if not, you're out, and we're starting all over again. The problem with that is you can't really build around him for this one all-in year because he's 50 $9 million and change on the cap. I mean, you could do the math. You can't have your quarterback be, or anybody on your team be 1/4 of your cap, right? I mean, like, you've got to lower that number, and the only way to lower the number is to extend him, is to give him more years, and he's worth it. I mean, the guy shows he's really elite. Just hasn't done it in the moments where he's got to be the most elite and show that he's 10, 15, 20% better than he is in the regular season, in the same way we have seen from Mahomes this year. We've seen from Purdy in spots when you need to have him. We've seen it from Allen. Again, I don't think anybody thinks the reasons why the Buffalo Bills are home is because of Josh Allen. Right? We've seen that. We saw that from Goff. We've just got to see that from Dak, where he's just like, not today. And we saw that in Tampa last year, where he took care of business against a Bucs team. Now, I know that a lot of people think that the end of the Brady era there, they were running on fumes. Maybe so.
But Dak still retired Tom Brady.
And in terms, he won a playoff game. Like, we're acting this year that he didn't win a playoff game last year. And he did. And he got him to the divisional round. You just can't get past the Niners. And by the way, nobody was able to do that this year in the playoffs either.
All right.
So when he says we're going to be all in on certain players, and not for the future, that means, hey, we didn't extend the coach. He's got to win this year or not. And I know we had Florio on earlier saying that if they really want to go all in, they'd go with Belichick. But that takes, you're ripping out the guts of the way everybody's doing business and knows how to do business. Now, you could say you're replacing it with new guts that would give you the actual figurative guts and fortitude to win playoff games, since that's what he's clearly known for. And culture changing in that regard. But if you just want to keep on with the same system, not have to relearn anything, and just keep going and put the pressure on everybody saying we're all in this year, that's it. We're not going to give anybody some extra time, even though they have to do it for Dak, I think. And he said that they're going to be all in for their own players. I mean, you got to extend Micah. And you're going to have to extend CeeDee Lamb.
Yep.
Right?
You would assume.
Here's what I think he needs to do. And you have to extend Dak in order to have the room to do it. And I think this answers a lot of problems, I think. You want to go all in, go sign Derrick Henry. Go get him. Put the star on the side of his helmet. Because that's what they're missing. They're missing somebody to take the damn pressure off the quarterback, man. They were missing Zeke this year. Was Zeke going to be able to be the old Zeke this year? They certainly missed him. I thought they wouldn't. I thought Pollard would take the pressure off. The number of times that Goff didn't have to make these damn throws all the time is because they gave it to Gibbs and they gave it to Montgomery. They have the pressure comes off of Mahomes with Pacheco and CEH. The pressure comes off of Purdy completely. We all know. I mean, you could keep filling in the blanks. The Ravens abandoned the run. I mean, one way to help out Dak is to give him fewer throws that he has to make. And fewer moments where he has to be the guy. And if he feels that less pressure, then maybe the diamonds can be made that way too. Now, I know I'm saying go get a 30-year-old guy at the running back position, but he doesn't strike me as a 30-year-old in terms of the mileage and the tread left on his tires. Hell no. That guy is a difference maker. I think he would be. You want to go all in and get some other guys. Go get DeAndre Hopkins. Go get these guys. Go all in now. That's what I mean with going all in. Get guys who are hungry for a title, and they may be longer in the tooth, but go get them and add them. And screw all them picks that you might be holding on for the future. Go get them. And you don't have to trade picks to go get these guys, but do it. I thought they should have gotten Derrick Henry at the trade deadline this year. And if the Titans were holding him up, screw it. Again, I think the Niners are in the Super Bowl this year because they have Christian McCaffrey. That's going on in a very, very long, thin limb, isn't it?
Bold of you.
No, I know that.
Honestly.
But what was bold was the way they went and they got him.
Yeah.
And you're sitting there going, how much do they have left in the draft cupboard after they gave up all that for Trey Lance, who was maybe not the guy when they made that trade, right?
Absolutely.
Because he was already out for the season. And there's still, when the guy that gave up all those first-round picks for was out for the season. And they had Jimmy G there, and they went ahead and they got McCaffrey with the remaining draft capital they had, and they're like, we'll worry about it another day. And look at them now. And that's the boldness that you want to see from the Cowboys. I think, am I wrong? You can push back here.
No, I mean...
That's what I hope all in means for you, TJ.
Yeah, look.
Go get him.
Dak threw 60 times in that playoff game. You can't have your quarterback throwing the football 60 times and expect
Derrick Henry, run his ass all over the Eagles. Send him towards Jalen Carter and the rest of that Eagles front seven. Jordan Davis. Here comes some old school SEC downhill. Run him at the 49ers. Run him. And then let's take some pressure off of Dak. And so suddenly, see, you're doing some action with Derrick Henry. How open is CeeDee Lamb going to be then?
Yep.
The Joneses run their team like a fantasy team already. And by that I mean, how many people out there in a fantasy league go ahead and hire somebody else to choose your roster? You don't. You choose your own groceries with your fantasy team.
My team.
That's the thing you take pride in when you walk into an office or your buddy's house. You puff out your chest and go, I know more football than you because I'm beating you in fantasy, even though, as we all know, it's absurd.
Yeah, it's very well.
But they run a team like that. We choose the growth. Now, they have a terrific staff who helps, as we saw in that Roku channel documentary about the draft last summer. You know, it's a team, but eventually it all comes down to it. What does the boss think? So it's time for them maybe to start filling out their roster like it's a fantasy team. Hey, DeAndre, you want to come? We should have done it last year. Hey, Derek, you want to come? We should have done it last year. You guys played for the Titans. How'd that work out for you? Come to Dallas.
All right.
And now it's Dak and CD and DeAndre and Derek. And you'd be like, how do you fit them all into the cap? And you do it. Who cares? Figure it out. That's all in. With McCarthy's last year.
That's all in, for sure.
You know, that's all in.
Yeah.
I hope that's what he means when he's just like, not for the long term, it's for this year. That's all in. Because look at the Niners. That's all in. Let's get Chase Young.
Yeah.
Let's get Trent Williams back in the day. Let's keep adding these pieces. We're not just drafting and resting on our laurels here. We're going to go get Christian McCaffrey, and we're going to make Super Bowls. And we'll figure out the fact that Carolina is going to use their draft picks. Who cares? Catch the Rich Eisen Show every single day on the Roku channel, 12 to 3 Eastern, for free. A friend of the program and a friend in general. Back here on the program, the great Robert Griffin III on the Rich Eisen Show. How you doing, RG3?
I'm doing good, Rich. Always a pleasure to be on with you. And, man, we got some interesting storylines, don't we?
Don't you think? Don't you think? Before we get to the Super Bowl, I want to hit you on the Ravens. Obviously,
yeah.
You know Lamar, you know the system, you know the area, you know all of it. What went wrong for them, do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I think the bottom line for the Ravens was they needed Lamar Jackson to be Superman, but they didn't allow him to use all his powers. I think that's what it boiled down to. They dropped back to throw 82% of the time in the game. And that's not to say that doesn't put Lamar Jackson in a good spot. He's a great thrower of the football and great from the pocket. When you watch that touchdown at the beginning of the game to Zay Flowers, Lamar held the ball for 8 seconds, broke an unbelievable tackle in the pocket, and then made a play on an off-schedule throw. And I think that that's what he was looking for the majority of the rest of the game, just giving his guys opportunities to make plays down the field. But I think that Todd Monken, looking back on it, we'll see that in the AFC Championship game, when you're at home and you have a team in the Chiefs that is banged up, you got to run the football. And it's not just handing it off to Gus Edwards or Justice Hill. They needed to run Lamar Jackson from the beginning of the game, early and often, get him at least 15 carries, because you've got nothing else to play for. You've got nothing else to lose. That's your opportunity. You have to put Lamar in the best situation to win, and that's allowing him to use his arm and his leg.
So the question I have as a follow-up is what does this mean for Lamar? And by that I mean this. All season long, we're talking about how he's the MVP because Todd Monken brought in a system that allows him to have ownership of an offense as a passer. And now here we are having a conversation how he didn't make the Super Bowl, and it's likely he will be named MVP of the season at the Super Bowl the Thursday before, and he's not there as a player because he didn't run it enough. And so what do we make of Lamar's ability to overcome all this himself?
Yeah, I don't think the way you phrase that is a little. I don't agree with the phrasing of it. It's not that Lamar and the Ravens aren't in the Super Bowl because he didn't run it enough. I think you have to look at this and not be so. And I'm not saying that you are. Obviously, our industry is very reactionary, right? So Lamar and the Ravens come up short. It's, hey, we got to hold his ass to the fire and charge him up here and compare him to the great quarterbacks that have ever played the game, like the Peyton Mannings, who didn't win a Super Bowl till his 9th year, and this is Lamar's 6th year. So Peyton Manning never won a Super Bowl game, or not should I say a playoff game, where his team ran the ball 6 times outside of him running because Peyton wasn't a runner. So I think some of those comparisons need to be thrown to the wayside. And I also think for when it comes to Todd Monken, it's okay to say that he had a bad game when it comes to calling the plays in the AFC Championship game. Like, this is one of the best Ravens teams of all time, not just on paper, but in reality. They hadn't been to an AFC Championship game in 11 seasons, 11 years. So they should celebrate the fact that they have a young core, and they should celebrate the fact that they have an offense that's only going to continue to get better. But I don't think that the Ravens offensively were in sync since they took that break in Week 18. You look at them against the 49ers, you look at them against the Miami Dolphins, they were dominant on both sides of the ball. But that break, and then getting back to playing the Houston Texans in the divisional round, they just weren't really clicking. Lamar ran for 100 yards, and they won that game, but they weren't firing on all cylinders. I think that's something that they should look at moving forward, and they should play their guys through the entirety of the season, whether they get that bye or not. And I don't think that this is the time to say that Lamar Jackson and the Ravens can't get it done. Like, it's really hard to make it to an AFC Championship game. It's really hard to win Super Bowls. And Peyton Manning, one of the greatest that's ever played this game, will be the first one to tell you that, you got to keep just throwing darts at the board. And I think the Ravens made championship moves this past offseason. They went and got Roquan Smith last year. They brought in a bunch of guys, OBJ, Zay Flowers, and Monken, to surround Lamar. And they just got to keep making those moves, and eventually they will get there because Lamar Jackson is that dynamic of a quarterback.
All right, then let's turn our attention to the Lions before we turn our attention to the Super Bowl itself. What's your opinion of the Lions' second half performance and throw the coach in that mix as well?
Yeah, Rich, you're hitting them out the park right now. I'm a huge, bite the kneecaps kind of guy. You know what I mean? I don't have. Some people don't even think I have kneecaps anymore because of some of the injuries that I went through. But Dan Campbell, he made the mistake of being. I feel like he felt like he was forced to do what he had been doing up into that point. Right? His identity was aggressiveness on 4th down. His identity was, I'm going to put it in the hands of my quarterback and my team, and we're going to go make it happen. And that's what got them to the NFC Championship game. But at some point, your gut has to tell you, because this is not about the analytics. I know I'm not a pro or against analytics guy. I think it all works in conjunction together. But your gut has to tell you momentum is a real thing. And getting those 3 points on the board on one of those 2 fourth downs where they went for it was going to pay dividends for them for the rest of that game. There's no excuse for running the ball on 3rd down and having to burn a timeout there late in the game on the goal line, which they ended up needing would have needed on the next possession to get the ball back anyway and not kick that onside. But the bottom line is they ran the ball 21 times for 148 yards in the first half and only ran it 7 times in the second half. That could be circumstantial based off the flow of the game, but the Lions should have won that game. There's no doubt about it. Being up 24-7 at half, they were dominant. They should have won that game, and they didn't because of some of the decisions that they made in the second half.
The host of RG3 and the Ones podcast. I've been on it. Everyone should check it out. It's a great show. And RG3 back here on the Rich Eisen show. Super Bowl 58 is going to come down to what, Robert?
Ooh, it's going to come down to defense. I'll tell you the quarterback stories, right? Patrick Mahomes, he's the greatest quarterback in the galaxy. He's doing this and made it to the Super Bowl with the worst receiving core he's ever had, but also the best defense that he's ever had. Brock Purdy's not a game manager. I don't know how many times I can continue to say that. He's a difference maker. He is the difference for the 49ers from that Super Bowl 54 rematch with the Chiefs because he's a better player than Jimmy Garoppolo is. But it's going to come down to the 49ers defense, in my opinion. The Chiefs have shown all year that they will show up on the defense side of the ball. Chris Jones, even though he didn't have a bunch of splash plays in the AFC Championship game, his presence alone helps the rest of that defensive line. But the 49ers, the fact that they gave up so much to the Lions was alarming. This defense doesn't seem to be quite as dominant as we all remember them to be from those earlier years in 2019 when they made it to the Super Bowl. If they show up the same way that they showed up against the Lions, they're going to get beat by the Kansas City Chiefs. And I think the Chiefs are going to try to take advantage of that with Isaiah Pacheco. And they really gotten into a rhythm now. Travis Kelce's reemergence has been amazing. And I know people will say, well, what do you mean his reemergence? Well, the last 3 games of the year, he only had 29 yards per game and 0 touchdowns. Now I think he's averaging 82 yards per game here in the playoffs, and he's got 3 touchdowns. So he's playing at a high level. They're attacking teams the way that they know they can, and Mahomes is managing the game, which is kind of shocking for a guy who we all consider to be the best quarterback many of us have ever seen.
Well, and again, the whole game manager, game changer conversation is every game changer needs to manage the game at some point, and every manager of the game needs to change it every now and then. And the question is who's excellent at both, to be quite honest with you. Like honestly, Tom Brady's the greatest game manager maybe we've ever seen. Because he knows what to do, and Peyton Manning is maybe on par with him, if not better than Brady, right? Like neck up ability to figure out what's going on pre-snap. And honestly, my Wolverines almost lost in I know everyone keeps thinking that game against Washington was in the bag. That's such a way to look back at it. But at the time, I mean, Penix has a great ability to see pre-snap what's going on. That's again for another day. But what do you see in Purdy, though, when there's mistakes that are made, where the ones he threw to the Packers, one of them was caught by the Lions? And if that happens in this game, that's going to be an issue. Is he still growing, right? He's still kind of young enough to still be figuring out what it is, but at least the light goes on at the very end, right?
Yeah, I mean, Brock Purdy doesn't even have 30 starts, so he is certainly continuing to learn. And your point about game managers needing to be able to make game-changing plays and game changers being able to know how to manage is you're spot on. It's not a catch-22. It's just a never-ending cycle of continue to talk about the same things over and over again. When I look at Brock Purdy, I hear people say that they don't think he's a great player, that they don't think that he is a driving force for the San Francisco 49ers. And I disagree. I do believe he's a great player. And I think 2 guys you mentioned, Tom Brady, Peyton Manning, they're 2 of the best system quarterbacks the league has ever seen. And people get upset when you say that. It's like, oh, you can't call Tom Brady a system guy. You can't call Peyton Manning a system guy. Okay, well, what did Tom Brady do when he went to Tampa Bay? He brought a system with him. What did Peyton Manning do when he left Indy and went to Denver? He brought a system with him. These guys have a system that they play their best in. Brock Purdy has that. If you move Brock Purdy to another team and put him in a different system, he's probably not going to play as well. But that's the truth for almost every quarterback that has success in their system. So I'm not going to sit here and punish Brock Purdy because he's the last pick in the draft. I'm not going to punish him because he's in a situation that everybody dreams of with countless weapons around him and the best play caller in all of football and Kyle Shanahan calling plays for him. I'm not going to punish him for that. I'm going to reward Brock Purdy by watching the tape, seeing that he's making the throws, putting the ball where it needs to be at the time it's supposed to be there. And the number one thing that he does that adds an extra element to this offense for the Niners is his ability to make off-schedule plays with his feet. I'm talking about extending plays and scrambling. You saw that in the NFC Championship game, but I've seen that since he was playing at Iowa State in college. So I'm a believer in Brock Purdy. I do think that he is a great player. And I know he's not Michael Jordan if they're the Chicago Bulls, but, you know, he ain't a bench player either, you know what I'm saying? He like Tony Kukoc. He can give you 20 if you need it. But he also knows how to get those other guys in position to score and be the best players that they can be.
So if he's Kukoc, who's the Pippen piss that he's starting? Is it Garoppolo? Is Garoppolo the Pippen? You know, the one that that he's on the floor? No, I'm just saying, you know, I mean.
No. Listen, if we're talking
on
about the Bulls, because I was a huge Bulls fan growing up. So I think their Jordan is Christian McCaffrey. That's their Jordan. Devo is their Scottie Pippen. I would say that Brock Purdy is their Tony Kukoc. And, you know, then they got like Kyle Juszczyk, who's their Steve Kerr. He's going to give you a couple solid points here and there that are going to be impactful, just like that catch on the sideline where he was tiptoeing in his Jordans. I could keep going breaking this thing down, but the bottom line is that Brock Purdy he might not be the MVP of that team, but he is playing at such a high level, you can't win without him.
Kittle is Rodman, right?
Has to be. Come on now.
Kittle's the Rodman here?
Kittle's Rodman. I like the joke he cracked at the end of the game and on the podium too. So
Sure. Okay.
We got some good comps.
And obviously
here.
Shanahan's the Phil Jackson. If he just had the rings to go with it, and he might have one in a couple of Sundays. Who do you think wins it, Robert? Who do you think takes it?
Yeah. I mean, I got to start it off by saying, I got a ton of respect for both teams and what they've accomplished and how they got there. But I'm not going to bet against Patrick Mahomes. He's got, we talking about the Bulls, well, he's got a Jordan-like trait, you know. One of the biggest mistakes the Ravens made going to that game was they got the kicker to beef with him in pregame.
What was that about? You know, I mean, and I know, you know, Tucker said there's nothing to it. Like, you know, this is just part and parcel of his warm-ups, and normally 90 minutes before, this is what he goes through. But that's Mahomes, that you're stretching directly in front of with Pat. And I love Tucker, and I love, I cape for kickers more than anyone else. But, Kelsey called him, an F&D on his pod this week. If that's what you want to be like, then I'll oblige you by removing your gear. And it's just like, I don't kind of get that, Robert.
Rich, I don't like to see GOATs beefing with each other. You got the greatest kicker of all time, in my opinion, and I think the opinion of a lot of other people, and Justin Tucker, going up against soon-to-be GOAT Mahomes and the soon-to-be GOAT tight end, if he's not already the GOAT tight end, in Travis Kelsey. I just don't like seeing them all button heads. I understand both sides of it. Does Tucker use both sides of the field to warm up? Yes. After maybe the first time they kind of threw his stuff away, maybe he should have been like, all right, I'm just going to leave. Because I don't think anyone would have noticed. But as it kept going, then it became a storyline. Now you pissed off Patrick Mahomes and Travis Kelsey. And I don't know if you noticed this, Rich, but they seem to play with a little bit more fire, just a little bit more fire early in the game.
Yeah.
Everything meant everything. And I'm like, God dang it, what are we doing here?
I didn't quite get that whole thing. Before I let you go, breaking news, it looks like the Seahawks are hiring Mike McDonald as their next head coach. What's your first blush opinion on that, Robert?
Oh, phenomenal hire. I didn't know that was happening. Yeah. Mike McDonald had an opportunity to be in meeting rooms with him, see how he runs, not necessarily the defense at that time, but how he ran his position group. Got a chance to obviously see what he was doing, there at Michigan as well. So McDonald is a great hire. They're going to play defense at the highest level, bringing back that Legion of Boom type of defense, where it's going to be very multiple. And I think for the what do they call the 12s?
Yeah.
For the Seahawks, I mean, my God. I don't think they could have got a better hire. I know some of them wanted Dan Quinn, but what they're getting in Mike McDonald is a guy that's going to know how to build a roster, know how to build a defense, and allow his quarterback to go out there and do what he does best.
Okay, yeah. And then obviously the Seahawks have a pick, 19th overall, and there could be some quarterbacks available, including a kid from Michigan. You know, that's been some of the mock drafts that they've been throwing out there. I don't know if they'll go in that direction. Obviously, if you got a defensive-minded head coach, you never know. But I'm just throwing stuff out there. And do you have any opinion on what the Bears should do before I let you go now? You got any opinion on that?
Yeah, no, the Chicago Bears, they should trade the first pick, in my opinion, and build around Justin Fields. But I have a differing opinion on why they should do it. I know in the NFL, the use of the fifth-year option is always, it's a negotiating tactic, right? You get to keep the guy for a little bit longer and not have to pay him as soon. But I think the Bears should decline Justin Fields' fifth-year option and allow Justin Fields and Matt Eberflus to basically play out the year for the jobs. And I say that, Rich, because they decided to keep the head coach. If you decide to keep the head coach and bring in a new quarterback, the likelihood of that team being great is very slim. So now you're going to fire that head coach and bring in a new head coach, and your starting quarterback, the new franchise guy, is going to have 2 head coaches in 2 years. I wouldn't do that. Justin Fields is an ascending player. I believe they went 4-1 down the stretch. He's shown you that he has all the skills to win in this league today, beat you with his arm, beat you with his legs, beat you with his mind. Fully flesh that out, build the roster around him, and if it doesn't work out, guess what? Your team will be better now when you bring in your new head coach and you bring in your new quarterback, and they'll be able to start from a much higher place. That's what I would do.
Wow.
Now, I'm a believer in Justin Fields. I think he will be the Bears franchise quarterback. It's just a matter of how they build around him.
Wow. I mean, that would be dicey that you don't even pick up his fifth-year option and pass up on Caleb Williams. We call that zagging when everyone else is zigging, Robert. Wow. Yeah. That is quite something. All right, brother. Thank you so much for your time. It's always great to chat with you. I love it. I love your energy. I love your thought process, and I love what you're doing with your pod. Thanks for having me on there, and thanks for completing a home and home, I guess, the last 2 times we've chatted.
Appreciate you, Rich. It's always a blessing, and you've always been supportive of me, man. I just want all your listeners to know just how great of a guy you are, and I appreciate it because you know this industry can be pretty cutthroat and backstabby. You're not that guy, and I appreciate you fully for that, man.
You bet. That's Robert Griffin III. Check out RG3 and the Ones, his pod, of course, whenever he appears on ESPN. Catch the Rich Eisen Show every single day on the Roku channel, 12 to 3 Eastern, for free.
Jason Garrett, Football Night in America studio analyst and 3-time Super Bowl champ with the Cowboys, head coach with the Cowboys, back on the program. Good to have you. When you were head coaching the Cowboys and an assistant would be asked by another team to interview, how does that process work as the head coach with one of your assistant coaches?
You know, I think you have to try to facilitate it as best you can. I don't think the system is a great system because there's no doubt there's some distraction that's going to come with it. Particularly, you know, these guys are usually coming from playoff teams. So you're playing these playoff games and guys are getting ready to do an interview, but you carve out some time. You know, I thought the guys, you know, in Detroit seemed to do a good job with it. You know, hey, you got 3 hours on Saturday, you got a couple hours on Friday, that kind of thing. But, you know, the tricky part about it is you have to prepare for the interviews. And you can't just go in there cold. You're not going to get the job. So you have to allocate some time in an already packed week. When you're a coach, I mean, every minute is occupied from you know, the start on Monday morning till getting ready to go on the field on Sunday. So to carve out that time can be a little tricky.
What still bothers you about the Lions' loss?
Well, they had it. You know, they played so well. You're up 24-7 with 30 minutes to go. You think that, hey, you know, we should be able to seal this deal. You know, there were a couple moments there, a lot of conversation about Dan Campbell going for it on 4th down in 2 occasions in the second half. A big part of their success all year long has been his belief and his aggressiveness in his players. and they've responded well. And we'll never be able to measure the residual impact of that and how that helped them get there. Having said that, with 7 to go in the third quarter and you're up 24-10 and you have the opportunity to make it a 3-score game, that's the one that I'm like, 3 scores is hard. Psychologically, 2 scores, you say, okay, we get a stop, it's 24-10, now we go drive, we're back in it. And that's exactly what happened. You make it 17 points and 3 scores, all of a sudden they're saying, hey, we got to score fast, we got to stop them. And if they score again, there's all these mental gymnastics that you play. So for me, that was an opportunity, even though aggressiveness has been good for them, that was an opportunity to kick, go up by 3 scores. And then the one at the end, it's hard for me not to try to go for the tie. But when all that stuff starts to unravel, sometimes those decisions you make as a coach can help your team. Now, if they go the right way and they make those 4th downs, they get the result that they want. But you can't lose sight of the fact that they didn't play great defense in the second half of the game. San Francisco went up and down the field, and I think that was the difference as well.
This may sound obvious, your answer, but I'll still pose it. If you're the Niners, are you more concerned about Patrick Mahomes or Kansas City's defense?
Well, ultimately, you're more concerned about Patrick Mahomes because what he's done in big moments and big games is really unprecedented in my view. He always seems to make the play to get him to the games and then to win those games. So ultimately, I think it will come down to him. But your point's well made. Your question's a great one. They've played so well on defense. And you think, God, that Steve Spagnuolo's done with a lot of young guys on that defense, really good on all 3 levels. But, you and I have talked about this before about Kansas City. I've been so impressed with how they've gotten to this point. They flopped around a lot this year. And, they were looking for their identity. And I had a chance to do that playoff game a few weeks ago, the real cold one against Miami. And, they just had a look in their eye. The head coach did, the quarterback did, the different guys we spoke to. And it just seemed to me a great example of a team saying, okay, who can we trust? Who can we trust on offense? We can trust 15, we can trust 10, we can trust 87, we can trust 4. And everybody else, if they get a chance to touch the ball, that's fine. And it's amazing how when you do that, those other guys start to respond. And to me, it's been a master class in coaching by Andy Reid to win the way they've won the last 3 weeks, the last couple on the road. And to your point, the defense has a lot to do with it too. But I loved how they've embraced their identity on offense. It's been fantastic.
We're talking to Jason Garrett, Football Night in America analyst. This whole game manager thing has taken over with Brock Purdy. And I might be somebody who led the charge on this years ago. I called Alex Smith a game manager, but I didn't mean it as a negative. I mean, you were there with Troy Aikman. Was Troy a game manager?
Yeah, I agree with you. I mean, that's what quarterbacks are supposed to do. You're supposed to be great decision makers, throw the ball to the right guy, and make the kind of decisions that help you win games. And if that's a game manager, great. It used to be game manager and gunslinger. Troy Aikman is managing games, and Brett Favre's a gunslinger, right? And when it goes sideways at the end of a game because a gunslinger's trying to stick a ball in there and it gets tipped up in the air, he was aggressive. He was ripping it in there, I'd rather try to win the games, and that's what Troy was able to do for us. I absolutely love Brock Purdy. And the story of, hey, he's the last pick in the draft, that's fascinating. I love all that. But this guy has played so well for such a young guy to walk in. I get it's a good environment. I get they have a good team. Kyle does a fantastic job. I understand all that. Look at the record of the backup quarterbacks in San Francisco, not named Jimmy Garoppolo, the last few years. Ain't real good. So a lot of guys can't simply just go in there and play. This guy's played at a high level. Sometimes people have an agenda when they evaluate, and that always gets them in trouble. Just watch what he's done. Look at the production. He's been really impressive, and he made the big plays in the game the other day with his feet to allow them to win that ball game.
Yeah, I know that's what I think is lost on people, that he doesn't have to do a lot of crazy things or be a gunslinger or take a risk because of the talent around him. And when he does, when he's forced into making a play, he did make 3 plays with his legs, and he looked quick when he was making those plays. So I don't know what role that plays in the Super Bowl there, but it feels like, and I remember saying this to a couple of analysts, he might not get credit unless he wins 2 Super Bowls. Like he wins 1, they'll go, yeah, but hey, with that team, like Brad Johnson or Trent Dilfer, well, with that team. If he wins a second one, then they'll go, all right, I think he's a pretty good quarterback.
Yeah, and I think that's an unfair standard. I really do. And if you really watch how he plays, if you think about what the game manager would be described as, it would be 1, 2, 3, throw it. 1, 2, 3, throw it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, throw it. The guy's always open. All you're doing is making these decisions. Watch the plays that he makes. Watch the touchdown he throws to Ayuk, where he drops back, slides this way, slides again, and sticks the ball in the hole between the 2 defenders. Obviously, the plays that he made with his feet at the end of the game. So this guy makes these kind of sneaky plays. He doesn't wow you when he walks in the room. He looks like the paper boy. We get all that. He's not 6'4", 220, shot out of a cannon when he runs it and throws it. We understand that. But watch him play football. He plays at a high level. And he's young. This is year 2. He's really impressive.
Can you help me understand what Jerry Jones is saying about Dak Prescott? So he says, Dak has done nothing to change my mind about any promise for the future. I think I've said that we will go as far as Dak takes us in the playoffs. Remember that. We'll go as far as Dak takes us, and that's how far we went. We will go as far as Dak takes us. Okay. This is how far he took you. You didn't even get to a conference title game. So it doesn't, he may mean it as a compliment, Jason. It doesn't sound like a compliment.
Well, let's go back to your question about the Chiefs. Why are the Chiefs dangerous? They got an amazing quarterback, certainly the best of his generation, and they have a fantastic defense, right? Why are the 49ers in the big game? A lot of weapons on offense, quarterback play is really good. They got a fantastic defense. So something I learned a long time ago playing for the Cowboys on those Super Bowl teams is teams win. Now, you have to have a great quarterback. Quarterback play is critical, but teams win. People forget that the teams in the 90s, we had the #1 defense in football, right? We also had Troy Aikman, Emmitt Smith, Michael Irvin, unbelievable offensive line, and go on and on and on. Teams win in the NFL. And so this idea that it's all on the quarterback to be able to take your team all the way, NFL's too good. You can't do it. John Elway's probably the best example for me. For years, he took the city of Denver and went like this and put him on his shoulders and took him to the playoffs and had these bad Super Bowl losses. When they got better around him, they played better defense, they got Terrell Davis, all of a sudden, John Elway's John Elway. So, the idea that you're going to put it all on the quarterback is unfair. Dak didn't play his best ball against Green Bay. We all know that. The defense didn't play their best ball either. So teams win when the Cowboys are able to win some of these critical games as a team. That's when we're going to go where Jerry Jones wants them to go.
Would you rather have Travis Kelce or Rob Gronkowski?
You always do this to me. Why do you always do this to me? It was Belichick versus Brady.
I wait until the end of the interview to bring this up.
You asked the question fast. That's great.
So, who would you rather have, Travis Kelce or Rob Gronkowski?
I'll take Travis Kelce just by a hair. Both of them are, they're all-time greats. They're top 5 tight ends ever to play. Both those guys. So,
but tougher to defend if you were running the defense here, defending Gronk or Kelce.
For me, I think it's more challenging to defend Kelce just because he's a little bit more elusive. I think he's probably a better route runner. And so, that matchup is hard, but it's the same problem. You put Gronk over there, his size, his ability to just go get a ball is really unprecedented at the position. So, they're both incredible players. gun to my head, I'd take Kelsey. That's probably because he was 11 for 11 the other day in my most recent memory. But they're both incredible.
Would you rather have Tom Brady or Troy Aikman?
Wow, now you're killing me. I think Troy Aikman is the most underrated quarterback in ball. I don't think people realize how great this guy was. And he's obviously a dear friend of mine. We had lockers next to each other for 8 straight years. But I just think he's an amazing, amazing football player. I've never seen a guy put a team first more than he did. If you think about that, you know, the temptation to make it all about me, I'm the quarterback of the Cowboys, cash in, make it about my stats, he made it about winning. And if you think about his post-game interviews, anybody who watched him do interviews for years would say, Troy Aikman going into broadcasting, are you kidding me? I mean, he's like boring. Well, he was boring on purpose. It was all intentional because he was leading the team and he was trying to limit the distractions. And so his leadership was rare. And then his ability to go out there and play at the highest level in the biggest moments was incredible. Now, Tom Brady comes along and you say Troy won 3, Tom has won 7. You know, the facts tell you that, boy, we got it. You know, Brady's is the first face we chisel on Mount Rushmore. But okay, gun to my head, I take Brady. But Troy Aikman could do anything that Tom Brady could do, in my opinion. He's one of the all-time greats.
Yeah, I think you're being fair to Troy when you say, you know, he had all these weapons. And I don't know, he was probably labeled a game manager, which maybe was a negative to people. But he managed the game. He had Emmett. Why wouldn't you share the wealth with everything that you had there instead of being one-dimensional, let's throw it 40 times? You guys led with Emmett. And then, you know, you needed a big play. You had Irv that, you know, would be there to get a first down. So I think to suppress your ego at that position with that team is even more challenging than what people realize.
No doubt. And it's a different time. It's 25, 30 years ago now. And the world's crazy now with you know, everything's so immediate and everything's so much in your face just with how the media is. But it was wild back then too. I mean, there was a lot of attention given to that team, and he led it so well. And I agree with what you said. We always led with Emmett, but sometimes we led with Troy. You know, a typical Troy Aikman game was he's 15 for 19 at half for 180 yards and 2 touchdowns, and then he finishes 19 for 26. You know, because we throw it 6 times in the second half and we run it more.
Yeah.
So it wasn't always run. You know, Troy fit in. Sometimes it was start with the pass, and then over the course of the game, we just wear him down by doing both.
I like to make you sweat a little bit.
You do a great job of that. That's why they call you the best in the business.
And you thought coaching the Cowboys was difficult. Come on. Hey, great to talk to you, and thanks for joining us as always, Chase.
Yeah, always enjoy it. You're fantastic. Have a great day.
That's Jason Garrett, NBC Football Night in America studio analyst. And of course, Peacock will be on display at the Super Bowl. Our show, Pro Football Talk with Florio and Chris Sims. Michael Smith and Michael Holley, brother from another. Matthew Berry's Fantasy Football Happy Hour. All of that coming from Vegas coming up next week.
The coaching carousel, that noise that you heard, has officially screeched to a halt. That was it. The coach carousel has stopped spinning because yesterday, as we were on the air, Mike McDonald, the 36-year-old defensive coordinator of the Baltimore Ravens, is now the Seattle Seahawks head coach. And when the Seahawks surprised a bunch of us by bouncing Pete Carroll the Wednesday after the season, we all thought that's because Dan Quinn is going to go there. That's where he was the defensive coordinator for Super Bowl championship season, and then left to go to Atlanta to be the head coach there. We thought, okay, it's going to be Dan Quinn's job there, and that left only when McDonald took that job, the Washington Commanders job open. And it was still open, we assume, because Ben Johnson, the offensive coordinator for the Lions, surprised a bunch of people saying, I want to stay put. So where would they go? Who are they going to hire? You even opined openly, Chris. Maybe they go Bill Belichick. I mean, but they hadn't interviewed him yet. And we're in the point of time where you gotta go. I mean, this is the weekend before the Super Bowl here. The Senior Bowl's happening right now. The East-West Shrine game is tonight on NFL Network. You got to evaluate talent. So now the Washington Commanders have made a move, and it's Dan Quinn, the defensive coordinator for the Dallas Cowboys, where he has a stout group. This one, though, however, as we know, got eviscerated by the Green Bay Packers, and here we thought that might make Quinn less interesting of a candidate. And he interviewed a whole bunch of places. And the Commanders decided to say, we're going to go get Dan Quinn. And here are my thoughts on it. Firstly, if you like the guy and you think he's the guy and you've interviewed a whole bunch of other guys and he's the best one, I understand. It also doesn't hurt that he's been to a Super Bowl before. It doesn't hurt that you're also hurting your hated rival within division by taking him away from the defense. There. That's like a plus. That's like a cherry on top. That's a W. Because if Jerry Jones is like, we're going all in, well, now you got to go all in on somebody else who's a defensive coordinator. And as you're seeing, they're not all over the place right now. A bunch of other teams have had to fill that role. And, you know, the Packers, for instance, reached into the college ranks to fill that spot yesterday. So now you're leaving Jerry Jones needing to fill a large hole. And DQ, as he's known in Dallas, the players love him. They dig him. They think the world of him. He is filled with energy. And now you have kneecapped the Dallas Cowboys in that process as well. And we'll see. Because there's two other coaches out there. One was on your staff, and Eric Bieniemy, that has seemingly done everything from the outside in. From the outside in. Wouldn't you want to get somebody who is from the Andy Reid coaching tree? Although the Bears did that once, got one coach of the year season out of Matt Nagy with Mitchell Trubisky, and then that whole thing fell apart. And pretty much nobody else has been rated from that staff. Until the Commanders said, we'll give you play calling duties for the first time. I guess, you know, Andy Reid, as we know, has his thumb on that scale significantly in Kansas City, and why not? So, okay. From the outside looking in, and then from the inside looking out, you hear he just rubs people the wrong way, and he is a grade A you-know-what. And you even heard that from players this time around, this past year. Remember, Ron Rivera made a whole kerfuffle in the training camp season saying players are coming to complain. And I think the Chiefs even pushed back some players saying, hey, you know, he was great with us here. And then you watched the Chiefs stumble all season long with the little things like staying on sides from the receiver position and catching footballs. And everyone all season long says that's the residual effect of losing Eric Bieniemy there, not being up everybody's orifices?
Orify, yeah.
Okay.
Just say but.
Oh.
So, but the Commanders had him right there and decided, I don't know, will he be the offensive coordinator for Dan Quinn? We'll see. Maybe keep that side of the football the same? We will see. And then there's another one that's out there that the Commanders did not hire.
Mike Vrabel?
I'm going to go Bill Belichick, sir.
Gotcha.
I'm going to go there. I'll see your coach of the year of 2021, and I'll raise you a guy with 8 Lombardi trophies as a coach in the National Football League. This upcoming season is going to be the first season in 50 years in which Bill Belichick is not on a sideline as a head coach or an assistant, because we're assuming he's not going to just take any old role on anybody's staff because he's Bill Belichick. And I guess the Commanders thought, let's go with somebody who can be here longer than whatever you think the amount of road that Belichick as a currently 72-year-old would have. Because he'll be 72 by the time the season hits. Okay. And, you know, the optics of taking the guy who lost a 28-3 lead in the Super Bowl over the guy who came back from that 28-3 deficit in that Super Bowl certainly isn't going to play very well if things don't work out with Dan Quinn. But you don't make a hire thinking the negative. You don't look at the half-empty glass and say, uh-oh. You don't do that. But I'm just, let's see how it works out. Dan Quinn needs to spend at least 4 years there, successfully 4 years there. Because that's how long you'd think, what, Belichick would, 4 or 5 year deal, right? If you're changing coaches in 3-4 years, you could have done that with Bill, right?
Yep.
So this is a roll of the dice, even though you know you're getting a Super Bowl coach, and you know you're getting a Super Bowl coach who's a very integral assistant in your in-division hated rival, not just any rival. And I don't know. I'd love to hear from Commanders fans. Is this the hire that makes you excited? You're jacked up about it? Like this is the one? This is the one? Like that's going to be your, I mean, this is a huge hire. This is the first one of the new administration. And Dan Quinn has a ton of upside and a ton of success in his career. And now we'll see him in Washington. And now Bill Belichick and Vrabel and Pete Carroll and Bieniemy are not head coaches in the NFL this year. Whew. Catch the Rich Eisen Show every single day on the Roku channel, 12 to 3 Eastern, for free.
If I just had one word, it would be gratitude for this opportunity, for the guidance that I've received. Gratitude to the Spanos family, to Susie, to Dean, to John, to Mike Spanos, to the Rule family, Nicholas Rule, who I coached at Stanford, and Mike, who I coached at Stanford, Anna, Philip, the entire family, to everybody in the Charger organization for allowing me to have this opportunity. Gratitude to the players that have been great. Our communications have been outstanding. Appreciate them welcoming me to the team. I believe we really share an important asset, which is being relentless. I see that in the players that we have on this football team and the Spanos family. Amazing. John, that conversation that we had, I remember it well because in 2004 or 5, coaching an all-star game in Las Vegas, after the practice, John came up to me and he said, "You run a really good practice. That's a professional type practice. You know, I like the way you coach." That was really only the second time that a professional coach, owner, general manager recognized that I might be pretty good. And the first was Mr. Al Davis, who I have so much gratitude to. So to me, from that moment on, I knew you could recognize talent, and this was like a young Al Davis to me. So cool. And Dean, when you said, we're hungry to win, I'm hungry to win, I told you that, and you said you're starving. It just resonated with me so much. You're about it. You're a grinder. You're one of the first in the building. I've been watching, and one of the last to leave through every single interview. You've been there 28, 30-some straight days. So just everybody's been great and so welcoming. I just like the way you do things. I like how you do it and what you do, and Ed and Fred and Catherine and on. I could list so many that I'm just very excited. Excited. I think about if I could describe it to you, it'd be like Morgan Freeman. in Shawshank Redemption, Red, I'm so excited that I find I can't sit still or hold a thought in my head, what a free man would feel before a long journey. And I just want to make it across the border, want to shake my friend's hand. That's how I feel. And want to get, want to win the right way, want to treat people in a first-class way, and get really good at football, and attacking each day. Like John said, I'm attacking it with an enthusiasm unknown to mankind. I want to especially thank my family as well. My beautiful wife, Sarah, who does so much. Thank goodness for mothers. All that you do in supporting me, supporting our family, the best, just the best thing that's happened to me. You're the best. You're tremendous, and my kids, just so proud. Dad of 7, my son Jay, who's a great man, great husband, father. He's a great football coach. Grateful for all the work he's done as a coach on our team at Michigan, and my son James, who's here. Gracie, who's not here, but both shining stars, and daughter Addie, who's here today, 15, and Katie Bear, and Jack, the quarterback, and my son Johnny is here today. What's up, Johnny? Doing all right? I see you wearing the jersey. Let's go. Yeah, so much to talk about. Just feeling good. And I'll also, who I would not be here without is my parents, Jack Harbaugh, Jackie Harbaugh, my mom, talking about moms, just the best, and did nothing to be born into that family, but just luck. My name should be Lucky. How'd you get so lucky? That's how I feel. My parents and my brother John and my sister Joni, just such a blessing. And they weren't, mom and dad weren't able to make it here today, but hope to get them out here to Southern California soon. Kids, dad, mom, the kids really love living next door to their papa and yai. So we'll see what we can get done there. So yeah, I would open it up to questions.
Coach, this is I'm Jim Hill, KCAL 9 News. Congratulations.
You're a legend. Of
No,
course I know who you are, Jim
you're the
Hill.
legend.
You're a legend.
No,
You
you're the
are
legend.
a legend.
Believe me, you're the legend. First of all, congratulations and good luck. And by seeing all of us here today, what does this tell you about how popular this choice is by the Chargers to get you as their head coach and the great expectations to come?
Well, thank you for that question, Jim. And you are a legend. And we're in one of the great cities there is. One thing I know is Los Angeles, Southern California. They respect talent, effort, and winning, and it needs to be multiple championships. And we're going to be humble and hungry, but that's our goal. That's our goal, is to treat people in a first-class manner, to win multiple championships, and day by day. Now I'm quoting Jackie Harbaugh now. I mean, it'll be one day at a time, one game at a time, one play at a time. Thank you.
Yeah, Coach, over here, left.
Am I right?
Bill Plaschke, Los Angeles Times.
Now, another legend. Wow.
No.
Coming at me left and right here with the
No,
legends.
you're right. Jim Hill is a legend. Thank you for recognizing
You're a
that.
legend.
So this organization has a history of falling short of expectations, and in very many painful ways. How do you change the culture?
The team. It's going to be a team effort. There won't be any magic formulas. The only ones I know are just good old-fashioned hard work and teamwork. And that's the vision that I've received from the Spanos family. That's the guidance, that this has to be done. This has to be done like a team. And the great family that they are, team, family, those are synonymous, for each other. And I got to quote Katie, my daughter Katie Harbaugh, because she came up with one of the best quotes I've ever heard. Work together, win together. And the operating word there is together. So everything we're going to do is going to be done as a team, collaborative. Anything and everything that I can do as a coach, for our players. It's about them. Those helpful warriors, those mighty men, so that they can be successful. So I feel that's what my job is. Put them in a position to be successful. And then the other operating there is work. I mean, nothing was ever achieved without work. So each day, just waking up and see if we can, how productive we can be, how much we can dominate the day. So talk about expectations. What are those expectations? Expectations are to have a great day today, to make it a great day. Like some people say, like, have a nice day. That doesn't quite resonate with me. I mean, that leaves something to chance. I mean, let's make it a great day. Let's have a great day if we want to. And so that's what we're doing. And happy to be here today. And again, just thankful for this opportunity and ready to attack it.
Jim, Daniel Popper with The Athletic. I'm sure one of the attractive parts of coming to this job was getting to coach Justin Herbert at quarterback. So what excites you the most about him as a player and as a person?
Yeah, the pros on this team, Justin Herbert, you see, I mean, he's as well said on that video. I mean, he's a crown jewel in the National Football League. Derwin James, there's another one. Talk about somebody getting me fired up. I mean, let's go. Justin Herbert walks up on you, like, okay, all right, this is awesome. Keenan Allen, we got guys. Rashawn Slater, I mean, great to see him. I mean, in the building, getting the work in, and that's been the feedback I've been getting in the communication with the players. They want to work. Can't wait to work. They're ready to work, and they want to win. And hey, let's go. The weight room we're getting it cleaned up right now. We're getting it all set. Had a great day just yesterday. I mean, talk about fulfillment. I mean, going in there to Home Depot and getting the shop vac, and I feel like I'm back at USD. I mean, let's get this thing right. Let's get it good. When these players come in here, then everything's organized, and they're going to see that things are changing. Things are different, and we want to get into that center of player development. That weight room, and let's have at it. It's you hungry? You want to eat? I mean, this is an all-you-can-eat buffet right here. So let's get that work in, and that's what the players have been saying back to me. Let's get it, coach. So let's go.
So you get a taste there of Jim Harbaugh as we welcome him back to the NFL. Glad you're with us here on NFL Live. Ryan Clark, Marcus Spears, Dan Orlovsky. We're at the Pro Bowl games.
Did we just listen to a damn autobiography?
I tell you what, he told us about himself. RC, what are your impressions so far of the new head coach of the Los Angeles Chargers?
I don't care what his introductory press conference is like. All I care about the fact is that the man can coach.
He can coach.
And the man has shown you in multiple different places with different rosters that he understands how to build a successful football team. And I'm going to be honest, we've gotten to this point to where I don't even pay attention to those things anymore. Nick Sirianni, who had one of the worst introductory press conferences of all time, took his team to the Super Bowl. We know who Jim Harbaugh is. We know that he's a little bit different and strange, but it doesn't matter because when he puts that hat on and that whistle around his neck, he knows what the hell to do.
Did you guys find it interesting that he
talked about the weight room, and he said we have to get back to player development. I mean, I found that interesting.
Sticks out.
Yeah, to hear him say, like, at least in his eyes, that wasn't something that they were doing. I also like the fact he said multiple championships. I know coaches say that. I just believe it when he does.
I like that he named the leaders that's going to set the tone for the work. And he talked about them already being excited to win and the work that they are putting in already.
Well, Lawrence, DQ to DC, and the Washington Commanders were the last team to hire a head coach. They were looking for a couple of things. Number one, they wanted a head coach with some prior head coaching experience, considering that when they first hired their new general manager, Adam Peters, he was a first-time general manager, but he was the first hire they made. They wanted to get Adam Peters in place. Then they preferred to have a coach with a little bit of head coaching experience, which Dan Quinn does. The other thing that resonated within the decision makers of the organization is the fact that they were surprised at how many people, unsolicited, across the league, reached out with glowing recommendations and support for Dan Quinn. Now, whenever candidates are going through a hiring cycle and interviewing with teams, teams often get calls from other people. But this exceeded the regular number of calls that a team ordinarily gets, and the Commanders remembered that as they were going through their process. Now, there were other candidates that they were considering. Mike McDonald wound up going to Seattle. Ben Johnson decided to remain in Detroit. But all along, they truly liked and really were drawn to the idea of Dan Quinn with prior head coaching experience, with all the support he had across the league, coming from D.C., leaving Dallas, staying in the division, and leading this franchise forward.
And Swagoo, what do you think about the Commanders bringing him in?
I like the hire. That's number one. Obviously, it's a part of what Dan Quinn was able to do in Dallas. I think he was a little restricted by the personnel in Dallas, which we saw sometimes struggle. We talked about the linebacker position at all times. I think Washington, though, with this new ownership, and when you think about Dan Quinn, it's been a lot of success, but you also need a leader of men. Like that organization kind of has been in flux since the Daniel Snyder selling the team and all of the things that surrounded that. It always felt like Ron Rivera was kind of a middleman between that era and the era that they would try to usher in. And from a defensive standpoint, when it comes to Dan Quinn, we know his philosophy works. And the reason why I brought up personnel is because now he has to go out and make sure he has the guys that can execute that. Yeah. And if he does, it's been proven over time to be a really good defensive situation.
A reminder, they have the number 2 overall pick in the draft. Go ahead, RC.
Which is going to be an extremely important pick. You know, if you're a new head coach, you want to make sure you have your franchise guy at the quarterback position. And we've seen the new head coaches in positions where they have that guy succeed very early. Now, if you think about Dan Quinn, Marcus mentioned a leader of men. Yeah. That's exactly what he was in that Dallas organization as well. He was one of the loudest voices, one of the voices that many people inside of that building respected. And I think that's why he goes to Washington. Here's what's sort of weird about it. You wonder if Washington always wanted Dan Quinn, if they always felt like he was the coach, or was it not being able to get some of the candidates they were waiting on? Because this is extremely late in the process for a coach who we expected to have a job very early to finally get one.
Do you like the personnel fit just because they already have Payne and Allen there? We obviously know the run stopping was an issue for Dallas for years.
Yeah, I love the interior, the linebacker spot. I think they would try to get better at that, but it's not a bad situation. And from his secondary, you know, you think about Dan Quinn is really known for what he's been able to create with his secondary guys. Obviously, we talk about Seattle
Forbes
and his time there. And then in Dallas, had a tremendous amount of success with those guys in the back end, especially taking the football away, which is something Washington hasn't done at a very high rate over the past couple of years.
For me, it's like, who's going to be your offensive coordinator? You know, and my mind immediately goes to Clint Kubiak, who is the son of Gary Kubiak, who's in San Francisco. A couple of reasons. One, when Dan Quinn was the head coach at Atlanta and they went on their run, Kyle Shanahan from that tree, obviously a tremendous amount of success. Adam Peters, who's their new general manager, had just spent multiple years in San Francisco, so he's going to have a good background of understanding who Clint Kubiak is. He's called plays, I believe, 1 year in Minnesota. I just think, like, one of the things that is a shoo-in is his offensive coordinator, whoever it is going to be, will come from that tree because of the success he had in Atlanta and because of Adam Peters watching that type of scheme be so dominant in San Francisco. It would make no sense to hire somebody that's not from that McShanahan tree.
Yeah, interesting points either way. Another reminder, too, that this means Bill Belichick, Mike Vrabel, not part of this hiring cycle, as we have now filled all of the head coaching openings. Let's bring Adam Schefter back in.
Well, Laura, I think a lot of people are wondering about the hire, right, and how successful it will be. And I hear everybody on the set talking about how he'll be a great fit for the defensive players, who the offensive coordinator is going to be. Let's be very clear about this. They have over $70 million in cap space. They do have, as we talked about, the number 2 pick. And if they hit on the number 2 pick and the quarterback that they're expected to take there, I don't care if Dan, Marcus, or Ryan is the head coach of that team. If they hit it 2 on the quarterback, then the head coach they hired today is going to be a big success. If they miss on that pick, I don't care who they would have hired as a head coach. He's going to have an enormous challenge that's going to be difficult to overcome if they don't hit on the 2nd overall pick. So we go back to the first hire they made, Adam Peters. Pressure on him getting that quarterback right at number 2, because that's going to define everything for this organization going forward.
Yeah, getting the quarterback right is important, but we have a team in the Super Bowl that got the quarterback wrong.
Bro, you're dead on.
Like, let's be honest. We have a team in the San Francisco 49ers who mortgaged their future to acquire Trey Lance, and it didn't work out. Now, I also understand, and this is going to be a weird statement, Brock Purdy's don't grow on trees.
Yeah.
You don't accidentally, on an accident, find a quarterback
lucky,
at that
right?
position who can perform this well. But they can overcome that. Do I believe that they do a better job if that quarterback is the right person? For sure, it's an important pick, but that doesn't mean it's a death sentence if Dan Quinn coaches the right way and leads the correct way.
And I know we live in this world where, like, hey, if you have an early pick, you're taking a quarterback. To your point, Adam Peters in San Francisco, the Trey Lance doesn't work out. They had Jimmy Garoppolo before, not a first-round pick, certainly not a high early first-round pick. And then Brock Purdy. Dan Quinn's time in Seattle was with Russell Wilson, and then he's just gone on this run with Dak Prescott. It was a 4th-round pick. So as much as I thought, if Ben Johnson was that head coach, I would have been done deal. They're going to take a quarterback. I don't know if Washington will be 100% done deal taking a quarterback.
Now, that would be fascinating with that number 2 overall pick.
You got to be sold on it, Laura.
Yeah.
I get
on
it.
that guy.
You got Caleb Williams there. You got Drake May. Maybe somebody else. Jaden Daniels pops into that conversation.
If I'm Dak Prescott, I am genuinely thinking I need to get up out of here. Not next year, but now. I have total control over how that happens. So if I go to Jerry and say, I'm not doing my contract with you. You want me to play for you next year? We're going to do it in the last year of my contract, and my cap number is going to be $59.5 million. We have seen many NBA players and a handful of NFL players force their way out of situations they didn't want to be in. And if I'm Dak and I got problems with my star on offense and my star on defense, and the owner is saying this stuff about me, and I could go get whatever my contract that I want long-term is in any of a handful of other places right now, I do it. I do it. I walk in there and say, trade me. And here's a list of places I'm going.
Hold on.
Go ahead.
Hold on. I want to make sure that I get this right, because what you're suggesting is something that literally never happens. I'm going to go through the Cowboys quarterback lineage, and you're going to tell me how many of them played for another team, okay?
Yeah.
Don Meredith.
I don't. He didn't start with them, I don't think, but he did not play for another team.
Roger Staubach.
Of course not.
Danny White.
Did not.
Troy Aikman.
Of course not.
Tony Romo.
No.
So you're telling me that Dak Prescott is going to elect to play quarterback for a team other than the Dallas Cowboys when literally no one else ever has?
Right. Well, I mean, go find me the quotes about Troy Aikman where Michael Irvin's mother was saying Troy isn't it, and who was their defensive stars, but Ken Norton Jr.'s brother was coming out. That's a bad example. Charles Haley's brother, Dion's brother, was coming out and saying Troy needs to take a team-friendly deal or pack your bags. Or Jerry Jones at that time was saying we'll go as far as Troy takes us. You know what? Because Troy took them to the Super Bowl.
What I'm saying, though, is you have to go back to the early 70s when Tom Landry created a quarterback controversy between Craig Morton and Roger Staubach.
Right.
To find a quarterback that didn't want to continue playing in Dallas.
Right.
It has never happened.
But these are really unique circumstances, and money is so enormous now. Unless Dak Prescott is dying for a post-playing career in broadcasting, then being the quarterback of the Cowboys isn't doing him any more good. He's not any more famous right now. He's more scrutinized. He's more talked about, but he's not any more famous than the quarterbacks of a lot of other teams. I get it. I mean, Troy Aikman has had an incredible post-career, and Romo has had an incredible post-career. Roger Staubach actually made himself a billionaire in business. That's a different thing.
You're making my point for me.
No. But what I'm saying is that only has some value. At some point, he doesn't cost you $900,000. And you have to decide if signing him is worth losing whatever the equivalent at that point is of Christian McCaffrey and Deebo Samuel and Brandon Ayuk and George Kittle and whatever other players you can't otherwise afford to lose. Or you're better off having all those players and finding the next Brock Purdy who might be 10% less good but costs you 2% of what it costs you to pay a great quarterback. The reason I'm getting to this is we're entering a world where we're going to start paying good players great player money. And that's why these teams don't win. Because, you got a quarterback, you got to pay him. Do you? You got to pay $55 million for Jared Goff? I'm sorry, I just don't think so. Again, God bless him. I hope he gets his $55 million. I hope he's happy with it. But if I were running a team, I would be very hesitant to do that.
I would have a hard time giving Brock Purdy $55 million based upon 25 games, with 26 games now, which is what we've seen him play in the NFL. But this is not a now decision. They have the opportunity to pay him next year less than $1 million. Then the year after that is his fourth year. And then theoretically, you can franchise him not once but twice. So if you're so confident in Kyle Shanahan's system that you want to go that route, that's fine. But that's 2, 3, 4 years from now where you can still benefit from the fact that this guy's going to be pretty cheap. Well, you don't have to commit long-term dollars to this guy. And who's to say that Kyle Shanahan can't find a running back or a receiver or a tight end in the draft that can also make his system hum? I mean, Brandon Ayuk was a late one or a 2. Like, George Kittle was a 4th or 5th round pick. So it's not quarterback is not the only position where that would necessarily apply in a system. If you're saying that Shanahan's as good as you think he is, he can find other guys that can make the system work too that aren't necessarily just the quarterback.
By the way, and perhaps this is just an aside, I don't know that he's playing better than RG3 did as a rookie.
Oh, he absolutely is.
RG3 as a rookie completed 65.5% of his passes for 3,200 yards, 20 touchdowns and 5 picks. He ran for 815 yards and 7 touchdowns. How much better than that can you be?
Brock Purdy was considerably better than that this year. I mean, when you're averaging 9 yards per pass attempt, which is what Brock Purdy did, you were doing something historically great.
Okay, RG3 averaged 8.1 yards per pass attempt on a team I believe that led the league that year. I'm trying to see why these numbers are in.
I think he led the NFL in passer rating that season.
Yeah.
He was outstanding. I'm not taking anything away from Robert Griffin III that year. What I'm saying is that he was not an MVP level player. Brock Purdy led the NFL in QBR. If you do that, you win the MVP, except for this year. Brock Purdy is magnificent. Absolutely magnificent in this system. He's better than RG3 was that year. The only person that compares is 2016 Matt Ryan. He's the only one.
I mean, you're discounting the running, right? I mean, he ran for 815 yards. What did we do QBR that year?
Yeah, we do. I'll pull it up right now.
What was his QBR in 2012? I'd just be curious to know. What was Brock Purdy's QBR? We've now separated ourselves from the previous conversation.
Sure.
What was Brock Purdy's QBR this year relative to RG3?
So RG3's was 69.4, and Brock Purdy this year was 75.4. It's 5% better.
That's a big difference, yeah.
It's a big difference on that scale, and that includes the running. That includes the quality of the opponent. That includes everything. Now, obviously, this is a 49ers team with more weapons, with better weapons, and that counts for something too. What I'm saying is that you seem to have some built-in biases against Brock Purdy. Not to say that you don't think he's good, but you are giving Kyle Shanahan a disproportionate amount of credit. Jimmy Garoppolo in 2019 was a quarterback who was benefiting from the yards after the catch phenomenon. Like more than half of the yardage that Jimmy Garoppolo gained that year as a quarterback, 55% was coming from that. Brock Purdy this year is like 10% less than that. Brock Purdy this year ranked in the bottom third in the NFL in the amount of yardage that he got from Yak. He is not merely dumping the ball off and going. He is challenging the defense downfield in a way that no Kyle Shanahan quarterback ever has.
The top 5 quarterback receiver duos in NFL playoff history.
Number 5.
At 5, I went a little bit off the board because I really built this around 1 year. But anyone who watched Kurt Warner and Larry Fitzgerald in 2008 knows that was the most unstoppable combination ever. I've never seen a player more unstoppable or less stoppable than Larry Fitzgerald was on that run. 4 games, he had 546 receiving yards and 7 touchdowns, both of which remain the records for any individual postseason. They did have 2 playoff years together, and Fitzgerald's numbers were good in that other as well. But it is that year, 2008, the year where they wound up losing a heartbreaker in the Super Bowl to Ben and Santonio Holmes in the corner of the end zone and the Steelers. That was the best run I've ever seen. I put him at 5.
Number 4.
I put Steve Young and Jerry Rice at 4. Jerry Rice caught 7 of his postseason touchdowns from Steve Young. 3 of them came in a win over the Chargers, the monkey off the back Super Bowl for Steve Young. I was at that game. I covered that. It was in Miami. It remains, I think, the least competitive sporting event I've ever witnessed in person. That game was over before it started. And Jerry Rice and Steve Young were the primary reasons why. I put them at number 4.
Number 3.
And I put Joe Montana and Jerry Rice at number 3. Jerry Rice is by so far the greatest postseason player of all time. It's not even close. And the evidence of that is that his greatness is divided up equally between these 2 guys. He caught 7 touchdowns from Young. He caught 12 touchdowns from Montana. He had 215 yards in Super Bowl 23 against the Bengals. He had almost 1,000 receiving yards from Montana in his career. So again, we put Young and Rice at 4, Montana and Rice at 3. Rice was just that good.
Number 2.
2 is Brady and Gronk. 15 touchdowns. 2 multi-touchdown Super Bowls. They did it for 2 different teams. Gronk was overwhelmingly Brady's favorite target over the course of his Hall of Fame career. He had a lot of great connections. Wes Welker, Julian Edelman, the short-lived one with Randy Moss, and there were others. Why is the name jumping out of my head? The guy who was the MVP of the Super Bowl against the Eagles, Deion Branch, and a few others. But Brady and Gronk is the one that lasts. And up until maybe this year, they would have been first on this list. 15 touchdowns. But at number 1.
Number 1.
And this is why I'm saying, here's another reason to watch the Super Bowl. Because you might be seeing Mahomes to Kelsey for the last time. Patrick Mahomes to Travis Kelsey is the greatest receiver-quarterback duo in playoff history. Almost 1,500 yards. 17 touchdowns. 6 games of at least 10 catches. 6 games of at least 100 receiving yards. 44% of Mahomes' career touchdown passes in the playoffs have gone to Travis Kelsey. And again, I'll point out, 6 games with 10 catches or more, 6 games with at least 100 receiving yards. That's in 6 postseasons. Mahomes has only been the quarterback 6 years. So they're averaging 1 of those per playoffs. Once a year, Travis Kelsey has at least 10 catches in a playoff game and at least 100 yards in a playoff game. It's unheard of. And especially in a post-Tyreek Hill era, he has been so clearly the only elite target that Mahomes has had, and yet it has not stopped him from eating. It has not stopped them from winning. They won the Super Bowl last year, and they're back in it again this year. They are the best combination of their kind in NFL playoff history.
Jim, what is it about being here with the Chargers that made you want to accept this position?
Just a lot of things. I mean, but mainly I think it was the connection with the Spanos family. My priorities are faith, family, football. I can see in them, that same priorities, and also they really liked how I did things and what I did, and in them I saw a real trait of important asset of being relentless that I think I share with them, and that players that are on the team, this opportunity, the emotional connection, I mean, really a lot of things.
With the Chargers comes quarterback Justin Herbert. What do you like about his game? Where are the areas you think you can help him grow?
I love his game. I just think he's one of the real gems, shining stars of the entire National Football League. Concerns right now, I mean, protecting him, protecting him, his environment on the field, creating a quarterback room and a offensive unit that where he's going to be touching the ball every single play and making the things happen, but and also being accountable to, like, I really got to be on my A game. I really got to bring it when you're playing, when you're coaching a player this talented and this good.
Still starstruck by him?
No, I'm over that. And I don't get that often. Barack Obama definitely. Justin Herbert, yeah, it was right out, literally out of Step Brothers. I mean, I can't look at you. And I love it. I got to look way up to see him. I mean, that just have a ton of respect for how he does things. For what he does and how he does it, and can't wait to get to work.
And then your coaching staff, what kind of progress have you made building the staff, and is there a timeline when you'd like to have that done?
Yeah, probably 3 to 5 days, and then, it's, but, you gotta, what's the saying, measure twice, cut once? Mm-hmm. Really aspiring to do that. Is that Abraham Lincoln?
Now you're going too deep for me. You take over a 5-12 team. What can people expect to see in year one from your team?
Well, I mean, our expectations are going to be high to have a great day, today, the rest of today, and as we put the staff together tomorrow. I mean, it's really about getting better today than we were yesterday, better tomorrow than we were today, better today than we were yesterday. A real goal there to make it a great day.
And you said you are hungry to win. Dean Spanos is starving to win. What will it take to bring a Lombardi trophy to the Chargers?
Teamwork. It's going to take good old-fashioned hard work, good old-fashioned teamwork.
Thanks, Jim.
Thank you.
He's Matt Hasselbeck, former NFL quarterback, led the Seahawks to the Super Bowl, and former ESPN NFL analyst. What do you make of these, like that coaching decision to leave BC to be a defensive coordinator with the Packers?
Yeah. Hey, how are you?
Hi, bud.
I'm glad I get to be the Mercedes-Benz guest, by the way. That's a good feeling, right? No, listen, it was shocking, like, as a Boston College alum and as a dad of a kid who just went through the recruiting process, and Boston College was one of the kind of the final schools that he was deciding between. It's really surprising. But at the same time, having just been through that recruiting process as a dad, it's a lot, man. Like, college football, I call it professional college football right now. It never ends. So whether you're talking NIL, transfer portal, recruiting your own kids not to leave. Some schools are more committed to spending money to go get guys, to keep guys. Some schools are more committed to, honestly, this next, whatever the future of professional college football looks like versus the amateurism. I think it's tough. I was surprised. I think you'll see more coaches kick and claw and scratch to get their way back into the NFL.
Could you see Bill Belichick entertaining the idea of coaching Harvard football?
Yeah. Yeah, I've never heard anyone say that. But yeah, I really actually thought that the most surprising thing he would probably try to do is go coach men's lacrosse somewhere.
Yeah.
Like, I think he would love that challenge. As long as it lines up with his summers at Nantucket, sure. The Harvard thing is really interesting, though, because as you may or may not know, there are a lot of restrictions. There's basically you don't have the guys in the summer the way the Division I programs do. That the amount of hours you have, so you could like coach football, and in theory still have a life outside of it. So, pretty good idea, Dan. I like where your head's at.
Well, Tim Murphy, he just retired after 30 years. Bill's in the neighborhood. Maybe he would like that. You're not dealing with transfer portal or NIL as much as you would someplace else, and it would allow him to coach in a conference that he would have great respect for. So, I don't know.
Very good. You should be his agent. I know there's some coaches on staff there that have been there a long time that that understand how to work with admissions there, and so that's a whole nother beast that you have to deal with at some schools.
But I was wondering, I don't know if Bill Belichick will coach in the NFL again. And the reason why I say this is one more year, he's going to be 73. Who's turning over their organization to somebody who, how long is he going to be there?
Someone who wants to win?
Well, I thought Philadelphia was going to go after him and replace Nick Sirianni. At Atlanta, they wanted him until the front office probably said, well, wait a minute, he's going to take our jobs or our jobs are in jeopardy, and then they didn't want him. Washington at the last 11th hour reaches out to him without an interview, but they reach out to him. So I don't know if I see a franchise going, yep, let's bring in Bill.
I think you need to look at the decision maker. Like if it's the GM, if the GM is kind of the decision maker, like of course they're not going to say, "Oh yeah, hey, come and be my boss, please." But if it's an owner who's like, "Hey, I've had enough. I just want to pay a large sum of money and I want you to just do it. Go bring me a great football team. I will go do the business stuff. Like just do it." And if you kind of find one of those types of owners, and Coach Belichick sees a situation where the quarterback is already a settled thing, I say yes. I say yes.
Yeah, I was curious about it because the more I thought about it, the more I'm thinking if it didn't work this time, Vrabel didn't get a job.
It's tough. It's musical chairs, right? And there's a point of emphasis right now for like the young, hip, cool, analytics, streamlining, all the kind of stuff. The league's getting a lot younger. You see Pete Carroll get pushed out. You see, Bill Belichick get pushed out. Like that's the trend this year. Mm-hmm. I don't know. Like if Kyle Shanahan wins the Super Bowl, then sure, that trend's probably going to continue, like the new age stuff. But if Andy Reid wins the Super Bowl, then it might be a trend. It's a very copycat league. Then the trend might be like, you know what? We don't need to reinvent the wheel. Football, a great leader, a great football coach is a great football coach. Let's copy that model.
He's Matt Hasselbeck, former NFL quarterback, former NFL analyst at the Mothership. If I told you this would be the Super Bowl matchup back in August, you would have said what?
You say, oh, that's a boring pick. That's not a hot take. I agree with you, but we're looking for a hot take. And that's, I think, what everybody does at the beginning of the year. They want to be the person that bets on the underdog horse or whatever. But no, for sure. Like these two teams, these are, probably the best team in the NFC last year who, outside of Brock Purdy's injury, had a great chance to be in the Super Bowl. And this year, Andy Reid, Mahomes, Travis Kelce, of course, safe bet.
Pick out the weakness of both of these teams.
The weakness, I think, I shouldn't say the weakness. I think the kryptonite. Like, if you want to beat the Chiefs, there's one thing you have to do. Like, you can't beat them unless you do this. Unless you eliminate Travis Kelce, you need to take him out of you need to find other ways to lose the game. Find other ways to lose. He needs to be the guy. And I'll just tell you, like, every time I played against the Chiefs in my career, or a team like the Chiefs, this is how it would go down. You'd have a scout team player, probably one of your better wide receivers, play tight end all week in practice, wear a jersey with the number 8 and 7, and sometimes it was 2 different guys. And it was like, we don't care what happens. 87's not touching the ball in practice. For 2 weeks now, it'll be that way, or it should be that way. And that's the whole emphasis. And then you go watch like a game like the Buffalo Bills game, and they're just like dropping coverage, and they're just letting Kelsey run free. Like, that's not it. Like Jacksonville learned the hard way last year. The teams who've done a good job against Kansas City, they make them win another way, some other way. So I think that's the biggest thing. And then for San Fran, I think health. Like, they've got some star players. They just got to be healthy. Brock Purdy's got to be healthy. Debo, Kittle. They have the weapons. But to me, Kelsey is like, if you want to pick one thing, it's got to be Travis.
Was Tom Brady a game manager?
He was a game, what's the right word? He was a game commander. He was a game controller.
Okay, so we got to change the word manager. That's the problem.
Manager reminds me of like a grocery store clerk from like a kind of like a mediocre movie that I watched or something. Like, I need a manager on aisle 4. Like, no. I want someone in charge. I want a commander, a controller, someone who dictates what's going to happen in the game.
Okay.
Tom Brady had the ability to win a game going over the top to Randy Moss. He had the ability to win a game by a death by 1,000 paper cuts to James White. And he intimidated defensive coordinators. Defensive coordinators, like Peyton Manning was this way too. Defensive coordinators would be afraid to do certain things, blitzes or whatever. It'd be like, oh no, he's gonna see it and he's gonna dink and dunk, like whatever it is. So I think, yeah, change the word.
So Brock Purdy, is he a game manager?
He's a baller. I don't care. I listen. Honestly, like just even this morning, I went back and rewatched. All of his completions from the last 2 playoff games. Dude is a freaking beast. I'm sorry. I know he doesn't look like a beast. I know, like, if he had we were at the combine, you strip down to your underwear or whatever, you're not going to be like, whoa, look how tall he is. Look how strong. Look how probably not. He's like one of the best, I don't know, shortstops I've ever seen. He catches it, he's smooth, ball's on point, runner's ball, accurate, on time. But he does, I don't care what anybody says, and I don't even know if people say this, but he has wow throws. He absolutely has wow throws. Let me rewind that. Let me see that. Wow. But I think the thing that he and Patrick Mahomes both don't get enough credit for, people want to, I don't know, I don't think people realize what great runners these quarterbacks are. And they're not running quarterbacks, but when their team absolutely needs it, they will run for a first down and absolutely break the back of a defense. Ironically, we already know that about Mahomes. But, like, even in this playoff run, Purdy's done it more than Mahomes. And we know how good Mahomes is. So, I think moxie, swagger, instinctual, on time, rhythm, accuracy, all the things. That's why these are the 2 teams playing for it all, because their quarterbacks are that way.
If Mahomes wins another Super Bowl MVP, does that do anything status-wise, pecking order, anything historically?
Sure, of course. To me, just what they've already done. Everyone said, oh, no one will ever be as good as Joe Montana. Then all of a sudden, Tom Brady came along. Then everyone said, oh, no one will ever do what Tom Brady did. And I agree. But then here's Mahomes, like in the prime of his career, doing it. Like this dude, I say this sometimes to people. People are like, oh, can you believe how long Tom Brady played? It's not even how long he played. It's how many games he played in that stretch. Like this dude played 20-something. He played over a full season of playoff games. So like when other NFL quarterbacks who throw for a ton of yards, they're over in the Bahamas playing golf during the playoffs, Tom Brady is still playing football. That's what Mahomes has done. I mean, this dude's like, he never gets a break. He's got a short off season every season. So he's ridiculous. He's so good. Andy Reid's so good. You know who's underrated, though? I just got to tell you, is Steve Spagnuolo, the defensive coordinator for the Chiefs.
Yeah.
And I don't know. Like, I played against him when he was with the St. Louis Rams. I played against him when he was with the New York Giants with those great Michael Strahan, O.C. Umenyiora, Antonio Pierce defenses. To me, like, when I think of Spags, I think of like Dick LeBeau. You know, and because I don't know what people think of Spags. I think it's almost like an afterthought because how good the offense is. But no, this dude deserves the same amount of respect as a defensive coordinator as you'd give someone like Dick LeBeau, which is kind of like the highest compliment I can think of.
Yeah, and I've asked our guest the last couple of days, if you're San Francisco, are you more concerned about Kansas City's defense or Patrick Mahomes?
Kansas City's defense is really good. Here's the thing. You need to be concerned about Travis Kelce. Like, that needs to be priority number one. He's the guy. Where's Waldo? Find him every play. Like, that's our whole thing.
Wait, so Kelce is one, then Mahomes two, or the defense?
Defense is really good. I think this is the great thing about San Fran, why they're so good, is they don't care who you are on defense. They don't care. They're going to do them. It's like they got this like John Wooden mindset. You know what? We're going to do a shift. A lot of teams shift. And a lot of teams motion. Watch the 49ers. They'll do a shift and a motion so much. Shift, motion, set hut. Defense has to think. We're not thinking. We're on offense. We know it's just a shift, motion. We do this all the time. Shift, motion, set hut. Shift, motion, set hut. The defense is over like, I got him, you got him, you got it. Debo, C-Mac, Kittle, like what? So I think that's the beauty of it. I think the thing that that's different about Kansas City right now is the run game. Isaiah Pacheco. Like, again, another thing we don't talk about, but Pacheco's the real deal. I mean, he runs angry. He runs well. They're committed to it more than I think they have been. And, you know, that's a way to close out a game. I don't know. It's super fun. I love San Fran. There's so much to like about San Fran. I love Kansas City. They're an all-time team. Like, you know, when did you grow up watching football? When Kansas City and Mahomes were doing their thing? It's like it's how you define an era, kind of. So it's super fun. Should be an awesome game.
Yeah, Mahomes has got into the Brady stratosphere. I don't bet against him. If he's out there, I can't bet against him.
If I was coaching Patrick, I would say, Patrick, the only thing that can beat you is you. Like, don't get bored. You know, he won his last Super Bowl. I made this analogy last year with a 3-wood the whole year. You know, he didn't have Tyreek, and he was like, you know what? I'm putting the driver away. I'm gonna use my 3-wood when I'm gonna spread it around. I'm gonna use everybody, and that's what he did. He used everybody. He let the offense work for him, and I don't know. It's special, but I think he's the only thing that could stop him in a weird way.
Great to talk to you. Thanks for joining us, Matt.
Always a pleasure.
Did your son get NIL? Did UCLA offer up anything there when they recruited?
I think they know how much money I made in my career, so we never got offered any NIL. But you don't need NIL, you know.
You told your son you're not getting NIL money from UCLA?
He's been on NIL since he was born. Who are we kidding? Come on.
Thank you, Matt.
All right.
It's Matt Hasselbeck, former NFL quarterback. All right, Seton.
It is crazy to me that we're having the Super Bowl in Las Vegas. It's unbelievable.
Paulie went back to 2015. There's an article where the commissioner is anti-gambling. It's a non-starter. You know, even people worked at the NFL Network. You weren't even allowed to hint at the betting lines. I remember talking to Rich Eisen about that, and he goes, no, we're not allowed to talk about that. Now, and I don't know if they still are allowed to. They should be. But, I mean, the fact that we have a couple of sports franchises in Vegas and hosting the Super Bowl. If I would have said that in 2015, so what is that, 9 years? Boy, that's a quick turnaround. Now everybody's okay with gambling. Hey, you know what? We love gambling so much. Let's put the event in the capital of gambling, Las Vegas.
Well, it was legalized in 2018. Right, I think that's when, was it the Supreme Court overturned, there was like gosh, I'm forgetting the name of it now, but it was illegal, and I think the Supreme Court overturned it. So 2018 to now, you have the Raiders are there. That's the first year the Golden Knights existed. That's in just 6 years.
And then you got the Oakland A's who are moving there.
The Oakland A's are now moving there.
Yeah, you have the Raiders who are there, and then they're going to get an NBA expansion franchise there as well.
That's an unbelievable change in 6 years.
Here's what the commissioner had to say. 2015. We've been very open about our position that we oppose legalized sports gambling. We haven't changed our position on that, and I don't anticipate us changing that going forward at all. I think the integrity of the game is the most important thing, and we believe that our current position is the right way to be able to handle that. But on the other hand, if changes happen, we'll be prepared for those.
Basically, we're against it until someone goes through that door first. NHL, you're up.
Yeah, until we know that we can make a lot of money, like what our cut is here, nope, we're against gambling.
In
the
less than
integrity.
3 years, they figured out how to save the integrity of the game whilst also collecting hundreds, if not billions of dollars in gambling.
Yeah. Oh, God.
That quick.
Yeah.
And they figured out how to get a franchise there. Built a stadium, did the whole thing.
I would love to know about
Just
the
like
integrity of the game.
That's amazing.
That's the most important thing.
It's got to be one of the biggest shifts in sports in history.
Yeah.
I don't know. Certainly in my lifetime, I can't think of anything that went the exact opposite direction of how it was.
Who would have thought we would have a Super Bowl in Vegas?
It's remarkable.
If I said that 10 years ago, you'd be like, there is no way.
And now we're a day away from going there. Like, this city was built for the Super Bowl. This is exactly the way the Super Bowl is supposed to go.
Yeah. How many more times are they going to be back? And when are they going to be back in
do it
Vegas
every
again?
year.
Yeah, that should be the permanent home of the Super Bowl. Sure, that's what people are saying. Yes, Paulie.
But you got to stay with me on this one. You know what would have been great if there was a Vegas Super Bowl before gambling was legalized. Then it would have felt like a wild event. It doesn't feel like a big deal next week because you could bet anywhere on your phone, almost any state. Going to Vegas, it's very convenient. But imagine if they had a Super Bowl 15 years ago in Vegas where everyone could go there, fly in, and bet all week. That's why it doesn't feel like it's that big of a deal that there's a Vegas Super Bowl, because gambling is standard procedure the past 4 years.
It'd be like going to Cuba 20 years ago. Like, I
Exactly.
had to fly to Canada to then get to Havana.
Well, they did an about face with this. The integrity of the game, apparently,
not in jeopardy.
I don't think so. Apparently not. Commissioner told us it's not.
Well, in that time, has there been any major scandal?
Well, there's been players gambling.
Players have gambled, but that's not a scandal. No, has anybody been caught shaving points? Has anybody been caught throwing games? Has anybody been caught doing anything that was actually against the integrity of the game? I mean, Calvin Ridley is probably the biggest one, and he was gambling while he was hurt.
Yeah.
He wasn't even playing.
Yeah. I don't know what the commissioner is saying about the integrity of the game, that how was it, in jeopardy, or the possibility it was going to be compromised in 2015. I mean, the game was compromised. If you go back to Paul Hornung and Alex Karras, they bet on their teams. Yeah. They bet on games and got suspended for a year. But as far as what would be a scandal, I don't think we have anything that would be classified as that.
Nothing huge.
No.
No.
Yes, Paul.
I was watching Outside the Lines with Jeremy Schaap this morning, and there was a player, cornerback for the Colts, Isaiah Rodgers Sr. He got suspended from the league for a year. He was betting, and his violation was betting on sports while in the Colts facility, which is illegal, any sports. But what happened was, he's saying other people were using his account to bet on sports, and someone bet on Jonathan Taylor over in a rushing yards in a game. And that was the biggie, because it was $1,000 on Jonathan Taylor over in a game that Isaiah Rodgers is playing in. That would know Jonathan Taylor's status for the game, inside knowledge. And that was one of the big ones that hurt him.
It's just a matter of time. There'll be a scandal. There will. In our lifetime, there'll be a scandal. Too much money. It could be a scandal on a variety of fronts, whether it's fans, whether it's an official, whether it's a player. It just feels like it's a matter of time. All the NFL head coaching hires are done, as Dan Quinn is the last to be hired. There was a report yesterday by Diana Rossini that the Commanders, before they pulled the trigger on Dan Quinn, maybe back-channeled to gauge Bill Belichick's interest, that there was interest in the front office. But this is a team that has a front office that's already full. And then you have Belichick who reportedly said to the Falcons he wanted to have total control, and then they backed away. Bill Belichick going to the Commanders where he's not going to have full control, and you already have like 3 or 4 front office people already hired, that was not going to work well. Dan Quinn is an uninspiring hire here. And you hire somebody because you want that coach to be your forever coach. This kind of feels like you're on your 3rd marriage and you go, I'm going to make this one work here. Now, you got new ownership there with Washington, but Dan Quinn was in Atlanta where he did go to a Super Bowl, and he was defensive coordinator with the Cowboys, spent time in Seattle. All right, so he's got a nice resume, but if you said I can have Dan Quinn or Mike Vrabel, I'm going to take Mike Vrabel. But Dan Quinn is going to be the head coach there, and I think he got it because others turned that job down, which is fine. You want to be a head coach, and if I'm the 7th choice, I still got the head coaching job. It was less than inspiring. And what is the new trend? So you have Pete Carroll, Mike Vrabel, Bill Belichick not coaching this year. And it feels like you're looking for the guy who's around 28 years, 29, 30 years of age, physically fit, and is reading a playbook out of Tony Robbins' motivational speeches, where they go in there and they tell you that this is the way it's going to be, and who's with me? And they look great, they're in shape, but can you coach? And Mike McDonald did a great job with Baltimore. Okay. It just felt like all of that, and that's what Washington got. New ownership there. You got the 2nd pick in the draft. Why do I want a defensive coordinator as my head coach when I'm going to draft a quarterback with the number 2 pick in the draft? I don't understand that. That's where I need somebody who's going to be able to develop him. And Dan Quinn is a defensive-minded guy. But Paulie sent me the actual Diana Rossini tweet. During the hiring process, Bill Belichick was considered for the job, per sources. Commanders spoke with him, and he had support from some decision makers. In the end, Dan Quinn is their choice. Okay. Now, you can speak to Bill, but you didn't interview him, which is interesting. But also, there's a real good chance Bill Belichick does not coach again in the NFL. He's going to be 1 year older. He'll be 73 with next year's hiring process?
Correct. He would be 73 when the following NFL season started.
Yeah. So, and what team is going to relinquish control? And he's not your forever coach. How long is he going to coach? Now, I thought Philadelphia, if they were going to make a change, that Bill would have been the guy. You got a respected front office guy, Howie Roseman, and Bill going in there and maybe revitalizing that team that went to the Super Bowl the previous year needs maybe a change in culture. Maybe Mike McCarthy with the Cowboys, although I don't see that happening. Even though Jerry can love Bill Belichick and respect him and say all those nice things, you still got to make it work on a daily basis. And I had my doubts about that happening. Now, as far as Philadelphia, I could see that. But other than that, what team is going to say, now we bring in Bill Belichick? And I'm really curious about that. Because I don't know if you can go, yeah, that'll make sense. But we don't know. There'll be coaching vacancies that right now we're not able to handicap. But there'll be a job opening, and then now does Bill Belichick say, I don't need control. Let me just coach. Is he going to have to sacrifice a little bit here? And that might be the case, but still, you want to hire somebody who is young. You want to get them before somebody else gets them. Nobody wanted Bill Belichick, at least what came with Bill Belichick. So the greatest coach of all time, nobody wanted him. Now, Arthur Blank, I think, wanted him in Atlanta, but the front office didn't because they were going to lose their jobs. Or we have to turn over the authority to Bill Belichick, and they didn't want to do that, obviously. So he's maybe going into TV. Mike Vrabel, I was really surprised. Vrabel was the guy where it was like, oh, he's going to get a job tomorrow if he wants one. There'll be a line out the door waiting for him. And then all of a sudden there wasn't. Pete Carroll, once again, age, that'll be a factor. Pete and Bill around the same age. Is Pete your forever coach? And the answer is no. You're looking for a Mike Tomlin. You're looking for somebody, I got 15 years 17 years, 20 years. Like, that is your goal. The question is, can you find that guy? And sometimes we'll look at a hire and go, Mike McDaniel? That guy? He's kind of funny and quirky. He was on the Niners staff. All right. Like, you just kind of go, all right. And then all of a sudden you go, all right, I get it. Yeah, all right, there's a genius in there, offensive-minded guy. It works. Sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes it's really like, all right, I like what we're doing here, too. Really? And that's how I felt with Dan Quinn. I don't know Dan. Sure, he's a wonderful guy. But I go, okay. All right. Yeah, more.
Do you think it's hard for players to look at a guy that looks like he's never played football? Even though a lot of these coaches, they're short, they're kind of scrawny, but they probably played some type of football. Do you think it's hard for them to receive somebody like he's 5'8", 150?
Ding. I don't know what sport it matters most that you played the game and having that respect. It feels like in basketball, it feels like David Blatt. You know, there were certain coaches where it just didn't feel like they had respect because, well, what have you done? Lawrence Frank, you know, where you go, really? Whereas Ty Lue, he at least played. And you know, even Chuck Daly. Chuck Daly built a resume with Detroit, but, you know, Chuck Daly wasn't an NBA player. Pat Riley played. You know, there's just certain guys where you go, okay, you got a little cachet there. But I don't know which sport where you go, like baseball. Does anybody check the resume of Tony La Russa's playing career? Or Tommy Lasorda's playing career? Terry Francona's playing career? No, they didn't, or they don't. It doesn't matter. Like, Tommy Lasorda was not a good pitcher, but he was a pitcher. How can he give advice to a pitcher? But it feels like in basketball, you know, we need some credibility out here. You know, Spoelstra, when LeBron was down there, I don't know if he had the full support of LeBron and company, but he earned it. Yeah, Paul.
If you look at NFL head coaches, I don't know if there's a head coach who never played football. A lot of these guys, like Dan Quinn was a linebacker at Salisbury State. Mike McDaniel was a 4-string wide receiver at Yale. You know, they don't look like they played necessarily, but, you know, guys like Joe Gibbs played small-town football. I think Nick Saban was Kent State defensive back. They all played at some level. I can't imagine an NFL head coach not having reps.
But I don't know, does it matter in the NBA that, you know, Doc Rivers played? Mike Budenholzer didn't. Greg Popovich didn't play. I don't know how much that matters to these players. It feels like in the NBA it matters more than it would in some of the other sports.
Derrick Henry will be a free agent. In his 8 seasons in Tennessee, Henry had 90 rushing touchdowns, 4th most by any player in their first 8 seasons in NFL history. You see there, he trails only LaDainian Tomlinson, Emmitt Smith, and Sean Alexander. Pretty good company to be in. Marcus, you've been waiting patiently all show for this moment. Where is the right landing spot for Derrick Henry? We had a fan.
Jerry said he's all in. There were red zone issues last year. There was a need for a physical back. And shout out to Rico Dowdle. I thought he did a good job. Tony Pollard is not an every down back. I think we saw that this year. Derrick Henry should be a priority for the Dallas Cowboys. If you want to be a physical running football team and you want to have a big physical back in the red area to dictate what teams have to do defensively to defend you in that area of the field, this should be your call. I said it during the season. I'm going to continue to say it. Derrick Henry should be a top priority for the Dallas Cowboys if they are trying to go all in and have an opportunity to win a championship.
Tell him, Flag.
So I will say this, Marcus Spears is not one of those guys that is all about TV. Marcus Spears will tell you exactly what he feels. And what Marcus Spears walked up to a mountain of a man, might I add, and Derrick Henry last night had said, is you should go to the Dallas Cowboys. And you know what?
To his face.
I'm going to say y'all now. I don't know sign language.
What did Derrick say? What did he say?
All right. I'm going to tell you what. I can't read lips.
It looked positive.
I know body language, though. I know what the body language said, and the body language said, hell yeah. When I looked at Derrick Henry and when Marcus brought that up, there was nothing but smiles on his face. I'm not sure if people know this. Where does Derrick Henry live? Dallas.
Whoa!
Where does Derrick Henry train in the offseason? Dallas. Where would Derrick Henry not have to drive far to get when the season started? Dallas. And he said he would be happy to go there. So I don't know.
Whoa!
This might not be. This not tampering. I don't work for the Dallas Cowboys.
Quick moment here. We're not putting this on the bottom line, okay? We're not Adam Schefter. We're just putting some things out into the universe.
So what? So like what? See what Shefty does is Shefty goes and gets the news and he brings the news, right? There are people who bring the news to the people, and then there are people who make the news for the people. So what we're doing right now is making the news for the people, right? Because it's about a love connection. See, I always have people say, "Hey, do you have any single friends? Do you know? Does your wife have any single friends?" First off, no, we're freaking old. All of our friends are married. But what I do know is if you are missing something, right? And there is something you need to add to your life, and somebody else has that something, why not do this? Now we have everything.
Supernova.
And that's what we're trying to do in Dallas.
What's that? Meet and greet. Networking.
Love connection.
Love connection.
They can't speak
Dan has 4 kids, so I think he knows what that is.
Yeah, we good.
Go ahead, Dan.
I don't know my point anymore. I got sun written over here. I just don't know it. I was so encapsulated.
I think I figured out. Cowboys are $25 million over the cap. So that's an expensive marriage. They better get an annulment or whatever they call them things. Let me give you another team. Because it's not far from Dallas. He might have to take a train with Houston.
Yeah. Ooh. You see you mentioned Saquon earlier? Yeah. First and second down.
All right, so now we put Derrick Henry on 2 teams in Texas.
He is the new head coach of the Los Angeles Chargers. There he is. There is my coach, Jim Harbaugh. Good to see you. How are you, Jim?
Mr. Eisen. Great to see you.
Look at us. We're practically neighbors. We're practically neighbors. We're practically neighbors. Oh, my gosh. Congratulations.
Couple of Michigan lads out here on the West Coast.
That's right. Just love watching the sunset, just kicking back, having a good time. Congrats on everything going on with you.
Well, thanks. It was fairy tale ending there at Michigan, and it's really been a fairy tale ending or beginning here, and now just trying to make sure it's a fairy tale ending here.
That's right, exactly. And you're going about your business. So let me just hit you up on the transition and the thought process you went through to take the gig out here in Southern California. What was that?
Absolutely. Just prayed about it. Taking instruction from the Holy Spirit. I found that just throughout my life, whenever I do that, things work out. And when I try to do things of my own thinking, my own planning, then they don't work out so good.
So why did you eventually come to the conclusion to take the job?
Yeah, it just meeting with the Chargers, the Spanos family. As you know, my priorities are faith, family, football. This vision that the family had, and so many people here when I played, there's a real emotional connection. Going back to, for example, last game I played with the Chargers, Junior Seau and I exchanged jerseys the last game, and he signed it, and that's still proudly displayed in my home. The team, Justin Herbert. I think he's a shining star, one of the real gems in the National Football League. Over and over, Mikey Spanos, who I coached at Stanford, Nicholas Rule, part of the family here, coached him at Stanford. There was just so many things that just aligned, and it's what I wanted to do. Plus the NFL. Plus, I love the NFL. I love Michigan. I love the NFL. Chance to win the Super Bowl trophy. I want to take another crack at that, Rich. So a lot of reasons.
Hey, listen, the number of folks that I know, fellow Wolverines, Jim, that we're like in any way, shape, or form talking about this, which is all the time over the last 3 weeks. It's like, hey, the Lombardi Trophy is not handed out in college. That is truly the one thing Michigan could not offer you, Jim Harbaugh. And so I'm wondering how much that has been playing in the back of your head over the last several years while you were up there in Ann Arbor doing what you eventually led to do for all of us.
So many sands left in the hourglass, Rich, and taking another crack at it, that definitely is something that was huge in factoring into the decision. And then Michigan, it was cherish the relationships there, and passing the baton to Sharon Moore. Somebody who's just so good and is gonna take that program, keep it right up there with the elite programs. I know it's in good hands. There's an old saying my dad used to tell me. Nobody's ever really happy when a coach leaves a college program. Either the coach is upset because they fired him, or the program's upset because he left. The only way is if the coach dies. And I'm glad that this was a situation where I didn't have to die. And
we all felt like we haven't gone to heaven. You know what I'm saying? Like it was
a fairy tale. It's a fairy tale ending at Michigan, and it's a new fairy tale beginning for Coach Moore, Donovan Edwards, Jaden Denegal, or Alex Orji, Jaden Davis. It's like the baton passing from J.J. McCarthy, to one of those two young men. Imagine the excitement that they have. I watched them the day after J.J. declared for the draft. Jaden Denegal and Alex Orji are out on the field. They're in Glick. They got receivers out there, and there's a new bounce in the step. And I see that with Sharon Moore. We've been talking about every day, every other day, and he's out on the recruiting trail. There's a real passing of the torch there. So it's cool. It was earned. It was earned by each of those individuals, and now this is a new journey for me. Couldn't be more excited about it, and hiring the staff, getting things going. Just working every day. Like I said yesterday, every day that I've awoken in the morning, it's, I got to be good. I got to bring it. This quarterback here, these players. They're pros, and so yeah, it's been incredible, Rich. This beginning here, and can't wait to make it a great day today.
Before I turn to the Chargers in your current situation, one more on the gig you just left. Any way, shape, or form, your decision formed by what college football currently is, and by that I mean, for instance, Boston College's head coach left to be a defensive coordinator for the Packers. Chip Kelly has been interviewing to be an offensive coordinator in the NFL. And the general sense from those in our world is that you, by leaving college to go to the pros, you're going to a spot where there are actual rules around free agency, where what the rules are in terms of keeping players and paying players. There's a union. And in college, you've been very vocal about how the way things go should be players making all this from their opportunity. But the question is what are the rules? And it's much easier, if you will, to be in the NFL than trying figuring out the puzzle of the new changing world in college football. Is that accurate in any way, shape, or form for you, Jim?
The accurate piece is that I really love the direction that it's going in college football. The name, image, and likeness.
Right.
Yeah, it's about time. There needs to be revenue sharing. That's long overdue. You can't just keep not paying the talent. Because that's the way it's always been done. The direction of the portal completely found that to be a positive. a lot more than it was a negative, at least with our players at Michigan. So I think the direction is good. There's a lot more that needs to be done, but in no way is it accurate that I left because of NIL or the transfer portal. I think those it's going in a good direction. But like you said earlier, I mean, there's not a Lombardi Trophy. I want to take another crack at that.
Okay, and in terms of that, what are you willing to share, or can you share about your conversations initially with Justin Herbert and your plans for him?
Just Justin and darn near every player had communication with. The feedback has been, hey, we want to get back to work. We want to work. We want to win. What can we do to help, to support, and that's where I'm at. I'm happy to be on the team, and when you look at a talent like Justin Herbert, we're going to have to bring it. I got to hire a staff that is an all-star staff worthy of a quarterback like this, and worthy of the players that are on this team. Rashawn Slater, Zion Johnson, guys, Keenan Allen, Derwin James, Joey Bosa, Khalil Mack. I mean, this is a very, very talented team. Training, Ben Herbert is joining our staff.
Yes,
he is. I'd stand on the table, 100%. I'd dive off of that table. I'd follow Ben Herbert, to hell and back, wherever he is leading us. I know that's going to be a huge piece, but Justin in particular, got to protect him. I mean, protect him on the field. His environment. He's going to touch the ball every single play, and this is it's a seminal moment. I mean, he's a crown jewel of players in the National Football League. Easily one of the top 3-5 quarterbacks in the league, and so you can see the challenge there. I mean, do not want to screw this up. I feel confident that we're going to put him in the position to help our team get to where it wants to go.
And then just again, what do you see in him specifically that you believe you can even enhance? What do you think?
Well, so much good. I think the footwork, the arm talent, the decision making, all at a really high level. Protecting him, we need a run game. We need to be able to be balanced. That he doesn't have to be Superman every single play, and the health, of him. He's such a tremendous athlete. I mean, I watch him. You watch these snaps and you watch these games. I mean, this guy is an all-out type of player. Some guys hit him and they bounce off. He's the way he sees the field. The footwork. He's been coached well. He's got receivers right now that can get open. Maybe we just more of a across the board, inside, outside. But like Vince Lombardi would say, blocking. We gotta protect him and add the play action game, which comes off of a really good running game. I mean, we were in the 20s run game. I mean, we gotta get better in the run game.
Well, Coach, I just want to take the last couple minutes I have with you here to thank you. I'm not kidding. Seriously, on behalf of everybody that you've been around and and Maize and Blue and everything. And you were so kind to me in 2016 to invite me on your sideline into the school.
You're still top 5. You're still top 5, top 3. I'd go top 3.
Okay.
Okay. Talking to the Michigan football team. You had guys wanting to run through a wall.
I had to bring it. Certainly you're telling me here something. I by the way, I don't recall a single thing you were telling me here right now. I was just on a different planet right there on the sideline when you were telling me that stuff. But I just had to bring my A game.
You're looking ripped.
It's the clothes that make them mad. But it was just an incredible memory to be there. And you were just sharing the sideline and sharing. I think it was Team 137 back in the day, man.
Honor to share a sideline with you.
And I can't thank you enough what you did too with the program, and it was just a wild year. I mean, when you look back on this year, Jim, and leaving the program in the manner in which it is, I mean, what do you think of when you're watching the clock tick down and you are in fact a national champion, your family's there, you've accomplished the mission you went back to Michigan to do? What was going through your head at that minute?
Just how good I felt for the players, for them to know what it was like to be champions, to know what it was like for the parents of those players, to know what it was like to have a son who was a champion, for my own wife to have a husband who was a national champion, my kids, their dad's a national champion, my parents, that their son, now I can join my dad who's a national champion, and John who's a Super Bowl champion. That felt good personally, but just to cherish relationships that we have with everybody that was connected to our team, and the accountability to our alumni and to all the great Michigan fans. I mean, yourself included, who stuck with us through through good times and bad times, for all to that just put a punctuation mark on Bo Schembechler's statement. Those who stay will be champions. Exclamation point, boom. And just for us to know, just inside to know, I mean, we have that. And I told the guys back in Ann Arbor, don't lose it. It'll be in the walk, and when people stop talking about it, we can still look each other in the eye and just a nod. Don't have to take a deep, long bow, but it just be a head nod. We know.
And now you're gonna see a lot of them at the combine, and obviously maybe even on your team. You never know, right?
Can't wait. I mean, I watching Roman Wilson dazzle down at the Senior Bowl, and all the guys are going to do great. Blake Corum, AJ Barner, Chris Jenkins, Junior Colson. Wait till everybody gets a loaded JJ McCarthy and what he can do. And,
I mean, I'd love to just give just before I let you go, your opinion of JJ at the next level. Obviously, we saw what he could do, and you were kind of his spirit animal, and vice versa out there. I mean, clearly you're not in the market for a quarterback, so you've got the floor for JJ McCarthy on what's going to happen in the league. Pound the table here.
Yeah. Let me make a prediction. It's going to be don't be surprised if he goes all the way to number one quarterback off the board. When people see him throw in person, when they watch him run, they see the athleticism. When they do the interviews, and they really start digging into how this young man is wired, and he's only 21. He just turned 21 a couple weeks ago. Mark my words. Don't be surprised when he may be the number one quarterback off the board.
Okay, fantastic, and I can't wait to see you at the combine and before all that. My show studio. You've been here before. We're in El Segundo. You're about to have your offices in El Segundo, right across the street. Want to meet for coffee? Whatever you want. I'll be around.
My guy, appreciate that. Thank you, Rich. Go blue.
Yeah, go blue. And and I will leave you with this. We saw that you might be bringing your RV out here in the meantime, and you mentioned you wanted a Jim Rockford it. We made this up for you right there, Jim.
I love it. That's it's going through the head, but people will say here's another quirky thing or another bizarre thing. But, it's been done. It's been done. I've known players who've done that, coaches who've done that, and be right close to the facility. But when you have a Pacific Ocean, that big blue staring at you. I mean, that wouldn't be a bad. It's not that pretty logical.
Yeah. And
Take that opportunity.
I'm assuming the Harbaugh RV looks a little bit better than the Rockford RV. You know, I'm just going to go out on that limb.
I mean, I would love to get an RV like in The Accountant.
Okay, sure. You like that one? Oh,
I love that one.
A little
I
Ben
love
Affleck.
that one. No, I didn't spend the money to get it.
Well, listen, Coach, appreciate the time. Always.
Thank you.
And congrats on the move. Good luck doing what you want to do next. And thank you for leaving the banner behind, sir. Thank you.
Appreciate it, Rich. Thanks a lot.
Right back at you. That's Jim Harbaugh, head coach of the Los Angeles Chargers. Catch the Rich Eisen Show every single day on the Roku channel, 12 to 3 Eastern, for free. Do you think enough kids these days know who Jerry Rice is? I'm serious. Not to...
Maybe they've heard the name. I don't know if they're doing on YouTube deep dives or anything.
He's on commercials.
No, I know that.
So that would be...
I'm not doing this other than just try and let everyone know. No, I mean...
This is a big deal.
Travis Kelce passed Jerry Rice for most catches in the history of the playoffs.
Also in 8 fewer games. Jerry Rice played 29 postseason games, if I'm not mistaken, and Kelce just played 21.
I mean, Edelman, who is one of the greatest playoff receivers ever, he had 118 catches in the playoffs in his career, to the point where people talk about him as a Hall of Famer, right? Correct?
Correct.
All right. And then there's a debate as to whether he is or he isn't. And we're going to see him at the Super Bowl in Vegas. He's scheduled to be one of our guests.
Great.
118 catches. Unreal.
That's a lot.
Right?
That's a lot.
Including one of the most incredible games that he had against Seattle, right? Without his game against Seattle, then Malcolm Butler doesn't mean anything,
Correct.
right?
Yeah, right.
And the Boston Knee Party, I believe, was a nickname we had for that catch against the Falcons,
Great
right?
nickname, better catch.
118 catches. Jerry Rice, 151 in his career. Edelman was trying to catch Rice, and he didn't come close.
Yeah, Edelman was second in like everything,
Right.
right, for receiving.
Travis Kelce just passed Rice. He's got 156. And he did it with an 11-catch game in the conference championship game. Do we understand what we're seeing here?
So many catches.
With him? Unreal. In terms of most 100 receiving yard games in the history of the playoffs, he's now got 8, tied with Rice. You know who couldn't catch him? Again, Julian Edelman had 6. Tyne Irv, who had 6. And, of course, Kelce and Mahomes, now with 17 catches together for touchdowns in the playoffs. Mahomes to Kelce 17 times. That's now 2 more than Brady and Gronk. Honestly, Montana to Rice is just going to be a long ago memory at some point. Now he's got, if he has a 4-touchdown game in the Super Bowl, he'd pass Rice all time in terms of
Kelce,
touchdowns.
it needs that Super Bowl MVP that Jerry Rice and Julian Edelman have.
Mm-hmm.
It's the only thing missing.
Well, I mean,
right?
if Kelce let's just use this game for instance. If Kelce gets 11 catches on 11 targets in the Super Bowl, like he just had in Baltimore, would that make him the MVP of the game, or would they give it to Mahomes
and the
still?
touchdown?
They'd still give it to Mahomes.
I don't know. I mean, Mahomes, it was just kind of a ho-hum performance.
What, 20 of 25 in the first half for 161 yards? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
He set a record for most first half completions of his career.
Only had
in a
the one.
playoff
Only
game.
had the one touchdown, which
Right, I got
was
it.
to Kelce. I don't know. I think Kelce might get it just because it's kind of been the year of Kelce,
Wow.
Well, guys, I mean,
so to speak.
let's be honest.
Sorry, TJ.
It's part of this. Do you know what's going to happen?
Yeah, take
All
it
right,
out.
very
Yeah,
good.
There it is. Yep.
Yeah, I don't want to ruin anything.
All right.
So what is that you have over that you keep holding up as the script?
It's the script.
But what is it?
It's the,
Is it just like is it just something that you printed out, that NFL thing, and
It's blank pages.
This is legitimately. I got this through my sources.
catch the Rich Eisen Show every single day on the Roku channel, 12 to 3 Eastern, for free.
The Super Bowl is 6 days away. Let's play more or less. D. Wood, Christian McCaffrey, more or less 90.5 rushing yards.
I want to go less here. This Kansas City Chiefs defense is no joke. This is the unit that's led this team all year. I think it's going to be Christian McCaffrey is the head of the snake as it relates to San Francisco 49ers on offense. They're going to be keying in on him all game long.
All right, so would that mean a big day passing the ball? Graz, will Brock Purdy have more or less than 1.5 passing touchdowns?
Yeah, I'm going to go with less. Look, it is, I'm going to say exactly what D. Wood said about Steve Spagnuolo's defense with Kansas City. It's been outstanding all year. Best defense they've had since Patrick Mahomes became the starter. And that add in how good Spagnuolo has been at game planning defense in the playoffs, even when he didn't have top-level talent on defense, I think it's going to be a showcase for that Chiefs defense on Sunday.
All right, so our predictions don't bode well for San Francisco's offense. How about KC? Dominique, Travis Kelce, more or less than 7.5 catches?
I think it's definitely going to be more. Travis Kelce is obviously the #1 weapon, and he's getting up there in years. I'm not sure how many more Super Bowls we'll see for Travis Kelce. I expect him to be as much of a part of the offense this week as he was last week in the game against the Ravens. They're going to force it to Travis Kelce because he's the guy that Patrick Mahomes trusts. I think that they go to him more, and he catches more than 7.5.
He's been so good in this postseason after a season in which it looked like perhaps he had lost a step. And so we have a variety of questions that we'll dive into as this week goes, getting set for the big game, because there were so many fascinating storylines. But let's start, Dominic, with what I think is the most obvious. Patrick Mahomes, the coronation, we are watching right before our eyes, already one of the great careers in the history of the sport. This is his 6th season as their starter. Would you say this is his best run to the Super Bowl so far?
I absolutely think so. I thought it was last year when we saw them make a run without Tyreek Hill and with some issues with a rebuilt offensive line. We saw him do it last year, and I thought it was really incredible and impressive for them to win it. But if he's able to win this year, I think with a worse team around him, once again, a better defense, granted, a much better defense, but a less talented team, tackles that are struggling, receivers that are having a difficult time even catching the ball, and then going through the Dolphins and then Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson and the Ravens, who seemed unbeatable, and then the 49ers again. I don't know how Patrick Mahomes can keep outdoing himself, but if they win the Super Bowl again this year, then I do think this has been even better run than he had last season.
It's worth noting that they beat a 2 seed, and the names you just mentioned, a 2 seed, a 1 seed, and now they're going up against another 1 seed. So the road, and specifically having done it on the road, D. Wood couldn't actually be harder than it has been for what he has done.
Right. What was the question coming into the postseason? Like we didn't have many questions that relate to Patrick Mahomes. Was okay. Let's see, can you go on the road and get to that destination in Las Vegas? And he's absolutely done that. It is so hard to be a wild card team and win 3 straight playoff games. But what we've seen is Steve Spagnuolo and that defense has been playing lights out football, and Patrick Mahomes has been doing what Coach Belichick used to tell us all the time. He doesn't lose games. He makes all the right plays. So when you have that combination, they're just going to be hard to beat.
I think the great champions a lot of times are the people that can solve the puzzle the best, right? And so all year we're talking about the Chiefs, and they're dropping passes, and they're lining up offsides on offense somehow, and they're doing these things that are costing them games. Are they going to get it together? No, I don't think they're going to get it together. But Patrick Mahomes and Andy Reid, they never took that, right? They don't have that option to say that. They continue to work, right? Let's continue to make sure Marquez Valdez-Scantling knows we still believe in him so that he will make the big catch when we need him to. And in the meantime, let's lean into what we do well. Let's work on Pacheco in the running game. So you've got to the point now, if you're the Chiefs, where you are playing your best football of the season at the exact right time. And you can't escape this feeling that they knew all along it was going to be okay, even if they didn't.
The coaching is so extraordinary. Can he or can't he? Chris, can Patrick Mahomes win the Super Bowl if he doesn't get a huge game from Rashee Rice? Can he or can't he?
He can, and he won the Super Bowl last year without having a 100-yard receiver. Now I think it makes it a lot easier if he got production from Rashee Rice, because he's been absolutely phenomenal this postseason. But his receivers have been more reliable once we've gotten to the playoffs. They're not dropping the passes, the dimes that Patrick Mahomes is putting on them. You got to think that San Francisco is going to key on Travis Kelce, try to take him away. Rashee Rice and those other receivers are going to have to step up and make plays in order for the Chiefs to win.
Go to the tight end, one of the go-to targets, of course, always, Travis Kelce. Can Kelce win Super Bowl MVP? Can he or can't he?
He can, and here's the thing. If he wins the Super Bowl and gets Taylor Swift to marry him in the same night, I don't give a damn what anybody else does in the game. Travis Kelce is Super Bowl MVP. He is Super Bowl MVP, Super Bowl 58. He is the MVP if he pulls that off. His lady just got 13 Grammys, and he might get another Super Bowl ring and go back-to-back championships. So like he said, you got to fight for your right to party. He would have earned his right to be Super Bowl MVP.
Speaking of partying, there's his brother. Can Jason Kelce keep his shirt on during the Super Bowl? Can he or can't he?
He can, but that don't mean he's going to keep his shirt on during the celebration. It's probably going to happen once they start popping bottles after the game is over with. He's not going to wait to get back to the hotel. So I'm going to say he can during the game, but I think once the game is over with, shirt is coming off.
It was 15 degrees there when he did that. The Super Bowl's indoors.
Yeah.
I don't think there's any chance.
No chance.
And it's in Vegas. Let's do some NFL offseason overreactions, because, Dan, you have some interesting ones. And let's start in Big D. If I said Dak, Micah, and CD will all sign extensions this year, would that be an overreaction?
I think it's an overreaction, because that is a lot of work to get done in one off season. Complicated, high-end deals. We know from the past that Dak Prescott's contract extension talks have not always gone smoothly because of what the team has wanted, because of what Dak has wanted. So I think it's far-fetched to think that all three of these guys get extended by the time the season's over.
Well, and so if I guess if I were to ask you, is there one that you would lock? I mean, I can't not follow up on that. Who doesn't get an extension if they don't all get extensions?
I mean, look, I think they have to do something with Dak Prescott's contract, but it could be as simple as taking salary, converting it into bonus to save some cap space. I don't know that we can count on him getting an extension. And again, I say that because it takes two sides. And the last time these sides tried to do this, it took a couple of years.
What's the ticking clock on that? When do they have to get that done by in order to be most advantageous? To redo his deal, however they do.
You can do that anytime you want. Like at the beginning of the league year, you can convert his they could do, without doing anything other than converting salary to bonus, not even adding more void years, they could save about $18 million in cap space.
I get it. I guess what I'm saying is, when should we be saying, if they don't get it done by then maybe there's something going on here?
Well, if they adjust the contract without adding years, without adding an extension, then that tells you that they're probably not close on extension talks. So that would have to be done by the middle of March when the league year starts, because they're going to need that cap space.
All right, we will talk more about that one. I want to circle that one. No surprise, I have some Cowboys questions. We'll get to those. But, Dan, let me get to my next one. If I said Saquon Barkley will be on a new team next season, is that an overreaction?
I think it is, because the Giants have the ability to franchise him again for about $12 million, which, considering the role he plays in their offense, isn't a bad price. Now, I do believe that they'll have extension talks again, and maybe they reach one. But if they don't, I think it's entirely possible the Giants decide just to keep him again on a one-year franchise.
D. Wood, you're a New Jersey guy now. Is Saquon a Giant for life, do you think?
I mean, judging by some of the comments by his teammates, it would be a prudent move. I mean, I just don't know, because of the position that he plays and the injury history, that you would be able to call him a Giant for life.
Let me get one more in here. I have particular interest in this. Hey, Graziano, if I said the New York Jets are going to sign T. Higgins, would that be an overreaction?
I think it is, because the Bengals have the ability to franchise him as well. Now, we don't know what the Bengals are going to do. Jamar Chase is eligible for an extension as well. They have some other work. Tyler Boyd is a free agent. So they have some work to do on their receiving core, but they do value T. Higgins highly, and I wouldn't be surprised if he got an extension, and if he didn't, if he got franchised. The Jets may have other veteran receivers they have their eye on. We don't know what Aaron Rodgers thinks about T. Higgins. Obviously, they'd have to run it by him like they do everything else. So, yeah, we'll see. But I think it's an overreaction to assume that.
Neek, give me 10 seconds. What do you think?
What are you laughing at?
Yeah, I mean, I think getting the expectations as high as possible for the New York Jets is fun. It was great for offseason last year. And I'm looking forward to another good season for you and your Jets, Green.